Chapter 2.19, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, Part 1 Junction of the Apure and the Orinoco, Mountains of Encaramada, Uruana, Baraguan, Carichana, Mouth of the Meta, Island of Panumana. On leaving the Rio Apure, we found ourselves in a country presenting a totally different aspect. An immense plain of water stretched before us, like a lake, as far as we could see. White-topped waves rose to the height of several feet, from the conflict of the breeze and the current. The air resounded no longer with the piercing cries of herons, flamingos, and spoonbills, crossing in long files from one shore to the other. Our eyes sought in vain those waterfowls, the habits of which vary in each tribe. All nature appeared less animated. Scarcely could we discover in the hollows of the waves a few large crocodiles, cutting obliquely, by the help of their long tails, the surface of the agitated waters. The horizon was bounded by a zone of forests, which nowhere reached so far as the bed of the river. A vast beach, constantly parched by the heat of the sun, desert and bare as the shores of the sea, resembled at a distance, from the effect of the mirage, pools of stagnant water. These sandy shores, far from fixing the limits of the river, render them uncertain by enlarging or contracting them alternately according to the variable action of the solar rays. In these scattered features of the landscape, in this character of solitude and of greatness, we recognize the course of the Orinoco, one of the most majestic rivers of the New World. The water, like the land, displays everywhere a characteristic and peculiar aspect. The bed of the Orinoco resembles not the bed of the Meta, the Guaviare, the Rio Negro, or the Amazon. These differences do not depend altogether on the breadth or the velocity of the current. They are connected with a multitude of impressions which it is easier to perceive upon the spot than to define with precision. Thus, the mere form of the waves, the tint of the waters, the aspect of the sky and the clouds, would lead an experienced navigator to guess whether he were in the Atlantic, in the Mediterranean, or in the equinoctial part of the Pacific. The wind blew fresh from east-northeast. Its direction was favorable for sailing up the Orinoco towards the mission of Encaramada, but our canoes were so ill calculated to resist the shocks of the waves that, from the violence of the motion, those who suffered habitually at sea were equally incommoded on the river. The short, broken waves are caused by the conflict of the waters at the junction of the two rivers. This conflict is very violent, but far from being so dangerous as Father Gumilla describes. We passed the Punta Curiquima, which is an isolated mass of quartzose granite, a small promontory composed of rounded blocks. There, on the right bank of the Orinoco, Father Rotea founded, at the time of the Jesuits, a mission of the Palenca, the Viriviri or Guiri Indians. But during inundations, the rock Curiquima and the village at its foot were entirely surrounded by water, and this serious inconvenience, together with the sufferings of the missionaries and Indians from the innumerable quantity of mosquitoes and niguas, led them to forsake this spot. Note the chego, Pulex penetrans, which penetrates under the nails of the toe in men and monkeys, and there deposits its eggs. End of note. It is now entirely deserted, while opposite to it, on the right bank of the river, the little mountains of Coruato are the retreat of wandering Indians, expelled either from the missions or from tribes that are not subject to the government of the monks. Struck with the extreme breadth of the Orinoco between the mouth of the Apure and the rock Curiquima, I ascertained it by means of a base measured twice on the western beach. The bed of the Orinoco at low water was 1,906 toises broad, but this breadth increases to 5,517 toises when, in the rainy season, the rock Curiquima and the farm of Capuchino near the hill of Pocopori become islands. The swelling of the Orinoco is augmented by the impulse of the waters of the Apure, which, far from forming, like other rivers, an acute angle with the upper part of that into which it flows, meets it at right angles. We first proceeded southwest, as far as the shore, inhabited by the Guaricoto Indians, on the left bank of the Orinoco. and then we advanced straight toward the south. The river is so broad that the mountains of Encaramada appear to rise from the water, as if seen above the horizon of the sea. They form a continued chain from east to west. These mountains are composed of enormous blocks of granite, cleft and piled one upon another. Their division into blocks is the effect of decomposition. What contributes above all to embellish the scene at Encaramada is the luxuriance of vegetation that covers the sides of the rocks, leaving bare only their rounded summits. They look like ancient ruins rising in the midst of a forest. The mountain immediately at the back of the mission, the Tepupano of the Tamanac Indians, is terminated by 3 enormous granitic cylinders, 2 of which are inclined, while the third, though worn at its base and more than 80 feet high, has preserved a vertical position. Note: Tepupano, place of stones, in which we recognize tepu, stone, rock, as in tepuiri, mountain. We here perceive that Lesgian Ori Tartar root tep, stone, found in America among the Americans, in tepel among the Caribs, in tebu among the Tamanacs, in tepuriri among the Tamanacs, in tepuiri. A striking analogy between the languages of Caucasus and Upper Asia and those of the banks of the Orinoco. End of note. This rock, which calls to mind the form of the Scharncher in the Hartz Mountains, or that of the organs of Actopan in Mexico, composed formerly a part of the rounded summit of the mountain. Note: in Captain Tuckey's voyage on the river Congo, we find represented a granitic rock, Tadi Nzazi, which bears a striking resemblance to the mountain of Encaramada. End of note. In every climate, unstratified granite separates by decomposition into blocks of prismatic, cylindric, or columnar figures. Opposite the shore of the Guaricotos, we drew near another heap of rocks, which is very low and 3 or 4 toises long. It rises in the midst of the plain, and has less resemblance to a tumulus than to those masses of granitic stone which in North Holland and Germany bear the name of Hunnenbette, beds or tombs of heroes. The shore, at this part of the Orinoco, is no longer of pure and quartzose sand, but it is composed of clay and spangles of mica, deposited in very thin strata, and generally at an inclination of 40 or 50 degrees. It looks like decomposed mica slate. This change in the geological configuration of the shore extends far beyond the mouth of the Apure. We had begun to observe it in this latter river as far off as Algodonal and the Cano del Manatee. The spangles of mica come, no doubt, from the granite mountains of Curiquima and Encaramada, since farther northeast we find only quartzose sand, sandstone, compact limestone, and gypsum. Alluvial earth, carried successively from south to north, need not surprise us in the Orinoco. But to what shall we attribute the same phenomenon in the bed of the Apure, 7 leagues west of its mouth? In the present state of things, notwithstanding the swellings of the Orinoco, the waters of the Apure never retrograde so far, and to explain this phenomenon we are forced to admit that the micaceous strata were deposited at a time when the whole of the low country lying between Caycara and Algodonal and the mountains of Encaramada form the basin of an inland lake. We stopped some time at the port of Encaramada, which is a sort of embarcadero, a place where boats assemble. A rock of 40 or 50 feet high forms the shore. It is composed of blocks of granite, heaped one upon another, as at the Schneeberg in Franconia, and in almost all the granitic mountains of Europe. Some of these detached masses have a spheroidal form. They are not balls with concentric layers, but merely rounded blocks, nuclei separated from their envelopes by the effect of decomposition. This granite is of a grayish lead color, often black, as if covered with oxide of manganese, but this color does not penetrate 1/5 of a line into the rock, which is of a reddish-white color within, coarse-grained, and destitute of hornblende. The Indian names of the mission of San Luis del Encaramada are Guaja and Caramana. Note: all the missions of South America have names composed of 2 words, the first of which is necessarily the name of a saint, the patron of the church, and the second an Indian name, that of the nation or the spot where the establishment is placed. Thus we say San Jose de Maypures, Santa Cruz de Cachipo, San Juan Nepomuceno de los Atures, etc. These compound names appear only in official documents. The inhabitants adopt but one of the 2 names, and generally, provided it to be sonorous, the Indian. As the names of saints are several times repeated in neighbouring places, great confusion in geography arises from these repetitions. The names of San Juan, San Diego, and San Pedro are scattered in our maps as if by chance. It is pretended that the mission of Guaja affords a very rare example of the composition of two Spanish words. The word encaramada means things raised one upon another, from encaramar, to raise up. It is derived from the figure of Tepupano and the neighbouring rocks. Perhaps it is only an Indian word, caramana, in which, as in manatee, a Spanish signification was believed to be discovered. End of note. This small village was founded in 1749 by Father Gili, the Jesuit author of the Storia del Orinoco, published at Rome. This missionary, learned in the Indian tongues, lived in these solitudes during 18 years, till the expulsion of the Jesuits. To form a precise idea of the savage state of these countries, it must be recollected that Father Gili speaks of Carichana, which is 40 leagues from Encaramada, as of a spot far distant, and that he never advanced so far as the first cataract in the river, of which he ventured to undertake the description. Note: Saggio di Storia Americana, Volume 1, page 122. End of note. In the port of Encaramada we met with some Caribs of Panapana. A cacique was going up the Orinoco in his canoe, to join in the famous fishing of turtles' eggs. His canoe was rounded toward the bottom like a bongo, and followed by a smaller boat called a curiara. He was seated in a sort of tent constructed like the sail of palm leaves. His cold and silent gravity, the respect with which he was treated by his attendants, everything denoted him to be a person of importance. He was equipped, however, in the same manner as his Indians. They were all equally naked, armed with bows and arrows, and painted with onoto, which is the colouring felucca of the Bixa orellana. The chief, the domestics, the furniture, the boat, and the sail were all painted red. The Caribs are men of an almost athletic stature. They appear to us much taller than any Indians we had hitherto seen. Their smooth and thick hair cut short on the forehead, like that of choristers, their eyebrows painted black, their look at once gloomy and animated, gave a singular expression to their countenances. Having till then seen only the skulls of some Caribs of the West India Islands, preserved in the collections of Europe, we were surprised to find that these Indians, who were of pure race, had foreheads much more rounded than they are described. The women, who were very tall, and disgusting from their want of cleanliness, carried their infants on their backs. The thighs and legs of the infants were bound at certain distances by broad strips of cotton cloth, and the flesh, strongly compressed beneath the ligatures, was swelled in the interstices. It is generally to be observed that the Caribs are as attentive to their exterior and their ornaments as it is possible for men to be who are naked and painted red. They attach great importance to certain configurations of the body, and a mother would be accused of culpable indifference toward her children if she did not employ artificial means to shape the calf of the leg after the fashion of the country. As none of our Indians of Apure understood the Caribbee language, we could obtain no information from the cacique of Panama respecting the encampments that are made at this season in several islands of the Orinoco for collecting turtles' eggs. Near Encaramada, a very long island divides the river into two branches. We passed the night in a rocky creek, opposite the mouth of the Rio Cabulare, which is formed by the Payara and the Atamaica, and is sometimes considered as one of the branches of the Apure, because it communicates with that river by the Rio Arichuna. The evening was beautiful. The moon illumined the tops of the granite rocks. The heat was so uniformly distributed that, notwithstanding the humidity of the air, no twinkling of the stars was observable, even at 4 or 5 degrees above the horizon. The light of the planets was singularly dimmed, and if, on account of the smallness of the apparent diameter of Jupiter, I had not suspected some error in the observation, I should say that here, for the first time, we thought we distinguished the disk of Jupiter with the naked eye. Towards midnight, the northeast wind became extremely violent. It brought no clouds, but the vault of the sky was covered more and more with vapours. Strong gusts were felt, and made us fear for the safety of our canoe. During this whole day we had seen very few crocodiles, but all of an extraordinary size, from 20 to 24 feet. The Indians assured us that the young crocodiles prefer the marshes, and the rivers that are less broad and less deep. They crowd together particularly in the canos, and we may say of them what Abdel-Latif says of the crocodiles of the Nile, quote, that they swarm like worms in the shallow waters of the river and in the shelter of uninhabited islands. End quote. Note. Description de l'Egypte, translated by de Sacy. End of note. On the 6th of April, whilst continuing to ascend the Orinoco, first southward and then to southwest, we perceived the southern side of the Serrania, or chain of the mountains of Encaramada. The part nearest the river is only 140 or 160 toises high, but from its abrupt declivities, its situation in the midst of a savannah, and its rocky summits, cut into shapeless prisms, the Serrania appears singularly elevated. Its greatest breadth is only 3 leagues. According to the information given to me by the Indians of the Pareca nation, it is considered wider toward the east. The summits of Encaramada form the northernmost link of a group of mountains which border the right bank of the Orinoco, between the latitudes of 5 degrees and 7 degrees 30 minutes, from the mouth of the Rio Zama to that of the Cabulary. The different links into which this group is divided are separated by little grassy plains. They do not preserve a direction perfectly parallel to each other, for the most northern stretch from west to east, and the most southern from northwest to southeast. This change of direction sufficiently explains the increase of breadth observed in the Cordillera of Parima towards the east, between the sources of the Orinoco and of the Rio Paruspa. On penetrating beyond the great cataracts of Atures and Maypures, we shall see 7 principal links, those of Encaramada, of Sacuina, of Chaviripa, of Baraguan, of Carichana, of Uniama, of Calitamini, of Sipapo, successively appear. This sketch may serve to give a general idea of the geological configuration of the ground. We recognize everywhere on the globe a tendency toward regular forms in those mountains that appear the most irregularly grouped. Every link appears in a transverse section like a distinct summit to those who navigate the Orinoco, but this division is merely in appearance. The regularity in the direction and separation of the links seems to diminish in proportion as we advance toward the east. The mountains of Encaramada join those of Mato, which give birth to the Rio Asivero or Cuchivero. Those of Chaviripe are prolonged by the granite chain of the Corozal, of Amoco, and of Murcielago toward the sources of the Erevato and the Ventuari. It was across these mountains, which are inhabited by Indians of gentle character, employed in agriculture. Note. The Maypoes, Paracas, Javaranas, and Curacicanas, who possess fine plantations, conucos, in the savannas by which these forests are bounded. End of note. That at the time of the expedition for settling boundaries, General Iturriaga took some horned cattle for the supply of the new town of San Fernando de Atabapo. The inhabitants of Encaramada then showed the Spanish soldiers the way by the Rio Manapiara, which falls into the Ventuari. Note. Between Encaramada and the Rio Manapiari, Don Miguel Sanchez, chief of this little expedition, crossed the Rio Guyana-Ima, which flows into the Cuchivero. Sanchez died from the fatigue of this journey, on the borders of the Ventuari. End of note. By descending these 2 rivers, the Orinoco and the Atabapo may be reached without passing the cataracts, which present almost insurmountable obstacles to the conveyance of cattle. The spirit of enterprise, which has so eminently distinguished the Castilians at the period of the discovery of America, was again roused for a time in the middle of the 18th century, when Ferdinand VI was desirous of knowing the true limits of his vast possessions. And in the forests of Guyana, that land of fiction and fabulous tradition, the wily Indians revived the chimerical idea of the wealth of El Dorado, which had so much occupied the imagination of the first conquerors. Amidst the mountains of Encaramada, which, like most coarse-grained granite rocks, are destitute of metallic veins, we cannot help inquiring whence came those grains of gold which Juan Martinez, note, the companion of Diego Ordaz, end of note, and Raleigh professed to have seen in such abundance in the hands of the Indians of the Orinoco. From what I observed in that part of America, I am led to think that gold, like tin, is sometimes disseminated in an almost imperceptible manner in the very mass of granite rocks, without our being able to perceive that there is a ramification and an intertwining of small veins. Note. Thus, tin is found in granite of recent formation at Gail, in hyalomicta or Grayson at Zinnewald, and in cyanitic porphyry at Altenburg in Saxony, as well as near Naila in the Fichtelgebirge. I have also seen in the Upper Palatinate micaceous iron and black earthy cobalt, far from any vein, disseminated in a granite destitute of mica, as metic iron sand is in volcanic rocks. End of note. Not long ago, the Indians of Encaramada found in the Quebrada del Tigre note, the Tiger ravine, end of note, a piece of native gold 2 lines in diameter. It was rounded, and appeared to have been washed along by the waters. This discovery excited the attention of the missionaries much more than of the natives. It was followed by no other of the same kind. I cannot quit this first link of the mountains of Encaramada without recalling to mind a fact that was not unknown to Father Gili, and which was often mentioned to me during our abode in the missions of the Orinoco. The natives of those countries have retained a belief that, quote, at the time of the great waters, when their fathers were forced to have recourse to boats, to escape the general inundation, the waves of the sea beat against the rocks of Encaramada. End quote. This belief is not confined to one nation singly, the Tamanacs. It makes part of a system of historical tradition, of which we find scattered notions among the Maypures of the Great Cataracts, among the Indians of the Rio Erevato, which runs into the Caura, and among almost all the tribes of the Upper Orinoco. When the Tamanacs are asked how the human race survived this great deluge, the age of water, of the Mexicans, they say, a man and a woman saved themselves on a high mountain called Tamanacu, situated on the banks of the Asiveru, and casting behind them over their heads the fruits of the Mauritia palm tree, they saw the seeds contained in those fruits produce men and women who repeopled the earth. Thus we find in all its simplicity, among nations now in a savage state, a tradition which the Greeks embellished with all the charms of imagination. A few leagues from Encaramada, a rock called Tepu Mereme, or the Painted Rock, rises in the midst of the savannah. Upon it are traced representations of animals, and symbolic figures resembling those we saw in going down the Orinoco, at a small distance below Encaramada, near the town Caycara. Similar rocks in Africa are called by travellers fetish stones. I shall not make use of this term, because fetishism does not prevail among the Indians of the Orinoco, and the figures of stars, of the sun, of tigers, and of crocodiles, which we found traced upon the rocks in spots now uninhabited, appeared to me in no way to denote the objects of worship of those nations. Between the banks of the Cassiquiare and the Orinoco, between Encaramada, the Capuchino, and the Caycara, these hieroglyphic figures are often seen at great heights, on rocky cliffs, which could be accessible only by constructing very lofty scaffolds. When the natives are asked how those figures could have been sculptured, they answer with a smile, as if relating a fact of which only a white man could be ignorant, that, quote, at the period of the great waters, their fathers went to that height in boats. End quote. These ancient traditions of the human race, which we find dispersed over the whole surface of the globe, like the relics of a vast shipwreck, are highly interesting in the philosophical study of our own species. Like certain families of the vegetable kingdom, which, notwithstanding the diversity of climates and the influence of heights, retain the impression of a common type, the traditions of nations reflecting the origin of the world display everywhere the same physiognomy, and preserve features of resemblance that fill us with astonishment. How many different tongues, belonging to branches that appear totally distinct, transmit to us the same facts! The traditions concerning races that have been destroyed, and the renewal of nature, scarcely vary in reality, though every nation gives them a local colouring. In the great continents, as in the smallest islands of the Pacific Ocean, it is always on the loftiest and nearest mountain that the remains of the human race have been saved, and this event appears the more recent in proportion as the nations are uncultivated, and as the knowledge they have of their own existence has no very remote date. After having studied with attention the Mexican monuments anterior to the discovery of the New World, after having penetrated into the forests of the Orinoco and observed the diminutive size of the European establishments, their solitude, and the state of the tribes that have remained independent, we cannot allow ourselves to attribute the analogies just cited to the influence exercised by the missionaries and by Christianity on the national traditions. Nor is it more probable that the discovery of seashells on the summit of mountains gave birth, among the nations of the Orinoco, to the tradition of some great inundation which extinguished for a time the germs of organic life on our globe. The country that extends from the right bank of the Orinoco to the Cassiquiare and the Rio Negro is a country of primitive rocks. I saw there only one small formation of sandstone or conglomerate, but no secondary limestone, and no trace of petrifactions. End of chapter 2.19, part 1. Chapter 2.19, part 2, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, part 2. A fresh northeast breeze carried us full sail towards the Boca de la Tortuga. We landed at 11 in the morning on an island which the Indians of the missions of Uruana considered as their property, and which lies in the middle of the river. This island is separated for the turtle fishery, or, as they say here, cosecha, the harvest of eggs that takes place annually. We here found an assemblage of Indians encamped under huts made of palm leaves. This encampment contained more than 300 persons. Accustomed, since we had left San Fernando de Apure, to see only desert shores, we were singularly struck by the bustle that prevailed here. We found, beside the Guamos and the Ottomacs of Uruana, who are both considered as savage races, Caribs, and other Indians of the lower Orinoco. Every tribe was separately encamped, and was distinguished by the pigments with which their skins were painted. Some white men were seen amidst this tumultuous assemblage, chiefly pulperos, or little traders of Angostura, who had come up the river to purchase turtle oil from the natives. The missionary of Uruana, a native of Alcala, came to meet us, and he was extremely astonished at seeing us. After having admired our instruments, he gave us an exaggerated picture of the sufferings to which we should be necessarily exposed in ascending the Orinoco beyond the cataracts. The object of our journey appeared to him very mysterious. "How is it possible to believe," said he, "that you have left your country, to come and be devoured by mosquitoes on this river, and to measure lands that are not your own?" We were happily furnished with recommendations from the superior of the Franciscan missions, and the brother-in-law of the governor of Varinas, who accompanied us, soon dissipated the doubts to which our dress, our accent, and our arrival in this sandy island had given rise among the whites. The missionary invited us to partake a frugal repast of fish and plantains. He told us that he had come to encamp with the Indians during the time of the harvest of the eggs, "to celebrate mass every morning in the open air, to procure the oil necessary for the church lamps, and especially to govern this mixed republic, República de Indios y Castellanos, in which every one wished to profit singly by what God had granted to all." We made a tour of the island accompanied by the missionary, and by a pulpero, who boasted of having for 10 successive years visited the camp of the Indians and attended the turtle fishery. We were on a plain of sand perfectly smooth, and were told that, as far as we could see along the beach, turtles' eggs were concealed underneath a layer of earth. The missionary carried a long pole in his hand. He showed us that by means of this pole the extent of the stratum of eggs could be determined as accurately as the miner determines the limits of a bed of marl, of bog iron ore, or of coal. On thrusting the rod perpendicularly into the ground, the sudden want of resistance shows that the cavity or layer of loose earth containing the eggs has been reached. We saw that the stratum is generally spread with so much uniformity that the pole finds it everywhere in a radius of 10 toises around any given spot. Here they talk continually of square perches of eggs. It is like a mining country divided into lots, and worked with the greatest regularity. The stratum of eggs, however, is far from covering the whole island. They are not found wherever the ground rises abruptly, because the turtle cannot mount heights. I related to my guides the emphatic description of Father Gumilla, who asserts that the shores of the Orinoco contain fewer grains of sand than the river contains turtles, and that these animals would prevent vessels from advancing if men and tigers did not annually destroy so great a number. Note. Quote, "It would be as difficult to count the grains of sand on the shores of the Orinoco as to account the immense number of tortoises which inhabit its margins and waters. Were it not for the vast consumption of tortoises and their eggs, the river Orinoco, despite its great magnitude, would be unnavigable, for vessels would be impeded by the enormous multitude of the tortoises." Gumilla, Orinoco Illustrata, volume 1, pages 331 to 336. End of note. "Son cuentos de frailes." "They are monkish legends," said the pulpero of Angostura in a low voice; for the only travellers in this country being the missionaries, they here call monks' stories what we call travellers' tales in Europe. The Indians assured us, that, in going up the Orinoco from its mouth to its junction with the Apure, not one island or one beach is to be found where eggs can be collected in abundance. The great turtle, arrau, note. This word belongs to the Maypure language, and must not be confounded with arua, which means a crocodile, among the Tamanacs, neighbours of the Maypures. The Ottomacs call the turtle of Uruana achia, the Tamanacs peje. End of note. Dreads places inhabited by men, or much frequented by boats. It is a timid and mistrustful animal, raising only its head above the water, and hiding itself at the least noise. The shores where almost all the turtles of the Orinoco appear to assemble annually are situated between the junction of the Orinoco with the Apure and the Great Cataracts, that is to say, between Cabruta and the mission of Atures. There are found the three famous fisheries, those of Encaramada, or Boca del Cabulare, of Cucuruparo, or Boca de la Tortuga, and of Pararuma, a little below the Carichana. It seems that the arrau does not pass beyond the cataracts, and we were assured that only the turtles called caracay, in Spanish tarakeas, are found above Atures and Maypures. The arrau, called by the Spaniards of the missions simply tortuga, is an animal whose existence is of great importance to the nations on the lower Orinoco. It is a large freshwater tortoise, with palmate and membranous feet, the head very flat, with two fleshy and acutely pointed appendages under the chin, 5 claws to the forefeet and 4 to the hind feet, which are furrowed underneath. The upper shell has 5 central, 8 lateral, and 24 marginal plates. The colour is darkish grey above, and orange beneath. The feet are yellow, and very long. There is a deep furrow between the eyes. The claws are very strong and crooked. The anus is placed at a distance of 1/5 from the extremity of the tail. The full-grown animal weighs from 40 to 50 pounds. Its eggs are much larger than those of pigeons, and less elongated than the eggs of the terracay. They are covered with a calcareous crust, and, it is said, they have sufficient firmness for the children of the Ottomac Indians, who are great players at ball, to throw them into the air from one to another. If the arrau inhabited the bed of the river above the cataracts, the Indians of the upper Orinoco would not travel so far to procure the flesh and the eggs from this tortoise. Yet formerly, whole tribes from Atabapo and the Cassiquiare have been known to pass the cataracts in order to take part in the fishery at Uruana. The terracay is less than the arrau. It is in general only 14 inches in diameter. The number of plates in the upper shell is the same, but they are somewhat differently arranged. I counted 3 in the centre of the disc, and 5 hexagonal on each side. The margins contain 24, all quadrangular and much curved. The upper shell is of a black colour inclining to green. The feet and claws are like those of the arrau. The whole animal is of an olive green, but it has 2 spots of red mixed with yellow on the top of its head. The throat is also yellow, and furnished with a prickly appendage. The terracays do not assemble in numerous societies, like the arraus, to lay their eggs in common, and deposit them upon the same shore. The eggs of the terraque have an agreeable taste, and are much sought after by the inhabitants of Spanish Guiana. They are found in the upper Orinoco, as well as below the cataracts, and even in the Apure, the Uritucu, the Guarico, and the small rivers that traverse the llanos of Caracas. The form of the feet and head, the appendages of the chin and throat, and the position of the anus seem to indicate that the arrau, and probably the takay also, belong to a new subdivision of the tortoises that may be separated from the emides. The period at which the large arrau tortoise lays its eggs coincides with the period of the lowest waters. The Orinoco beginning to increase from the vernal equinox, the lowest flats are found uncovered from the end of January till the 20th or 25th of March. The arrau tortoises collect in troops in the month of January, then issue from the water and warm themselves in the sun, reposing on the sands. The Indians believe that great heat is indispensable to the health of the animal, and that its exposure to the sun favours the laying of the eggs. The arraus are found on the beach a great part of the day during the whole month of February. At the beginning of March the straggling troops assemble, and swim towards the small number of islands on which they habitually deposit their eggs. It is probable that the same tortoise returns every year to the same locality. At this period, a few days before they lay their eggs, thousands of these animals may be seen ranged in long files on the borders of the islands of Cucuruparu, Uruana, and Pararuma, stretching out their necks and holding their heads above the water to see whether they have anything to dread. The Indians, who are anxious that the bands when assembled should not separate, that the tortoises should not disperse, and that the laying of the eggs should be performed tranquilly, place sentinels at certain distances along the shore. The people who pass in boats are told to keep in the middle of the river, and not frighten the tortoises by cries. The laying of the eggs takes place always during the night, and it begins soon after sunset. With its hind feet, which are very long and furnished with crooked claws, the animal digs a hole of 3 feet in diameter and 2 in depth. These tortoises feel so pressing a desire to lay their eggs, that some of them descend into holes that have been dug by others, but which are not yet covered with earth. There they deposit a new layer of eggs on that which has been recently laid. In this tumultuous movement an immense number of eggs are broken. The missionary showed us, by removing the sand in several places, that this loss probably amounts to 1/5 of the whole quantity. The yolk of the broken eggs contributes, in drying, to cement the sand, and we found very large concretions of grains of quartz and broken shells. The number of animals working on the beach during the night is so considerable, that day surprises many of them before the laying of their eggs is terminated. They are then urged on by the double necessity of depositing their eggs, and closing the holes they have dug, that they may not be perceived by the jaguars. The tortoises that thus remain too late are insensible to their own danger. They work in the presence of the Indians, who visit the beach at a very early hour, and who call them mad tortoises. Notwithstanding the rapidity of their movements, they are then easily caught with the hand. The 3 encampments formed by the Indians, in the places indicated above, begin about the end of March or commencement of April. The gathering of the eggs is conducted in a uniform manner, and with that regularity which characterizes all monastic institutions. Before the arrival of the missionaries on the banks of the river, the Indians profited much less from a production which nature has supplied in such abundance. Each tribe searched the beach in its own way, and an immense number of eggs were uselessly broken, because they were not dug up with precaution, and more eggs were uncovered than could be carried away. It was like a mine worked by unskilful hands. The Jesuits have the merit of having reduced this operation to regularity, and though the Franciscan monks, who succeeded the Jesuits in the missions of the Orinoco, boast of having followed the example of their predecessors, they unhappily do not effect all that prudence requires. The Jesuits did not suffer the whole beach to be searched. They left a part untouched, from the fear of seeing the breed of tortoises, if not destroyed, at least considerably diminished. The whole beach is now dug up without reserve, and accordingly it seems to be perceived that the gathering is less productive from year to year. When the camp is formed, The missionary of Uruana names his lieutenant or commissary, who divides the ground where the eggs are found into different portions, according to the number of Indian tribes who take part in the gathering. They are all Indians of the missions, as naked and rude as the Indians of the woods, though they are called reducitos and neophytos, because they go to church at the sound of the bell, and have learned to kneel down during the consecration of the host. The lieutenant, comisionado del padre, begins his operations by sounding. He examines by means of a long wooden pole or a cane of bamboo how far the stratum of eggs extends. This stratum, according to our measurements, extended to the distance of 120 feet from the shore. Its average depth is 3 feet. The comisionado places marks to indicate the point where each tribe should stop in its labours. We were surprised to hear this harvest of eggs estimated like the produce of a well-cultivated field. An area accurately measured of 120 feet long and 30 feet wide has been known to yield 100 jars of oil, valued at about 40 pounds sterling. The Indians remove the earth with their hands. They place the eggs they have collected in small baskets, carry them to their encampment, and throw them into long troughs of wood filled with water. In these troughs, the eggs, broken and stirred with shovels, remain exposed to the sun till the oily part, which swims on the surface, has time to inspissate. As fast as this collects on the surface of the water, it is taken off and boiled over a quick fire. This animal oil, called tortoise butter, manteca de tortugas. Note: the Tamanac Indians give it the name of carapa, the Maypures call it timi. End of note. Keeps the better, it is said, in proportion as it has undergone a strong ebullition. When well prepared, it is limpid, inodorous, and scarcely yellow. The missionaries compare it to the best olive oil, and it is used not merely for burning in lamps, but for cooking. It is not easy, however, to procure oil of turtles' eggs quite pure. It is generally a putrid smell, owing to the mixture of eggs in which the young are already formed. I acquired some general statistical notions on the spot, by consulting the missionary of Uruana, his lieutenant, and the traders of Angostura. The shore of Uruana furnishes 1,000 botijas, or jars, of oil annually. The price of each jar at Angostura varies from 2 piastres to 2.5. We may admit that the total produce of the 3 shores where the cosecha or gathering of eggs is annually made is 5,000 botijas. Now, as 200 eggs yield oil enough to fill a bottle limeta, it requires 5,000 eggs for a jar or botija of oil. Estimating at 100 or 116 the number of eggs that one tortoise produces, and reckoning that 1/3 of these is broken at the time of laying, particularly by the mad tortoises, we may presume that, to obtain annually 5,000 jars of oil, 330,000 arrau tortoises, the weight of which amounts to 165,000 quintals, must lay 33 millions of eggs on the 3 shores where this harvest is gathered. The results of these calculations are much below the truth. Many tortoises lay only 60 or 70 eggs, and a great number of these animals are devoured by jaguars at the moment they emerge from the water. The Indians bring away a great number of eggs to eat them dried in the sun, and they break a considerable number through carelessness during the gathering. The number of eggs that are hatched before the people can dig them up is so prodigious, that near the encampment of Uruana I saw the whole shore of the Orinoco swarming with little tortoises 1 inch in diameter, escaping with difficulty from the pursuit of the Indian children. If to these considerations be added that all the arraus do not assemble on the 3 shores of the encampments, and that there are many which lay their eggs in solitude, and some weeks later, between the mouth of the Orinoco and the confluence of the Apure, we must admit that the number of turtles which annually deposit their eggs on the banks of the lower Orinoco is near 1,000,000. Note: the arraus, which lay their eggs before the beginning of March; for, in the same species, the more or less frequent basking in the sun, the food, and the peculiar organization of each individual occasion differences, come out of the water with the decays, which lay in January and February. Father Gumilla believes them to be arraus that were not able to lay their eggs the preceding year. It is difficult to find the eggs of the terraces, because these animals, far from collecting in thousands on the same beach, deposit their eggs as they are scattered about. This number is very great for so large an animal. In general, large animals multiply less considerably than the smaller ones. The labour of collecting the eggs and preparing the oil occupies 3 weeks. It is at this period only that the missionaries have any communication with the coast and the civilized neighbouring countries. The Franciscan monks who live south of the cataracts come to the harvest of eggs less to procure oil than to see, as they say, white faces, and to learn whether the king inhabits Escurial or San Ildefonso, whether convents are still suppressed in France, and above all whether the Turks continue to keep quiet. On these subjects, the only ones interesting to a monk of the Orinoco, the small traders of Angostura, who visit the encampments, can give unfortunately no very exact information. But in these distant countries no doubt is ever entertained of the news brought by a white man from the capital. The profit of the traders in oil amounts to 70 or 80%, for the Indians sell it them at the price of a piastre a jar or botija, and the expense of carriage is not more than 2/5 of a piastre per jar. The Indians bring away also a considerable quantity of eggs dried in the sun, or slightly boiled. Our rowers had baskets or little bags of cotton cloth filled with these eggs. Their taste is not disagreeable when well preserved. We were shown large shells of turtles, which had been destroyed by the jaguars. These animals follow the arraus toward the places on the beach where the eggs are laid. They surprise the arraus on the sand, and, in order to devour them at their ease, turn them in such a manner that the under shell is uppermost. In this situation the turtles cannot rise, and as the jaguar turns many more than he can eat in one night, the Indians often avail themselves of his cunning and avidity. When we reflect on the difficulty experienced by the naturalist in getting out the body of the turtle without separating the upper and under shells, we cannot sufficiently wonder at the suppleness of the tiger's paw, which is able to remove the double armour of the arrau, as if the adhering parts of the muscles had been cut by a surgical instrument. The jaguar pursues the turtle into the water when it is not very deep. It even digs up the eggs, and, together with the crocodile, the heron, and the gallinazo vulture, is the most cruel enemy of the little turtles recently hatched. The island of Pararuma had been so much infested with crocodiles the preceding year, during the egg harvest, that the Indians in one night caught 18 of 12 or 15 feet long, by means of curved pieces of iron baited with the flesh of the manatee. Besides the beasts of the forests we have just named, the wild Indians also very much diminish the quantity of the oil. Warned by the first slight rains, which they call turtle rains, peje canapore, note, in the Tamanac language for peje, a tortoise, and canepo, rain, end of note, they hasten to the banks of the Orinoco, and kill the turtles with poisoned arrows, whilst, with upraised heads and paws extended, the animals are warming themselves in the sun. Though the little turtles, tortuguillos, may have burst the shells of their eggs during the day, they are never seen to come out of the ground but at night. The Indians assert that the young animal fears the heat of the sun. They tried also to show us that when the tortuguillo is carried in a bag to a distance from the shore, and placed in such a manner that its tail is turned to the river, it takes without hesitation the shortest way to the water. I confess that this experiment, of which Father Gomilla speaks, does not always succeed equally well, yet in general it does appear that at great distances from the shore, and even in an island, these little animals feel with extreme delicacy in what direction the most humid air prevails. Reflecting on the almost uninterrupted layer of eggs that extends along the beach, and on the thousands of little turtles that seek the water as soon as they are hatched, it is difficult to admit that the many turtles which have made their nests in the same spot can distinguish their own young, and lead them, like the crocodiles, to the lakes in the vicinity of the Orinoco. It is certain, however, that the animal passes the first years of its life in pools where the water is shallow, and does not return to the bed of the great river till it is fully grown. And how did the tortuguillos find these pools? Are they led thither by female turtles which adopt the young as by chance? The crocodiles, less numerous, deposit their eggs in separate holes, and in this family of saurians the female returns about the time when the incubation is terminated, calls her young which answer to her voice, and often assists them to get out of the ground. The arrau tortoise, no doubt like the crocodile, knows the spot where she has made her nest, but, not daring to return to the beach on which the Indians have formed their encampment, how can she distinguish her own young from those which do not belong to her? On the other hand, the Ottomac Indians declare that, at the period of inundation, they have met with female turtles, followed by a great number of young ones. These were perhaps arraus whose eggs had been deposited on a desert beach to which they could return. Males are extremely rare among these animals. Scarcely is one male found among several hundred females. The cause of this disparity cannot be the same as with the crocodiles, which fight in the coupling season. End of chapter 2.19, part 2. Chapter 2.19, part 3 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, Part 3. Our pilot had anchored at the Playa de Huevos to purchase some provisions, our store having begun to run short. We found there fresh meat, Angostura rice, and even biscuit made of wheat flour. Our Indians filled the boat with little live turtles, and eggs dried in the sun for their own use. Having taken leave of the missionary of Uruana, who had treated us with great kindness, we set sail about 4 in the afternoon. The wind was fresh and blew in squalls. Since we had entered the mountainous part of the country, we had discovered that our canoe carried sail very badly, but the master was desirous of showing the Indians who were assembled on the beach that, by going close to the wind, he could reach, at one single tack, the middle of the river. At the very moment when he was boasting of his dexterity and the boldness of his manoeuvre, the force of the wind upon the sail became so great that we were on the point of going down. One side of the boat was under water, which rushed in with such violence that it was soon up to our knees. It washed over a little table at which I was writing at the stern of the boat. I had some difficulty to save my journal, and in an instant we saw our books, papers, and dried plants all afloat. Monsieur Bonpland was lying asleep in the middle of the canoe. Awakened by the entrance of the water and the cries of the Indians, he understood the danger of our situation, whilst he maintained that coolness which he always displayed in the most difficult circumstances. The lee side righting itself from time to time during the squall, he did not consider the boat as lost. He thought that, were we even forced to abandon it, we might save ourselves by swimming, since there was no crocodile in sight. Amidst this uncertainty, the cordage of the sail suddenly gave way. The same gust of wind that had thrown us on our beam served also to right us. We laboured to bail the water out of the boat with calabashes. The sail was again set, and in less than half an hour we were in a state to proceed. The wind now abated a little. Squalls, alternating with dead calms, are common in that part of the Orinoco which is bordered by mountains. They are very dangerous for boats deeply laden and without decks. We had escaped as if by miracle. To the reproaches that were heaped on our pilot for having kept too near the wind, he replied, with the phlegmatic coolness peculiar to the Indians, observing, quote, that the whites would find sun enough on those banks to dry their papers. End quote. We lost only one book, the first volume of the Genera Plantarum of Schreber, which had fallen overboard. At nightfall we landed on a barren island in the middle of the river, near the mission of Uruana. We supped in a clear moonlight, seating ourselves on some large turtle shells that were found scattered about the beach. What satisfaction we felt on finding ourselves thus comfortably landed! We figured to ourselves the situation of a man who had been saved alone from shipwreck, wandering on these desert shores, meeting at every step with other rivers which fall into the Orinoco, and which it is dangerous to pass by swimming, on account of the multitude of crocodiles and caribe fishes. We pictured to ourselves such a man, alive to the most tender affections of the soul, ignorant of the fate of his companions, and thinking more of them than of himself. If we love to indulge such melancholy meditations, it is because, when just escaped from danger, we seem to feel, as it were, the necessity of strong emotions. Our minds were full of what we had just witnessed. There are periods in life when, without being discouraged, the future appears more uncertain. It was only 3 days since we had entered the Orinoco, and there yet remained 3 months for us to navigate rivers encumbered with rocks, and in boats smaller than that in which we had so nearly perished. The night was intensely hot. We lay upon skins spread on the ground, there being no trees to which we could fasten our hammocks. The torments of the mosquitoes increased every day, and we were surprised to find that on this spot our fires did not prevent the approach of the jaguars. They swam across the arm of the river that separated us from the mainland. Towards morning we heard their cries very near. They had come to the island where we passed the night. The Indians told us that, during the collecting of the turtles' eggs, tigers are always more frequent in those regions, and display at that period the greatest intrepidity. On the following day, the 7th, we passed on our right the mouth of the great Rio Arauca, celebrated for the immense number of birds that frequent it, and on our left the mission of Uruana, commonly called La Concepcion de Urbana. This small village, which contains 500 souls, was founded by the Jesuits about the year 1748, by the union of the Otomac and Caveri Indians. It lies at the foot of a mountain composed of detached blocks of granite, which, I believe, bears the name of Saraguaca. Masses of rock, separated one from the other by the effect of decomposition, form caverns, in which we find indubitable proofs of the ancient civilization of the natives. Hieroglyphic figures and even caricatures in regular lines are seen sculptured on their sides, though I doubt whether they bear any analogy to alphabetic writing. We visited the mission of Uruana on our return from the Rio Negro, and saw with our eyes those heaps of earth which the Otomacs eat, and which have become the subject of such lively discussion in Europe. Note. This earth is a greasy kind of clay, which, in seasons of scarcity, the natives use to assuage the cravings of hunger, it having been proved by their experience, as well as by physiological researches, that want of food can be more easily borne by filling the cavity of the stomach with some substance, even though it may be in itself very nearly or totally innutritious. The Indian hunters of North America, for the same purpose, tie boards tightly across the abdomen, and most savage races are found to have recourse to expedients that answer the same end. End of note. On measuring the breadth of the Orinoco, between the islands called Isla de Uruana and Isla de la Manteca, we found, during the high waters, 2,674 toises, which make it nearly 4 nautical miles. This is 8 times the breadth of the Nile at Manfalut and Ceuta, yet we were at the distance of 194 leagues from the mouth of the Orinoco. The temperature of the water at its surface was 27.8 degrees of the centigrade thermometer near Uruana. That of the river Zaire, or Congo, in Africa, at an equal distance from the equator, was found by Captain Tuckey in the months of July and August to be only from 23.9 to 25.6 degrees. The western bank of the Orinoco remains low farther than the mouth of the Meta, while from the mission of Uruana the mountains approach the eastern bank more and more. As the strength of the current increases in proportion as the river grows narrower, the progress of our boat became much slower. We continued to ascend the Orinoco under sail, but the high and woody grounds deprived us of the wind. At other times, the narrow passes between the mountains by which we sailed sent us violent gusts, but of short duration. The number of crocodiles increased below the junction of the Rio Arauca, particularly opposite the great lake of Capanaparo, which communicates with the Orinoco, as the Laguna de Cabularito communicates at the same time with the Orinoco and the Rio Arauca. The Indians told us that the crocodiles came from the inlands, where they had been buried in the dried mud of the savannas. As soon as the first showers aroused them from their lethargy, they cloud together in troops, and hasten toward the river, there to disperse again. Here in the equinoctial zone, it is the increase of humidity that recalls them to life, while in Georgia and Florida, in the temperate zone, it is the augmentation of heat that rouses these animals from a state of nervous and muscular debility, during which the active powers of respiration are suspended or singularly diminished. The season of great drought, improperly called the summer of the torrid zone, corresponds with the winter of the temperate zone, and it is a curious physiological phenomenon to observe the alligators of North America plunged into a winter sleep by excess of cold, at the same period when the crocodiles of the Llanos begin their siesta or summer sleep. If it were probable that these animals of the same family had heretofore inhabited the same northern country, we might suppose that, in advancing toward the equator, they feel the want of repose after having exercised their muscles for 7 or 8 months, and that they retain under a new sky the habits which appear to be essentially linked with their organization. Having passed the mouths of the channels communicating with the lake of Capanaparo, we entered a part of the Orinoco where the bed of the river is narrowed by the mountains of Baraguan. It is a kind of strait, reaching nearly to the confluence of the Rio Sapure. From these granite mountains the natives heretofore gave the name of Baraguan to that part of the Orinoco comprised between the mouths of the Arauca and the Atabapo. Among savage nations, great rivers bear different denominations in the different portions of their course. The passage of Baraguan presents a picturesque scene. The granite rocks are perpendicular. They form a range of mountains lying northwest and southeast, and the river cutting this dike nearly at a right angle, the summits of the mountains appear like separate peaks. Their elevation in general does not surpass 120 toises, but their situation in the midst of a small plain, their steep declivities, and their flanks destitute of vegetation, give them a majestic character. They are composed of enormous masses of granite, of a parallelopipedal figure, but rounded at the edges, and heaped one upon another. The blocks are often 80 feet long and 20 or 30 broad. They would seem to have been piled up by some external force, if the proximity of a rock identical in its composition, not separated into blocks, but filled with veins, did not prove but that the parallelopipedal form is owing solely to the action of the atmosphere. These veins, 2 or 3 inches thick, are distinguished by a fine-grained quartz granite crossing a quartz-grained granite almost porphyritic, and abounding in fine crystals of red feldspar. I sought in vain in the Cordillera of Baraguan for hornblende, and those steatitic masses that characterize several granites in the higher Alps of Switzerland. We landed in the middle of the Strait of Baraguan to measure its breadth. The rocks project so much towards the river that I measured with difficulty a base of 80 toises. I found the river 889 toises broad. In order to conceive how this passage bears the name of a strait, we must recollect that the breadth of the river from Uruana to the junction of the Meta is in general from 1,500 to 2,500 toises. In this place, which is extremely hot and barren, I measured 2 granite summits, much rounded. One was only 110, and the other 85 toises. There are higher summits in the interior of the group, but in general these mountains, of so wild an aspect, have not the elevation that is assigned to them by the missionaries. We looked in vain for plants in the clefts of the rocks, which are as steep as walls, and furnish some traces of stratification. We found only an old truck of Oblytia, Oblytia tiberba, with large apple-shaped fruit, and a new species of the family of Abyssinae, Alamanda salicifolia, All the stones were covered with an innumerable quantity of iguanas and geckos, with spreading and membranous fingers. These lizards, motionless, with heads raised, and mouths open, seemed to suck in the heated air. The thermometer placed against the rock rose to 50.2 degrees. The soil appeared to undulate from the effect of mirage, without a breath of wind being felt. The sun was near the zenith, and its dazzling light, reflected from the surface of the river, contrasted with the reddish vapours that enveloped every surrounding object. How vivid is the impression produced by the calm of nature at noon in these burning climates! The beasts of the forest retire to the thickets. The birds hide themselves beneath the foliage of the trees, or in the crevices of the rocks. Yet, amidst this apparent silence, When we lend an attentive ear to the most feeble sounds transmitted through the air, we hear a dull vibration, a continual murmur, a hum of insects, filling, if we may use the expression, all the lower strata of the air. Nothing is better fitted to make man feel the extent and power of organic life. Myriads of insects creep upon the soil and flutter round the plants parched by the heat of the sun. A confused noise issues from every bush, from the decayed trunks of trees, from the clefts of the rocks, and from the ground undermined by lizards, millipedes, and cecilias. These are so many voices proclaiming to us that all nature breathes, and that, under 1,000 different life forms, life is diffused throughout the cracked and dusty soil, as well as in the bosom of the waters, and in the air that circulates around us. The sensations which I here recall to mind are not unknown to those who, without having advanced to the equator, have visited Italy, Spain, or Egypt. That contrast of motion and silence, that aspect of nature at once calm and animated, strikes the imagination of the traveller when he enters the basin of the Mediterranean, within the zone of olives, dwarf palms, and date trees. We passed the night on the eastern bank of the Orinoco, at the foot of a granitic hill. Near this desert spot was formerly seated the mission of San Regis. We could have wished to find a spring in the Baraguan, for the water of the river had a smell of musk, and a sweetish taste extremely disagreeable. In the Orinoco, as well as in the Apure, we are struck with the difference observable in the various parts of the river near the most barren shore. The water is sometimes very drinkable, and sometimes seems to be loaded with a slimy matter. "It is the bark," meaning the coriaceous covering, "of the petrified cayman that is the cause," say the natives. "The more aged the cayman, the more bitter is his bark." I have no doubt that the carcasses of these large reptiles, those of the manatees, which weigh 500 pounds, and the presence of the porpoises, toninas, with their mucilaginous skin, may contaminate the water, especially in the creeks, where the river has little velocity. Yet the spots where we found the most fetid water were not always those where dead animals were accumulated on the beach. When in such burning climates, where we are constantly tormented by thirst, we are reduced to drink the water of a river at the temperature of 27 or 28 degrees, we cannot help wishing at least that water so hot and so loaded with sand should be free from smell. On the 8th of April we passed the mouths of the Suapure or Sivapure and the Caripo on the east, and the outlet of the Sinaruco on the west. This last river is, next to the Rio Arauca, the most considerable between the Apure and the Meta. The Suapure, full of little cascades, is celebrated among the Indians for the quantity of wild honey obtained from the forests in its neighbourhood. The melipones there suspend their enormous hives to the branches of trees. Father Gili, in 1766, made an excursion on the Suapure and on the Turiva, which falls into it. He there found tribes of the nation of Aravarians. We passed the night a little below the island Macapina. Early on the following morning we arrived on the beach of Pararuma, where we found an encampment of Indians similar to that we had seen at the Boca de la Tortuga. They had assembled to search the sands for collecting the turtle eggs and extracting the oil, but they had unfortunately made a mistake of several days. The young turtles had come out of their shells before the Indians had formed their camp, and consequently the crocodiles and the garzes, a species of large white herons, availed themselves of the delay. These animals, alike fond of the flesh of the young turtles, devour an innumerable quantity. They fish during the night, for the tortuguillos do not come out of the earth to gain the neighbouring river till after the evening twilight. The zamuro vultures are too indolent to hunt after sunset. They stalk along the shores in the daytime, and alight in the midst of the Indian encampment to steal provisions. But they often find no other means of satisfying their voracity than by attacking young crocodiles of 7 or 8 inches long, either on land or in water of little depth. It is curious to see the address with which these little animals defend themselves for a time against the vultures. As soon as they perceive the enemy, they raise themselves on their forepaws, bend their backs, and lift up their heads, opening their wide jaws. They turn continually, though slowly, toward their assailant to show him their teeth, which, even when the animal has but recently issued from the egg, are very long and sharp. Often while the attention of a young crocodile is wholly engaged by one of the zamuros, another seizes the favourable opportunity for an unforeseen attack. He pounces on the crocodile, grasps him by the neck, and bears him off to the higher regions of the air. We had an opportunity of observing this manoeuvre during several mornings at Montpeix, on the banks of the Magdalena, where we had collected more than 40 very young crocodiles in a spacious court surrounded by a wall. We found among the Indians assembled at Pararuma some white men, who had come from Angostura to purchase the tortoise butter. After having wearied us for a long time with their complaints of the bad harvest, and the mischief done by the tigers among the turtles at the time of laying their eggs, they conducted us beneath an ajupa that rose in the centre of the Indian camp. We here found the missionary monks of Carichana and the cataracts seated on the ground, playing at cards, and smoking tobacco in long pipes. Their ample blue garments, their shaven heads, and their long beards might have led us to mistake them for natives of the East. These poor priests received us in the kindest manner, giving us every information necessary for the continuation of our voyage. They had suffered from tertian fever for some months, and their pale and emaciated aspect easily convinced us that the countries we were about to visit were not without danger to the health of travellers. The Indian pilot, who had brought us from San Fernando de Apure as far as the shore of Pararuma, was unacquainted with the passage of the rapids, little cascades, chorros raudalitos, of the Orinoco, and would not undertake to conduct our bark any farther. We were obliged to conform to his will. Happily for us, the missionary of Carichana consented to sell us a fine canoe at a very moderate price; and Father Bernardo Zea, missionary of the Atures and Maypures near the Great Cataracts, offered, though still unwell, to accompany us as far as the frontiers of Brazil. The number of natives who can assist in guiding boats through the raudales is so inconsiderable that, but for the presence of the monk, we should have risked spending whole weeks in these humid and unhealthy regions. On the banks of the Orinoco, the forests of the Rio Negro are considered as delicious spots. The air is indeed cooler and more healthful. The river is free from crocodiles. One may bathe without apprehension, and by night as well as by day there is less torment from the sting of insects than on the Orinoco. Father Zea hoped to re-establish his health by visiting the missions of Rio Negro. He talked of those places with that enthusiasm which is felt in all the colonies of South America for everything far off. End of chapter 2.19, part 3. Chapter 2.19, part 4, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, part 4. The assemblage of Indians at Pararuma again excited in us that interest which everywhere attaches man in a cultivated state to the study of man in a savage condition, and the successive development of his intellectual faculties. How difficult to recognize in this infancy of society, in this assemblage of dull, silent, inanimate Indians, the primitive character of our species! Human nature does not here manifest those features of artless simplicity of which poets in every language have drawn such enchanting pictures. The savage of the Orinoco appeared to us to be as hideous as the savage of the Mississippi, described by that philosophical traveller Vaughan, who knew so well how to paint men in different climates. We are eager to persuade ourselves that these natives, crouching before the fire or seated on large turtle shells, their bodies covered with earth and grease, their eyes stupidly fixed for whole hours on the beverage they are preparing, far from being the primitive type of our species, are a degenerate race, the feeble remains of nations who, after having been long dispersed into the forests, are replunged into barbarism. Red paint being in some sort the only clothing of the Indians, two kinds may be distinguished among them, according as they are more or less affluent. The common decoration of the Caribs, the Ottomacs, and Jaruros is onoto, note, properly anoto. This word belongs to the Tamanac Indians. The Maypures call it mahepa. The Spanish missionaries say onotarse, to rub the skin with anato. End of note. Called by the Spaniards ajote, and by the planters of Cayenne roku. It is the colouring matter extracted from the pulp of the Bixa orellana. Note. The word Bixa, adopted by botanists, is derived from the ancient language of Haiti, the island of Saint Domingo. Roku, the term commonly used by the French, is derived from the Brazilian word urucu. End of note. The Indian women prepare the anato by throwing the seeds of the plant into a tub filled with water. They beat this water for an hour, and then leave it to deposit the colouring fecula, which is of an intense brick red. After having separated the water, they take out the fecula, dry it between their hands, knead it with oil of turtles' eggs, and form it into round cakes of 3 or 4 ounces weight. When turtle oil is wanting, some tribes mix with the anato the fat of the crocodile. Another pigment, much more valuable, is extracted from a plant of the family of the Bignonia, which M. BONPLAND has made known by the name of Bignonia chica. It climbs up and clings to the tallest trees by the aid of tendrils. Its bilabiate flowers are an inch long, of a fine violet colour, and disposed by 2s or 3s. The bipinnate leaves become reddish in drying. The fruit is a pod, filled with winged seeds, and is 2 feet long. This plant grows spontaneously, and in great abundance near Maypures, and in going up the Orinoco, beyond the mouth of the Guaviare, from Santa Barbara to the lofty mountain of Duida, particularly near Esmeralda. We also found it on the banks of the Cassiquiare. The red pigment of chica is not obtained from the fruit like the onoto, but from the leaves macerated in water. The colouring matter separates in the form of a light powder. It is collected, without being mixed with turtle oil, into little lumps of 8 or 9 inches long, and from 2 to 3 high, rounded at the edges. These lumps, when heated, emit an agreeable smell of benzoin. When the chica is subjected to distillation, it yields no sensible traces of ammonia. It is not, like indigo, a substance combined with azote. It dissolves slightly in sulphuric and muriatic acids, and even in alkalis. Ground with oil, the chica furnishes a red colour that has a tint of lake. Applied to wool, it can be confounded with madder red. There is no doubt but that the chica, unknown in Europe before our travels, may be employed usefully in the arts. The nations on the Orinoco, by whom this pigment is prepared, are the Salivas, the Guipunaves, note, or Guaypunaves. They call themselves Uipunavi, end of note, the Caveres, and the Piraroas. The processes of infusion and maceration are in general very common among all the nations on the Orinoco. Thus the Maypures carry on a trade of barter with the little loaves of puruma, which is a vegetable fecula, dried in the manner of indigo, and yielding a very permanent yellow colour. The chemistry of the savage is reduced to the preparation of pigments, that of poisons, and the dulcification of the amylaceous roots, which the aroides and the euphorbiaceous plants afford. Most of the missionaries of the upper and lower Orinoco permit the Indians of their missions to paint their skins. It is painful to add that some of them speculate on this barbarous practice of the natives. In their huts, pompously called conventos, note, in the missions, the priest's house bears the name of the convent, end of note. I have often seen stores of chica, which they sold as high as 4 francs the cake. To form a just idea of the extravagance of the decoration of these naked Indians, I must observe that a man of large stature gains with difficulty enough by the labour of a fortnight to procure in exchange the chica necessary to paint himself red. Thus, as we say in temperate climates of a poor man, quote, he has not enough to clothe himself, end quote. You hear the Indians of the Orinoco say, quote, that man is so poor that he has not enough to paint half his body, end quote. The little trade in chica is carried on chiefly with the tribes of the lower Orinoco, whose country does not produce the plant which furnishes this much valued substance. The Caribs and the Ottomacs paint only the head and the hair with chica, but the Salivas possess this pigment in sufficient abundance to cover their whole bodies. When the missionaries send on their own account small cargoes of cacao, tobacco, and chiqui, ropes made with the petioles of a palm tree with pinnate leaves, from the Rio Negro to Angostura, they always add some cakes of chica, as being articles of merchandise in great request. The custom of painting is not equally ancient among all the tribes of the Orinoco. It has increased since the time when the powerful nation of the Caribs made frequent incursions into those countries. The victors and the vanquished were alike naked, and to please the conqueror it was necessary to paint like him, and to assume his colour. The influence of the Caribs has now ceased, and they remain circumscribed between the rivers Caroni, Cuyuni, and Paraguamuzi, but the Caribbean fashion of painting the whole body is still preserved. The custom has survived the conquest. Does the use of the anato and chica derive its origin from the desire of pleasing and the taste for ornament, so common among the most savage nations? Or must we suppose it to be founded on the observation that these colouring and oily matters with which the skin is plastered preserve it from the sting of the mosquitoes? I have often heard this question discussed in Europe, but in the missions of the Orinoco, and wherever within the tropics the air is filled with venomous insects, the inquiry would appear absurd. The Carib and the Salive, who are painted red, are not less cruelly tormented by the mosquitoes and the zancudos than the Indians whose bodies are plastered with no colour. The sting of the insect causes no swelling in either, and scarcely ever produces those little pustules which occasion such smarting and itching to Europeans recently arrived. But the native and the white suffer equally from the sting till the insect has withdrawn its sucker from the skin. After 1,000 useless essays, M. Bonpland and myself tried the expedient of rubbing our hands and arms with the fat of the crocodile and the oil of turtle eggs, but we never felt the least relief, and were stung as before. I know that the Laplanders boast of oil and fat as the most powerful preservatives, but the insects of Scandinavia are not of the same species as those of the Orinoco. The smoke of tobacco drives away our gnats, while it is employed in vain against the zancudos. If the application of fat and astringent substances preserved the inhabitants of these countries from the torment of insects, as Father Gumilla alleges, why has not the custom of painting the skin become general on these shores? Note. The pulp of the anato and even the chica are astringent and slightly purgative. End of note. Why do so many naked natives paint only the face, though living in the neighbourhood of those who paint the whole body? Note. The Caribs, the Salivas, the Tamanacs, and the Maypures. End of note. We are struck with the observation that the Indians of the Orinoco, like the natives of North America, prefer the substances that yield a red colour to every other. Is this predilection founded on the facility with which the savage procures ochreous earths, or the colouring felucca of anato and of chica? I doubt this very much. Indigo grows wild in a great part of equinoctial America. This plant, like so many other leguminous plants, would have furnished the natives abundantly with pigments to colour themselves blue like the ancient Britons. Note. The half-clad nations of the temperate zone often paint their skin of the same colour as that with which their clothes are dyed. End of note. Yet we see no American tribe painted with indigo. It appears to me probable, as I have already hinted above, that the preference given by the Americans to the red colour is generally founded on the tendency which nations feel to attribute the idea of beauty to whatever characterizes their national physiognomy. Men whose skin is naturally of a brownish red love a red colour. If they be born with a forehead little raised and the head flat, they endeavour to depress the foreheads of their children. If they be distinguished from other nations by a thin beard, they try to eradicate the few hairs that nature has given them. They think themselves embellished in proportion as they heighten the characteristic marks of their race, or of their national conformation. We were surprised to see that in the camp of Pararuma, the women far advanced in years were more occupied with their ornaments than the youngest women. We saw an Indian female of the nation of the Ottomacs, employing 2 of her daughters in the operation of rubbing her hair with the oil of turtles' eggs, and painting her back with anato and caruto. The ornament consisted of a sort of lattice work formed of black lines crossing each other on a red ground. Each little square had a black dot in the centre. It was a work of incredible patience. We returned from a very long herborization, and the painting was not half finished. This research of ornament seems the more singular when we reflect that the figures and marks are not produced by the process of tattooing, but that paintings executed with so much care are effaced if the Indian exposes himself imprudently to a heavy shower. Note: the black and caustic pigment of the caruta, Genipa americana, however, resists a long time the action of water, as we found with regret, having one day in sport with the Indians, caused our faces to be marked with spots and strokes of caruto. When we returned to Angostura in the midst of Europeans, these marks were still visible. End of note. There are some nations who paint only to celebrate festivals. Others are covered with colour during the whole year, and the latter consider the use of anato as so indispensable that both men and women would perhaps be less ashamed to present themselves without a guayaco than destitute of paint. Note: a word of the Caribbean language. The perizoma of the Indians of the Orinoco is rather a band than an apron. End of note. These guayucos of the Orinoco are partly bark of trees and partly cotton cloth. Those of the men are broader than those worn by the women, who the missionaries say have in general a less lively feeling of modesty. A similar observation was made by Christopher Columbus. May we not attribute this indifference, this want of delicacy in women belonging to nations of which the manners are not much depraved, to that rude state of slavery to which the sex is reduced in South America by male injustice and tyranny? When we speak in Europe of a native of Guyana, we figure to ourselves a man whose head and waist are decorated with the fine feathers of the macaw, the toucan, and the hummingbird. Our painters and sculptors have long since regarded these ornaments as the characteristic marks of an American. We were surprised at not finding in the Chayma missions, in the encampments of the Uruana and of Pararuma, I might almost say on all the shores of the Orinoco and the Cassiquiare, those fine plumes, those feathered aprons, which are so often brought by travellers from Cayenne and Demerara. These tribes, for the most part, even those whose intellectual faculties are the most expanded, who cultivate alimentary plants, and know how to weave cotton, are altogether as naked, as poor, and as destitute of ornaments as the natives of New Holland. Note, for instance, the Macos and the Piraroas. The Caribs must be excepted, whose perizoma is a cotton cloth so broad that it might cover the shoulders. End of note. The excessive heat of the air, the profuse perspiration in which the body is bathed at every hour of the day and a great part of the night, render the use of clothes insupportable. Their objects of ornament, and particularly their plumes of feathers, are reserved for dances and solemn festivals. The plumes worn by the Guipunaves are the most celebrated, being composed of the fine feathers of manakins and parrots. Note: these came originally from the banks of the Inirida, one of the rivers that fall into the Guaviare. End of note. The Indians are not always satisfied with one colour uniformly spread. They sometimes imitate, in the most whimsical manner, in painting their skin, the form of European garments. We saw some at Pararumo who were painted with blue jackets and black buttons. The missionaries related to us that the Guaynaves of the Rio Caura are accustomed to stain themselves red with anato, and to make broad transverse strips on the body, on which they stick spangles of silvery mica. Seen at a distance, these naked men appeared to be dressed in laced clothes. If painted nations had been examined with the same attention as those who are clothed, it would have been perceived that the most fertile imagination and the most mutable caprice have created the fashions of painting as well as those of garments. Painting and tattooing are not restrained, in either the New or the Old World, to one race or one zone only. These ornaments are the most common among the Malays and the American races, but in the time of the Romans they were also employed by the white race in the north of Europe. As the most picturesque garments and mode of dress are found in the Grecian archipelago and Western Asia, so the type of beauty in painting and tattooing is displayed by the islanders of the Pacific. Some closed nations still paint their hands, their nails, and their faces. It would seem that painting is then confined to those parts of the body that remain uncovered; and while rouge, which recalls to mind the savage state of man, is disappearing by degrees in Europe, in some towns of the province of Peru, the ladies think they embellish their delicate skins by covering them with colouring vegetable matter, starch, white of egg, and flour. After having lived a long time among men painted with anato and chica, we are singularly struck with these remains of ancient barbarism retained amidst all the usages of civilization. The encampment at Pararuma afforded us an opportunity of examining several animals in their natural state, which till then we had seen only in the collections of Europe. These little animals form a branch of commerce for the missionaries. They exchange tobacco, the resin called mani, the pigment of chica, galitos, rock manakins, orange monkeys, capuchin monkeys, and other species of monkeys in great request on the coast, for cloth, nails, hatchets, fish hooks, and pins. The productions of the Orinoco are bought at a low price from the Indians, who live in dependence on the monks, and these same Indians purchase fishing and gardening implements from the monks at a very high price, with the money they have gained at the egg harvest. We ourselves bought several animals, which we kept with us throughout the rest of our passage on the river, and studied their manners. The galitos, or rock manakins, are sold at Pararuma in pretty little cages made of the footstalks of palm leaves. These birds are infinitely more rare on the banks of the Orinoco and in the north and west of Equinoctial America than in French Guiana. They have hitherto been found only near the mission of Encaramada and in the raudales or cataracts of Maypures. I say expressly in the cataracts, because the galitos choose for their habitual dwelling the hollows of the little granitic rocks that cross the Orinoco and form such numerous cascades. We sometimes saw them appear in the morning in the midst of the foam of the river, calling their females, and fighting in the manner of our cocks, folding the double movable crest that decorates the crown of the head. As the Indians very rarely take the full-grown galitos, and those males only are valued in Europe, which from the third year have beautiful saffron-coloured plumage, purchasers should be on their guard not to confound young females with young males. Both the male and female galitos are of an olive brown, but the pollo or young male is distinguished at the earliest age by its size and its yellow feet. After the third year the plumage of the males assumes a beautiful saffron tint, but the female remains always of a dull dusky brown colour, with yellow only on the wing coverts and the tips of the wings. Note, especially the part which ornithologists call the carpus. End of note. To preserve in our collections the fine tint of the plumage of a male and full-grown rock manakin, it must not be exposed to the light. This tint grows pale more easily than in the other genera of the passerine order. The young males, as in most other birds, have the plumage or livery of their mother. I am surprised to see that so skilful a naturalist as Vaughan can doubt whether the females always remain of a dusky olive tint. Note, Oiseaux du Paradis, volume 2, page 61. End of note. The Indians of the raudales all assured me that they had never seen a saffron-coloured female. Among the monkeys brought by the Indians to the fair of Pararuma, we distinguished several varieties of the sai. Note, Siamia capucina, the capuchin monkey. End of note. Belonging to the little groups of creeping monkeys called machi in the Spanish colonies. Marimondes, note, Simia belzebuth, end of note, or ateles, with a red belly, titis, and viuditas. The last two species particularly attracted our attention, and we purchased them to send to Europe. The titi of the Orinoco, Simia sciurea, well known in our collections, is called bitintendi by the Maypure Indians. It is very common on the south of the cataracts. Its face is white, and a little spot of bluish-black covers the mouth and the point of the nose. The titis of the most elegant form, and the most beautiful colour, with hair of a golden yellow, come from the banks of the Cassiquiare. Those that are taken on the shores of the Guaviare are large and difficult to tame. No other monkey has so much the physiognomy of a child as the titi. There is the same expression of innocence, the same playful smile, the same rapidity in the transition from joy to sorrow. Its large eyes are instantly filled with tears when it is seized with fear. It is extremely fond of insects, particularly of spiders. The sagacity of this little animal is so great, that one of those we brought in our boat to Angostura distinguished perfectly the different plates annexed to Cuvier's Tableau Élémentaire d'Histoire Naturelle. The engravings of this work are not coloured, yet the titi advanced rapidly its little hand in the hope of catching a grasshopper or a wasp, every time that we showed it the 11th plate on which these insects are represented. It remained perfectly indifferent when it was shown engravings of skeletons or heads of mammiferous animals. Note. I may observe that I have never heard of an instance in which a picture, representing in the greatest perfection hares or deer of their natural size, has made the least impression even on sporting dogs, the intelligence of which appears the most improved. Is there any authenticated instance of a dog recognizing a full-length picture of his master? In all these cases, the sight is not assisted by the smell. End of note. When several of these little monkeys, shut up in the same cage, are exposed to the rain, and the habitual temperature of the air sinks suddenly 2 or 3 degrees, they twist their tail, which however is not prehensile, round their neck, and intertwine their arms and legs to warm one another. The Indian hunters told us that in the forests they often met groups of 10 or 12 of these animals, whilst others sent forth lamentable cries because they wished to enter amid the group to find warmth and shelter. By shooting arrows dipped in weak poison at one of these groups, a great number of young monkeys are taken alive at once. The titi, in falling, remains clinging to its mother, and if it be not wounded by the fall, it does not quit the shoulder or the neck of the dead animal. Most of those that are found alive in the huts of the Indians have been thus taken from the dead bodies of their mothers. Those that are full grown, when cured of a slight wound, commonly die before they can accustom themselves to a domestic state. The titis are in general delicate and timid little animals. It is very difficult to convey them from the missions of the Orinoco to the coast of Caracas or Cumana. They become melancholy and dejected in proportion as they quit the region of the forests and enter the llanos. This change cannot be attributed to the slight elevation of the temperature. It seems rather to depend on a greater intensity of light, a less degree of humidity, and some chemical property of the air of the coast. The saimiri, or titi of the Orinoco, the atele, the saju, and other quadrumanous animals, long known in Europe, form a striking contrast, both in their gait and habits, with the macuvahu, called by the missionaries viudita, or widow in mourning. The hair of this little animal is soft, glossy, and of a fine black. Its face is covered with a mask of a square form, and a whitish colour tinged with blue. This mask contains the eyes, nose, and mouth. The ears have a rim. They are small, very pretty, and almost bare. The neck of the widow presents in front a white band, an inch broad, and forming a semicircle. The feet, or rather the hinder hands, are black like the rest of the body, but the forepaws are white without, and of a glossy black within. In these marks or white spots, the missionaries think they recognize the veil, the neckerchief, and the gloves of a widow in mourning. The character of this little monkey, which sits up on its hinder extremities only when eating, is but little indicated in its appearance. It has a wild and timid air. It often refuses the food offered to it, even when tormented by a ravenous appetite. It has little inclination for the society of other monkeys. The sight of the smallest saimiri puts it to flight. Its eye denotes great vivacity. We have seen it remain whole hours motionless without sleeping, and attentive to everything that was passing around. But this wildness and timidity are merely apparent. The viudita, when alone and left to itself, becomes furious at the sight of a bird. It then climbs and runs with astonishing rapidity, darts upon its prey like a cat, and kills whatever it can seize. This rare and delicate monkey is found on the right bank of the Orinoco, in the granite mountains which rise behind the mission of Santa Barbara. It inhabits also the banks of the Guaviare, near San Fernando de Atabapo. The viudita accompanied us on our whole voyage on the Cassiquiare and the Rio Negro, passing the cataracts twice. In studying the manners of animals, it is a great advantage to observe them during several months in the open air, and not in houses, where they lose all their natural vivacity. The new canoe intended for us was, like all Indian boats, a trunk of a tree hollowed out partly by the hatchet and partly by fire. It was 40 feet long and 3 broad. 3 persons could not sit in it side by side. These canoes are so crank, and they require from their instability a cargo so equally distributed, that when you want to rise for an instant, you must warn the rowers to lean to the opposite side. Without this precaution, the water would necessarily enter the side pressed down. It is difficult to form an idea of the inconveniences that are suffered in such wretched vessels. The missionary from the cataracts made the preparations for our voyage with greater energy than we wished. Lest there might not be a sufficient number of the Maco and Guahibe Indians, who are acquainted with the labyrinth of small channels and cascades of which the raudales or cataracts are composed, 2 Indians were, during the night, placed in the cipo, a sort of stocks in which they are made to lie with their legs between 2 pieces of wood notched and fastened together by a chain with a padlock. Early in the morning we were awakened by the cries of a young man mercilessly beaten with a whip of manatee skin. His name was Zerepe, a very intelligent young Indian, who proved highly useful to us in the sequel, but who now refused to accompany us. He was born in the mission of Atures, but his father was a Maco, and his mother a native of the nation of the Maypures. He had returned to the woods, al monte, and having lived some years with the unsubdued Indians, he had thus acquired the knowledge of several languages, and the missionary employed him as an interpreter. We obtained with difficulty the pardon of this young man. "Without these acts of severity," we were told, "you would want for everything. The Indians of the Raudales and the Upper Orinoco are a stronger and more laborious race than the inhabitants of the Lower Orinoco. They know that they are much sought after at Angostura. If left to their own will, they would all go down the river to sell their productions, and live in full liberty among the whites. The missions would be totally deserted." These reasons, I confess, appear to me more specious than sound. Man, in order to enjoy the advantages of a social state, must no doubt sacrifice a part of his natural rights, and his original independence; but if the sacrifice imposed on him be not compensated by the benefits of civilization, the savage, wise in his simplicity, retains the wish of returning to the forests that gave him birth. It is because the Indian of the woods is treated like a person in a state of villanage in the greater part of the missions, because he enjoys not the fruit of his labours, that the Christian establishments on the Orinoco remain deserts. A government founded on the ruins of the liberty of the natives extinguishes the intellectual faculties or stops their progress. To say that the savage, like the child, can be governed only by force is merely to establish false analogies. The Indians of the Orinoco have something infantine in the expression of their joy and the quick succession of their emotions, but they are not great children. They are as little so as the poor labourers in the east of Europe, whom the barbarism of our feudal institutions has held in the rudest state. To consider the employment of force as the first and sole means of the civilization of the savage is a principle as far from being true in the education of nations as in the education of youth. Whatever may be the state of weakness or degradation in our species, no faculty is entirely annihilated. The human understanding exhibits only different degrees of strength and development. The savage, like the child, compares the present with the past. He directs his actions, not according to blind instinct, but motives of interest. Reason can everywhere enlighten reason, and its progress will be retarded in proportion as the men who are called upon to bring up youth or govern nations substitute constraint and force for that moral influence which can alone unfold the rising faculties, calm the irritated passions, and give stability to social order. End of chapter 2.19, part 4. Chapter 2.19, Part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, Part 5. We could not set sail before 10 on the morning of the 10th. To gain something in breadth in our new canoe, a sort of latticework had been constructed on the stern with branches of trees that extended on each side beyond the gunwale. Unfortunately, the toldo or roof of leaves that covered this latticework was so low that we were obliged to lie down without seeing anything, or if seated, to sit nearly double. The necessity of carrying the canoe across the rapids, and even from one river to another, and the fear of giving too much hold to the wind by making the toldo higher, render this construction necessary for vessels that go up towards the Rio Negro. The toldo was intended to cover 4 persons, lying on the deck or latticework of brushwood, but our legs reached far beyond it, and when it rained, half our bodies were wet. Our couches consisted of ox hides or tiger skins, spread upon branches of trees, which were painfully felt through so thin a covering. The forepart of the boat was filled with Indian rowers, furnished with paddles 3 feet long, in the form of spoons. They were all naked, seated 2 by 2, and they kept time in rowing with a surprising uniformity, singing songs of a sad and monotonous character. The small cages containing our birds and our monkeys, the number of which augmented as we advanced, were hung some to the toldo and others to the bow of the boat. This was our travelling menagerie. Notwithstanding the frequent losses occasioned by accidents, and above all by the fatal effects of exposure to the sun, we had 14 of these little animals alive at our return from the Cassiquiare. Naturalists who wished to collect and bring living animals to Europe might cause boats to be constructed expressly for this purpose at Angostura or at Grand Para, the 2 capitals situated on the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon, the foredeck of which boats might be fitted up with 2 rows of cages sheltered from the rays of the sun. Every night, when we established our watch, our collection of animals and our instruments occupied the center. Around these were placed first our hammocks, then the hammocks of the Indians, and on the outside were the fires which are thought indispensable against the attacks of the jaguar. About sunrise, the monkeys in our cages answered the cries of the monkeys of the forest. These communications between animals of the same species, sympathizing with one another, though unseen, one party enjoying that liberty which the other regrets, have something melancholy and affecting. In a canoe not 3 feet wide, and so encumbered, there remained no other place for the dried plants, trunks, a sextant, a dipping needle, and the meteorological instruments than the space below the latticework of branches on which we were compelled to remain stretched the greater part of the day. If we wished to take the least object out of a trunk, or to use an instrument, it was necessary to row ashore and land. To these inconveniences were joined the torment of the mosquitoes, which swarmed under the toldo, and the heat radiated from the leaves of the palm trees, the upper surface of which was continually exposed to the solar rays. We attempted every instant, but without success, to amend our situation. While one of us hid himself under a sheet to ward off the insects, the other insisted on having green wood lighted beneath the toldo, in the hope of driving away the mosquitoes by the smoke. The painful sensations of the eyes, and the increase of heat, already stifling, rendered both these contrivances alike impracticable. With some gaiety of temper, with feelings of mutual goodwill, and with a vivid taste for the majestic grandeur of these vast river valleys, travellers easily support evils that become habitual. Our Indians showed us, on the right bank of the river, the place which was formerly the site of the mission of Pararuma, founded by the Jesuits about the year 1733. The mortality occasioned by the smallpox among the Saliva Indians was the principal cause of the dissolution of the mission. The few inhabitants who survived this cruel epidemic removed to the village of Carichana. It was at Pararuma that, according to the testimony of Father Roman, hail was seen to fall during a great storm about the middle of the last century. This is almost the only instance of it I know in a plain that is nearly on a level with the sea, for hail falls generally between the tropics only at 300 toises of elevation. If it form at a higher height over the plains and tablelands, we must suppose that it melts as it falls, in passing through the lower strata of the atmosphere, the mean temperature of which is from 27.5 to 24 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. I acknowledge it is very difficult to explain, in the present state of meteorology, why it hails at Philadelphia, at Rome, and at Montpellier, during the hottest months, the mean temperature of which attains 25 or 26 degrees, while the same phenomenon is not observed at Cumana, at La Guaira, and in general in the equatorial plains. In the United States, and in the south of Europe, the heat of the plains, from 40 to 43 degrees latitude, is nearly the same as within the tropics, and according to my researches, the decrement of caloric equally varies but little. If, then, the absence of hail within the torrid zone, at the level of the sea, be produced by the melting of the hailstones in crossing the lower strata of the air, we must suppose that these hailstones, at the moment of their formation, are larger in the temperate than in the torrid zone. We yet know so little of the conditions under which water congeals in a stormy cloud in our climates, that we cannot judge whether the same conditions be fulfilled on the equator above the plains. The clouds in which we hear the rattling of the hailstones against one another before they fall, and which move horizontally, have always appeared to me of little elevation, and at these small heights we may conceive that extraordinary refrigerations are caused by the dilation of the ascending air, of which the capacity for caloric augments, by currents of cold air coming from a higher latitude, and above all, according to M. Gay-Lussac, by the radiation of the upper surface of the clouds. I shall have occasion to return to this subject when speaking of the different forms under which hail and hoarfrost appear on the Andes, at 2,000 and 2,600 toises of height, and when examining the question whether we may consider the stratum of clouds that envelops the mountains as a horizontal continuation of the stratum which we see immediately above us in the plains. The Orinoco, full of islands, begins to divide itself into several branches, of which the most western remain dry during the months of January and February. The total breadth of the river exceeds 2,500 or 3,000 toises. We perceive to the east, opposite the island of Havanavo, the mouth of the Cano Ahacoa. Between this Cano and the Rio Paruasi or Paruati, the country becomes more and more woody. A solitary rock of extremely picturesque aspect rises in the midst of the forest of palm trees, not far from the Orinoco. It is a pillar of granite, a prismatic mass, the bare and steep sides of which attain nearly 200 feet in height. Its point, which overlaps the highest trees of the forest, is terminated by a shelf of rock with a horizontal and smooth surface. Other trees crown this summit, which the missionaries call the peak or mogote de Cocuiza. This monument of nature, in its simple grandeur, recalls to mind the cyclopean remains of antiquity. Its strongly marked outlines, and the group of trees and shrubs by which it is crowned, stand out from the azure of the sky. It seems a forest rising above a forest. Further on, near the mouth of the Paruasi, the Orinoco narrows. On the east is perceived a mountain with a bare top, projecting like a promontory. It is nearly 300 feet high, and served as a fortress for the Jesuits. They had constructed there a small fort with 3 batteries of cannon, and it was constantly occupied by a military detachment. We saw the cannon dismounted and half buried in the sand at Carichana and at Atures. This fort of the Jesuits had been destroyed since the dissolution of their society, but the place is still called El Castillo. I find it set down in a manuscript map lately completed at Caracas by a member of the secular clergy, under the denomination of Trinchera del Despotismo Monacal. Note: entrenchment of monachal despotism. End of note. The garrison which the Jesuits maintained on this rock was not intended merely to protect the missions against the incursions of the Caribs. It was employed also in an offensive war, or, as they say here, in the conquest of souls, conquista de almas. The soldiers, excited by the allurement of gain, made military incursions, entradas, into the lands of the independent Indians. They killed all those who dared to make any resistance, burnt their huts, destroyed their plantations, and carried away the women, children, and old men as prisoners. These prisoners were divided among the missions of the Meta, the Rio Negro, and the Upper Orinoco. The most distant places were chosen that they might not be tempted to return to their native country. This violent manner of conquering souls, though prohibited by the Spanish laws, was tolerated by the civil governors, and vaunted by the superiors of the society as beneficial to religion and the aggrandizement of the missions. "The voice of the gospel is heard only," said a Jesuit of the Orinoco very candidly in the Cartas Edifiantes, "where the Indians have heard also the sound of firearms. El eco de la polvoro. Mildness is a very slow measure. By chastising the natives we facilitate their conversion." These principles, which degrade humanity, were certainly not common to all the members of a society which, in the New World, and wherever education has remained exclusively in the hands of the monks, has rendered service to letters and civilization. But the entradas, the spiritual conquests with the assistance of bayonets, was an inherent vice in a system that tended to the rapid aggrandizement of the missions. It is pleasing to find that the same system is not followed by the Franciscan, Dominican, and Augustinian monks, who now govern a vast portion of South America, and who, by the mildness or harshness of their manners, exert a powerful influence over the fate of so many thousands of natives. Military incursions are almost entirely abolished, and when they do take place, they are disavowed by the superiors of the orders. We will not decide at present whether this amelioration of the monachal system be owing to want of activity and cold indolence, or whether it must be attributed, as we would wish to believe, to the progress of knowledge, and to feelings more elevated and more conformable to the true spirit of Christianity. Beyond the mouth of the Rio Paruasi, the Orinoco again narrows. Full of little islands and masses of granite rock, it presents rapids or small cascades, remolinos, which at first sight may alarm the traveller by the continual eddies of the water, but which at no season of the year are dangerous for boats. A range of shoals, that crosses almost the whole river, bears the name of Raudal de Marimara. We passed it without difficulty by a narrow channel, in which the water seems to boil up, as it issues out impetuously. These places are called chorreros in the Spanish colonies. Below the Piedra de Marimara, a compact mass of granite 80 feet high and 300 feet in circumference, without fissures or any trace of stratification. The river penetrates far into the land, and forms spacious bays in the rocks. One of these bays, enclosed between two promontories destitute of vegetation, is called the port of Carichana. Piedra y Puerto de Carichana. The spot has a very wild aspect. In the evening the rocky coasts project their vast shadows over the surface of the river. The waters appear black from reflecting the image of these granitic masses, which, in the colour of their external surface, sometimes resemble coal and sometimes lead ore. We passed the night in the small village of Carichana, where we were received at the priest's house or convento. It was nearly a fortnight since we had slept under a roof. To avoid the effects of the inundations, often so fatal to health, the mission of Carichana has been established at 3/4 of a league from the river. The Indians in this mission are of the nation of the Salivas, and they have a disagreeable and nasal pronunciation. Their language, of which the Jesuit Anison has composed a grammar still in manuscript, is, with the Caribbean, the Tamanac, the Maypure, the Otomac, the Guahiva, and the Haruro, one of the mother tongues most general on the Orinoco. Father Gili thinks that the Ature, the Piraoa, and the Quaqua or Maypoe are only dialects of the Saliva. My journey was much too rapid to enable me to judge of the accuracy of this opinion, but we shall soon see that, in the village of Ature, celebrated on account of its situation near the Great Cataracts, neither Salive nor Ature is now spoken, but the language of the Maypures. In the Saliva of Carichana, man is called Coco, woman, Naku, water, Cagua, fire, Iusa, the earth, Seke, the sky, Mumuseki, earth on high, the jaguar, Impii, the crocodile, Quipu, maize, Iomu, the plantain, Paratuna, cassava, Piibi. I may here mention one of those descriptive compounds that seem to characterize the infancy of language, though they are retained in some very perfect idioms. See Volume 1, chapter 1.19, end of note. Thus, as in the Biscayan, thunder is called the noise of the cloud, odotsa. The sun bears the name in the Saliva dialect of Mumuseke Koko, the man, Koko, of the earth, Seke, above, Mume. The most ancient abode of the Saliva nation appears to have been on the western banks of the Orinoco, between the Rio Vichava and the Guaviare, and also between the Meta and the Rio Pauta. Note. The Saliva mission on the Rio Vichada was destroyed by the Caribs. End of note. Salivas are now found not only at Carichana, but in the missions of the province of Casanre, at Cabapuna, Guanapalo, Cabiuna, and Macuco. They are a social, mild, almost timid people, and more easy, I will not say to civilize, but to subdue, than the other tribes on the Orinoco. To escape from the dominion of the Caribs, the Salivas willingly joined the first missions of the Jesuits. Accordingly, these fathers everywhere in their writings praise the docility and intelligence of that people. The Salivas have a great taste for music. In the most remote times they had instruments of baked earth 4 or 5 feet long, with several large globular cavities communicating with one another by narrow pipes. These trumpets send forth most dismal sounds. The Jesuits have cultivated with success the natural taste of the Salivas for instrumental music, and even since the destruction of the society, the missionaries of the Rio Meta have continued at San Miguel de Macuco a fine church choir, and musical instruction for the Indian youth. Very lately, a traveller was surprised to see the natives playing on the violin, the violoncello, the triangle, the guitar, and the flute. We found among these Saliva Indians at Carichana a white woman, the sister of a Jesuit of New Granada. It is difficult to define the satisfaction that is felt when, in the midst of nations of whose language we are ignorant, we meet with a being with whom we can converse without an interpreter. Every mission has at least 2 interpreters, lenguarazes. They are Indians, a little less stupid than the rest, through whose medium the missionaries of the Orinoco, who now very rarely give themselves the trouble of studying the idioms of the country, communicate with the neophytes. These interpreters attended us in all our herborizations, but they rather understand than speak Castilian. With their indolent indifference, they answer us by chance, but always with an officious smile. Quote, "Yes, father, no, father," end quote, to every question addressed to them. The vexation that arises from such a style of conversation continued for months may be easily conceived when you wish to be enlightened upon objects in which you have taken the most lively interest. We were often forced to employ several interpreters at a time, and several successive translators, in order to communicate with the natives. Note. To form a just idea of the perplexity of these communications by interpreters, we may recollect that, in the expedition of Lewis and Clark to the river Columbia, in order to converse with the Chopinish Indians, Captain Lewis addressed one of his men in English. That man translated the question into French to Chaboneau. Chaboneau translated it to his Indian wife in Minnetaree. The woman translated it into Shoshone to a prisoner, and the prisoner translated into Chopunish. It may be feared that the sense of the question was a little altered by these successive translations. End of note. Quote, "After leaving my mission," end quote, said the good monk of Uruana, quote, "you will travel like mutes." End quote. This prediction was nearly accomplished, and not to lose the advantage we might derive from intercourse, even with the rudest Indians, we sometimes preferred the language of signs. When a native perceives that you will not employ an interpreter, when you interrogate him directly, showing him the objects, he rouses himself from his habitual apathy, and manifests an extraordinary capacity to make himself comprehended. He varies his signs, pronounces his words slowly, and repeats them without being desired. The consequence conferred upon him, in suffering yourself to be instructed by him, flatters his self-love. This facility in making himself comprehended is particularly remarkable in the independent Indian. It cannot be doubted that direct intercourse with the natives is more instructive and more certain than the communication by interpreters, provided the questions be simplified and repeated to several individuals under different forms. The variety of idioms spoken on the banks of the Meta, the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Rio Negro, is so prodigious, that a traveller, however great may be his talent for languages, can never hope to learn enough to make himself understood along the navigable rivers, from Angostura to the small fort of San Carlos del Rio Negro. In Peru and Quito it is sufficient to know the Quechua, or the Inca language; in Chile the Araucan, and in Paraguay the Guarani, in order to be understood by most of the population. But it is different in the missions of Spanish Guiana, where nations of various races are mingled in the village. It is not even sufficient to have learned the Caribbee or Carina, the Guamo, the Guahiva, the Haruru, the Ottomac, the Maypure, the Saliva, the Marivitan, the Maquiritare, and the Guayca, 10 dialects of which there exist only imperfect grammars, and which have less affinity with each other than the Greek, German, and Persian languages. The environs of the mission of Carichana appeared to us to be delightful. The little village is situated in one of those plains covered with grass that separate all the links of the granitic mountains, from Encaramada to beyond the cataracts of Maypures. The line of the forest is seen only in the distance. The horizon is everywhere bounded by mountains, partly wooded, and of a dark tint, partly bare, with rocky summits gilded by the beams of the setting sun. What gives a peculiar character to the scenery of this country are banks of rock, lasas, nearly destitute of vegetation, and often more than 800 feet in circumference, yet scarcely rising a few inches above the surrounding savannas. They now make a part of the plain. We ask ourselves with surprise whether some extraordinary revolutions may have carried away the earth and plants, or whether the granite nucleus of our planet shows itself bare, because the germs of life are not yet developed on all its points. The same phenomenon seems to be found also in the desert of Shamo, which separates Mongolia from China. Those banks of solitary rock in the desert are called sea. I think they would be real tablelands if the surrounding plains were stripped of the sand and mold that cover them, and which the waters have accumulated in the lowest places. On these stony flats of Carichana we observed with interest the rising vegetation in the different degrees of its development. We there found lichens cleaving the rock, and collected in crusts more or less thick, little portions of sand nourishing succulent plants, and lastly layers of black mold deposited in the hollows, formed from the decay of roots and leaves, and shaded by tufts of evergreen shrubs. At the distance of 2 or 3 leagues from the mission, we find in these plains intersected by granitic hills a vegetation no less rich than varied. On comparing the site of Carichana with that of all the villages above the great cataracts, we are surprised at the facility with which we traverse the country without following the banks of the rivers, or being stopped by the thickness of the forests. M. Bonpland made several excursions on horseback, which furnished him with a rich harvest of plants. I shall mention only the paraguan, a magnificent species of the macronemum, the bark of which yields a red dye. Note: Macronemum tinctorium. The guaricamo, with a poisonous root. Note: Itiania coccidia. The jacaranda obtusifolia, and the serape or hape. Note: Dipteryx odorata Wild, or Perisoma tongo of Gärtner. The hape furnishes Carichana with excellent timber. Of the Saliva Indians, which is the cumaruna of Oblé, so celebrated throughout terra firma for its aromatic fruit. This fruit, which at Caracas is placed among linen, as in Europe it is in snuff, under the name of tonka or tonkin bean, is regarded as poisonous. It is a false notion, very general in the province of Cumana, that the excellent liqueur fabricated at Martinique owes its peculiar flavour to the hape. In the missions it is called simaruba, a name that may occasion serious mistakes, the true simaruba being a febrifuge species of the quassia genus, found in Spanish Guiana only in the valley of the Rio Caura, where the Paudacot Indians give it the name of achichare. I found the dip of the magnetic needle in the great square at Carichana, 33.7 degrees, new division. The intensity of the magnetic action was expressed by 227 oscillations in 10 minutes of time, an increase of force that would seem to indicate some local attraction. Yet the blocks of the granite, blackened by the waters of the Orinoco have no perceptible action upon the needle. The river had risen several inches during the day on the 10th of April. This phenomenon surprised the natives so much the more, as the first swellings were almost imperceptible, and are usually followed in the month of April by a fall for some days. The Orinoco was already 3 feet higher than the level of the lowest waters. The natives showed us on a granite wall the traces of the great rise of the waters of late years. We found them to be 42 feet high, which is double the mean rise of the Nile. But this measure was taken in a place where the bed of the Orinoco is singularly hemmed in by rocks, and I could only notice the marks shown me by the natives. It may easily be conceived that the effect and the height of the increase differs according to the profile of the river, the nature of the banks more or less elevated, the number of rivers flowing in that collect the pluvial waters, and the length of the ground passed over. It is an unquestionable fact that at Carichana, at San Borja, at Atures, and at Maypures, wherever the river has flooded its way through the mountains, you see at 100, sometimes at 130 feet, above the highest present swell of the river, black bands and erosions that indicate the ancient levels of the waters. Is then this river, which appears to us so grand and so majestic, only the feeble remains of those immense currents of fresh water which heretofore traversed the country at the east of the Andes, like arms of inland seas? What must have been the state of those low countries of Guiana that now undergo the effects of annual inundations? What immense numbers of crocodiles, manatees, and boas must have inhabited these vast spaces of land, converted alternately into marshes of stagnant water, and into barren and fissured plains? The more peaceful world which we inhabit has then succeeded to a world of tumult. The bones of mastodons and American elephants are found dispersed on the tablelands of the Andes. The megatherium inhabited the plains of Uruguay. On digging deep into the ground, in high valleys, where neither palm trees nor arborescent ferns can grow, strata of coal are discovered that still show vestiges of gigantic monocotyledonous plants. There was a period, then, in which the classes of plants were otherwise distributed, when the animals were larger, and the rivers broader and of greater depth. There end those records of nature that it is in our power to consult. We are ignorant whether the human race, which at the time of the discovery of America scarcely formed a few feeble tribes on the east of the Cordilleras, had already descended into the plains, or whether the ancient tradition of the great waters, which is found among the nations of the Orinoco, the Erevato, and the Caura, belonged to other climates, whence it has been propagated to this part of the new continent. End of chapter 2.19, part 5. Chapter 2.19, part 6, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.19, Part 6. On the 11th of April, we left Carichana at 2 in the afternoon, and found the course of the river more and more encumbered by blocks of granite rocks. We passed on the west the Caño Orupi, and then the great rock known by the name of Piedra del Tigre. The river is here so deep that no bottom can be found with a line of 22 fathoms. Towards evening, the weather became cloudy and gloomy. The proximity of the storm was marked by squalls, alternating with dead calms. The rain was violent, and the roof of foliage under which we lay afforded but little shelter. Happily, these showers drove away the mosquitoes, at least for some time. We found ourselves before the cataract of Cariven, and the impulse of the waters was so strong that we had great difficulty in gaining the land. We were continually driven back to the middle of the current. At length, 2 Saliva Indians, excellent swimmers, leapt into the water, and having drawn the boat to shore by means of a rope, made it fast to the Piedra de Carichana Vieja, a shelf of bare rock on which we passed the night. The thunder continued to roll during a part of the night. The swell of the river became considerable, and we were several times afraid that our frail bark would be driven from the shore by the impetuosity of the waves. The granitic rock on which we lay is one of those where travellers on the Orinoco have heard from time to time towards sunrise subterraneous sounds resembling those of the organ. The missionaries call these stones lajas de música. It is witchcraft, cosa de brujas, said our young Indian pilot, who could speak Spanish. We never ourselves heard these mysterious sounds, either at Carichana Vieja or in the upper Orinoco, but from information given us by witnesses worthy of belief, the existence of a phenomenon that seems to depend on a certain state of the atmosphere cannot be denied. The shelves of rock are full of very narrow and deep crevices. They are heated during the day to 48 or 50 degrees. I several times found their temperature at the surface during the night at 39 degrees, the surrounding atmosphere being at 28 degrees. It may easily be conceived that the difference of temperature between the subterranean and the external air attains its maximum about sunrise, or at that moment which is at the same time farthest from the period of the maximum of the heat of the preceding day. May not these organ-like sounds, which are heard when a person lays his ear in contact with a stone, be the effect of a current of air that issues out through the crevices? Does not the impulses of the air against the elastic spangles of mica that intercept the crevices contribute to modify the sounds? May we not admit that the ancient inhabitants of Egypt, in passing incessantly up and down the Nile, had made the same observation on some rock of the Thebaid, and that the music of the rocks there led to the jugglery of the priests in the statue of Memnon? Perhaps when, the rosy-fingered Aurora rendered her son, the glorious Memnon vocal, Note. These are the words of an inscription, which attests that sounds were heard on the 13th of the month Pachon, in the 10th year of the reign of Antonius. See Monument de l'Égypte ancienne. The voice was that of a man hidden beneath the pedestal of the statue. But the observation of the natives of the Orinoco, which we relate, seems to explain in a natural manner what gave rise to the Egyptian belief of a stone that poured forth sounds at sunrise. Almost at the same period at which I communicated these conjectures to some of the learned of Europe, 3 French travellers, Messieurs Jomard, Jollois, and de Villiers, were led to analogous ideas. They heard at sunrise, in a monument of granite, at the centre of the spot on which stands the palace of Karnak, a noise resembling that of a string breaking. Now this comparison is precisely that which the ancients employed in speaking of the voice of Memnon. The French travellers thought, like me, that the passage of rarefied air through the fissure of a sonorous stone might have suggested to the Egyptian priests the invention of the juggleries of the memnomium. We left the rock at 4 in the morning. The missionary had told us that we should have a great difficulty in passing the rapids and the mouth of the Meta. The Indians rode 12 hours and a half without intermission, and during all that time they took no other nourishment than cassava and plantains. When we consider the difficulty of overcoming the force of the current, and of passing the cataracts, when we reflect on the constant employment of the muscular powers during a navigation of 2 months, we are equally surprised at the constitutional vigour and the abstinence of the Indians of the Orinoco and the Amazon. Amylaceous and saccharine substances, sometimes fish and the fat of turtles' eggs, supply the place of food drawn from the first 2 classes of the animal kingdom, those of birds and quadrupeds. We found the bed of the river to the length of 600 toises, full of granite rocks. Here is what is called the Raudal de Cariven. We passed through channels that were not 5 feet broad. Our canoe was sometimes jammed between 2 blocks of granite. We sought to avoid these passages, into which the waters rushed with a fearful noise, but there is really little danger in a canoe steered by a good Indian pilot. When the current is too violent to be resisted, the rowers leap into the water and fasten a rope to a point of a rock, to warp the boat along. This manoeuvre is very tedious, and we sometimes availed ourselves of it to climb the rocks among which we were entangled. They are of all dimensions, rounded, very black, glossy like lead, and destitute of vegetation. It is an extraordinary phenomenon to see the waters of one of the largest rivers on the globe, in some sort, disappear. We perceived, even far from the shore, those immense blocks of granite rising from the ground and leaning one against another. The intervening channels in the rapids are more than 25 fathoms deep, and are the more difficult to be observed as the rocks are often narrow toward their bases and form vaults suspended over the surface of the river. We perceived no crocodiles in the raudal. These animals seem to shun the noise of the cataracts. From Cabruta to the mouth of the Rio Sinaruco, a distance of nearly 2 degrees of latitude, the left bank of the Orinoco is entirely uninhabited. But to the west of the raudal de Cariven, an enterprising man, Don Feliz Relinchon, has assembled some Jaruru and Otomac Indians in a small village. It is an attempt at civilization on which the monks have had no direct influence. It is superfluous to add that Don Feliz lives at open war with the missionaries on the right bank of the Orinoco. Proceeding up the river, we arrived at 9 in the morning before the mouth of the Meta, opposite the spot where the mission of Santa Teresa, founded by the Jesuits, was heretofore situated. Next to the Guaviare, the Meta is the most considerable river that flows into the Orinoco. It may be compared to the Danube, not for the length of its course, but for the volume of its waters. Its mean depth is 36 feet, and it sometimes reaches 84. The union of these two rivers presents a very impressive spectacle. Lonely rocks rise on the eastern bank. Blocks of granite piled upon one another appear from afar like castles in ruins. Vast sandy shores keep the skirting of the forest at a distance from the river, but we discover amid them, in the horizon, solitary palm trees backed by the sky and crowning the tops of the mountains. We passed 2 hours on a large rock, standing in the middle of the Orinoco, and called the Piedra de la Paciencia, or the Stone of Patience, because the canoes in going up are sometimes detained there 2 days to extricate themselves from the whirlpool caused by this rock. The Rio Meta, which traverses the vast plains of Casanare, and which is navigable as far as the foot of the Andes of New Granada, will one day be of great political importance to the inhabitants of Guyana and Venezuela. From the Golfo Triste and the Boca del Drago, a small fleet may go up the Orinoco and the Meta to within 15 or 20 leagues of Santa Fe de Bogota. The flower of New Granada may be conveyed the same way. The Meta is like a canal of communication between countries placed in the same latitude, but differing in their productions as much as France and Senegal. The Meta has its source in the union of 2 rivers, which descend from the paramos of Chingasa and Sumapaz. The first is the Rio Negro, which, lower down, receives the Pacaquiaro. The second is the Rio de Aguas Blancas, or Umadia. The junction takes place near the port of Marayal. It is only 8 or 10 leagues from the Paso de la Cabula, where you quit the Rio Negro, to the capital of Santa Fe. From the villages of Chirimena and Cabularo to those of Guanapalo and Santa Rosalia de Cabo Puna, a distance of 60 leagues. The banks of the Meta are more inhabited than those of the Orinoco. We find in this space 14 Christian settlements, in part very populous, but from the mouths of the river Pauto and Casanare, for a space of more than 50 leagues, the Meta is infested with the Guahibos, a race of savages. Note: I find the word written Guahibos, Guahivos, and Guagivos. They call themselves Guaiva. End of note. The navigation of this river was much more active in the time of the Jesuits, and particularly during the expedition of Iturriaga in 1756, than it is at present. Missionaries of the same order then governed the banks of the Meta and of the Orinoco. The villages of Macucu, Zurimena, and Casimena were founded by the Jesuits, as well as those of Uruana and Caramada and Carichana. These fathers had conceived the project of forming a series of missions from the junction of the Casanare with the Meta to that of the Meta with the Orinoco. A narrow zone of cultivated land would have crossed the vast steppes that separate the forests of Guyana from the Andes of New Granada. At the period of the harvest of turtles' eggs, not only the flower of Santa Fe descended the river, but the salt of Chita, east of Labranza Grande, and northwest of Pore, now the capital of the province of Casanare, the cotton cloth of San Gil, and the printed counterpanes of Socorro. To give some security to the little traders who devoted themselves to this inland commerce, attacks were made from time to time from the Castillo, or fort of Carichana, on the Guahibos. To keep these Guahibos in awe, The Capuchin missionaries, who succeeded the Jesuits in the government of the missions of the Orinoco, formed the project of founding a city at the mouth of the Meta, under the name of the Villa de San Carlos. Indolence and the dread of tertian fevers have prevented the execution of this project, and all that has ever existed of the city of San Carlos is a coat of arms painted on fine parchment, with an enormous cross erected on the bank of the Meta. The Guahibos, who it is said are some thousands in number, have become so insolent that, at the time of our passage by Carichana, they sent word to the missionaries that they would come on rafts and burn his village. These rafts, valzas, which we had an opportunity of seeing, are scarcely 3 feet broad and 12 feet long. They carry only 2 or 3 Indians, but 15 or 16 of these rafts are fastened to each other with the stems of the paulinia, the dolichos, and other creeping plants. It is difficult to conceive how these small craft remain tied together in passing the rapids. Many fugitives from the villages of the Casanare and the Apure have joined the Guahibos, and taught them the practice of eating beef, and of preparing hides. The farms of San Vicente, Rubio, and San Antonio have lost great numbers of their horned cattle by the incursions of the Indians, who also prevent travellers as far as the junction of the Casanare from sleeping on the shore in going up the Meta. It often happens, while the waters are low, that the traders of New Grenada, some of whom still visit the encampment of Pararuma, are killed by the poisoned arrows of the Guahibos. From the mouth of the Meta, the Orinoco appeared to us to be freer of shoals and rocks. We navigated in a channel 500 toises broad. The Indians remained rowing in the boat, without towing or pushing it forward with their arms, and wearying us with their wild cries. We passed the canos of Uita and Endava on the west. It was night when we reached the Raudal de Tabaje. The Indians would not hazard passing the cataract, and we slept on a very incommodious spot, on the shelf of a rock, with a slope of more than 18 degrees, and of which the crevices sheltered a swarm of bats. We heard the cries of the jaguar very near us during the whole night. They were answered by our great dog in lengthened howlings. I waited the appearance of the stars in vain. The sky was exceedingly black, and the hoarse sounds of the cascades of the Orinoco mingled with the rolling of the distant thunder. Early in the morning of the 13th April, we passed the rapids of Tabaje, and again disembarked. Father Zia, who accompanied us, desired to perform mass in the new mission of San Borja, established 2 years before. We there found 6 houses inhabited by uncatechized Guahibos. They differ in nothing from the wild Indians. Their eyes, which are large and black, have more vivacity than those of the Indians who inhabit the ancient missions. We in vain offered them brandy. They would not even taste it. The faces of all the young girls were marked with round black spots, like the patches by which the ladies of Europe formerly imagined they set off the whiteness of their skins. The bodies of the Guahibos were not painted. Several of them had beards, of which they seemed proud, and, taking us by the chin, showed us by signs that they were made like us. Their shape was in general slender. I was again struck, as I had been among the Salivas and the Macos, with the little uniformity of features to be found among the Indians of the Orinoco. Their look is sad and gloomy, but neither stern nor ferocious. Without having any notion of the practices of the Christian religion, they behaved with the utmost decency at church. The Indians do love to exhibit themselves, and will submit temporarily to any restraint or subjection, provided they are sure of drawing attention. At the moment of the consecration, they made signs to one another to indicate beforehand that the priest was going to raise the chalice to his lips. With the exception of this gesture, they remained motionless and in imperturbable apathy. The interest with which we examined these poor savages became perhaps the cause of the destruction of the mission. Some among them, who preferred a wandering life to the labours of agriculture, persuaded the rest to return to the plains of the Meta. They told them that the white men would come back to San Borja, and take them away in the boats, and sell them as poitos, or slaves, at Angostura. The Guahibos awaited the news of our return from the Rio Negro by the Cassiquiare, and when they heard that we were arrived at the first great cataract, that of Atures, they all deserted, and fled to the savannas that border the Orinoco on the west. The Jesuit fathers had already formed a mission on this spot, and bearing the same name. No tribe is more difficult to fix to the soil than the Guahibos. They would rather feed on stale fish, scolopendras, and worms, than cultivate a little spot of ground. The other Indians say that a Guahibo eats everything that exists, both on and under the ground. In ascending the Orinoco more to the south, the heat, far from increasing, became more bearable. The air in the day was at 26 or 27.5 degrees, and at night at 23.7. The water of the Orinoco retained its habitual temperature of 27.7 degrees. The torment of the mosquitoes augmented severely, notwithstanding the decrease of heat. We never suffered so much from them as at San Borja. We could neither speak nor uncover our faces without having our mouths and noses filled with insects. We were surprised not to find the thermometer at 35 or 36 degrees. The extreme irritation of the skin made us believe that the air was scorching. We passed the night on the beach of Guaripo. The fear of the little caribe fish prevented us from bathing. The crocodiles we had met with this day were all of an extraordinary size, from 22 to 24 feet. Our sufferings from the zancudos made us depart at 5 o'clock on the morning of the 14th. There are fewer insects in the strata of air lying immediately on the river than near the edge of the forests. We stopped to breakfast at the island of Guachaco or Vachaco, where the granite is immediately covered by a formation of sandstone or conglomerate. This sandstone contains fragments of quartz and even of feldspar cemented by indurated clay. It exhibits little veins of brown iron ore, which separate in laminae or plates of 1 line in thickness. We had already found these plates on the shores between Encaramada and Baraguan, where the missionaries had sometimes taken them for an ore of gold, and sometimes for tin. It is probable that this secondary formation occupied formerly a larger space. Having passed the mouth of the Rio Paruina, beyond which the Maco Indians dwell, we spent the night on the island of Panumana. I could with difficulty take the altitudes of Canopus in order to fix the longitude of the point near which the river turns suddenly towards the west. The island of Panumana is rich in plants. We there again found those shelves of bare rock, those tufts of melastomas, those thickets of small shrubs, the blended scenery of which had charmed us in the plains of Carichana. The mountains of the great cataracts bounded the horizon toward the southeast. In proportion as we advanced, the shores of the Orinoco exhibited a more imposing and picturesque aspect. End of chapter 2.19. Chapter 2.20, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, Part 1. The Mouth of the Rio Anaveni, Peak of Uniana, Mission of Atures, Cataract or Raudal of Mapara, Islets of Surupanama and Urirapuri. The river of the Orinoco, in running from south to north, is crossed by a chain of granitic mountains. Twice confined in its course, it turbulently breaks on the rocks that form steps and transverse dikes. Nothing can be grander than the aspect of this spot. Neither the fall of Tequendama near Santa Fe de Bogota, nor the magnificent scenes of the Cordilleras could weaken the impression produced upon my mind by that first view of the rapids of Atures and of Maypures. When the spectator is so stationed that the eye can at once take in the long succession of cataracts, the immense sheet of foam and vapours illumined by the rays of the setting sun, the whole river seems as it were suspended over its bed. Scenes so astonishing must for ages have fixed the attention of the inhabitants of the New World. When Diego de Todaz, Alfonso de Herrera, and the intrepid Raleigh anchored at the mouth of the Orinoco, they were informed by the Indians of the great cataracts, which they themselves had never visited, and which they even confounded with cascades farther to the east. Whatever obstacles the force of vegetation under the torrid zone may throw in the way of intercourse among nations all that relates to the course of great rivers acquires a celebrity which extends to vast distances. The Orinoco, the Amazon, and the Uruguay transverse, like inland arms of seas in different directions, a land covered with forests and inhabited by tribes, part of whom are cannibals. It is not yet 200 years since civilization and the light of a more humane religion have pursued their way along the banks of these ancient canals, traced by the hand of nature. Long, however, before the introduction of agriculture, before communications for the purposes of barter were established among these scattered and often hostile tribes, the knowledge of extraordinary phenomena, of falls of water, of volcanic fires, and of snows resisting all the ardent heat of summer, was propagated by 1,000 fortuitous circumstances. 300 leagues from the coast, in the centre of South America, among nations whose excursions do not extend a 3 days' journey, we find an idea of the ocean, and words that denote a mass of salt water extending as far as the eye can discern. Various events, which repeatedly occur in savage life, contribute to enlarge these conceptions. In consequence of the petty wars between neighbouring tribes, a prisoner is brought into a strange country and treated as a poito or mero, that is to say, as a slave. After being often sold, he is dragged to new wars, escapes, and returns home. He relates what he has seen and what he has heard from those whose tongue he has been compelled to learn. As on discovering a coast, we hear of great inland animals, so, on entering the valley of a vast river, we are surprised to find that savages who are strangers to navigation have acquired a knowledge of distant things. In the infant state of society, the exchange of ideas precedes, to a certain point, the exchange of productions. The two great cataracts of the Orinoco, the celebrity of which is so far spread and so ancient, are formed by the passage of the river across the mountains of Parima. They are called by the natives Mapara and Quituna, but the missionaries have substituted for these names those of Atures and Maypures, after the names of the tribes which were first assembled together in the nearest villages. On the coast of Caracas, the two great cataracts are denoted by the simple appellation of the true raudales, or rapids, a denomination which implies that the other falls of water, even the rapids of Camisita and of Carichana, are not considered as worthy of attention when compared with the cataracts of Atures and Maypures. These last, situated between 5 and 6 degrees of north latitude, and 100 leagues west of the Cordilleras of New Granada, in the meridian of Porto Cabello, are only 12 leagues distant from each other. It is surprising that their existence was not known to D'Anville, who, in his fine map of South America, marks the inconsiderable cascades of Marimara and San Borja by the names of the rapids of Carichana and Tabeja. The great cataracts divide the Christian establishments of Spanish Guiana into two unequal parts. Those situated between the raudal of Atures and the mouth of the river are called the missions of the lower Orinoco. The missions of the upper Orinoco comprehend the villages between the raudal of Maypures and the mountains of Duida. The course of the lower Orinoco, if we estimate the sinuosities at 1/3 of the distance in a direct line, is 260 nautical leagues. The course of the upper Orinoco, supposing its sources to be 3 degrees east of Duida, includes 167 leagues. Beyond the great cataracts, an unknown land begins. The country is partly mountainous and partly flat, receiving at once the confluence of the Amazon and the Orinoco. From the facility of its communications with the Rio Negro and Grand Para, it appears to belong still more to Brazil than to the Spanish colonies. None of the missionaries who have described the Orinoco before me, neither Father Guyema, Gili, nor Colen, had passed the raudal of Maypures. We found but 3 Christian establishments above the great cataracts, along the shores of the Orinoco, in an extent of more than 100 leagues. And these 3 establishments contained scarcely 6 or 8 white persons, that is to say, persons of European race. We cannot be surprised that such a desert region should have been at all times the land of fable and fairy visions. There, according to the statements of certain missionaries, are found races of men, some of whom have an eye in the centre of the forehead, whilst others have dogs' heads and mouths below their stomachs. There they pretend to have found all that the ancients relate of the Garamantes, of the Arimaspes, and of the Hyperboreans. It would be an error to suppose that these simple and often rustic missionaries had themselves invented all these exaggerated fictions. They derived them in great part from the recitals of the Indians. A fondness for narration prevails in the missions, as it does at sea, in the East, and in every place where a mind seeks amusement. A missionary, from his vocation, is not inclined to skepticism. He imprints on his memory what the natives have so often repeated to him. And when restored to Europe, and restored to the civilized world, he finds a pleasure in creating astonishment by a recital of facts which he thinks he has collected, and by an animated description of remote things. These stories, which the Spanish colonists call tales of travellers and monks, cuentos de viajeros y frailes, increase in improbability in proportion as you increase your distance from the forest of the Orinoco and approach the coasts inhabited by the whites. When at Cumana, Nueva Barcelona, and other seaports, which have frequent communication with the missions, you betray any sign of incredulity, you are reduced to silence by these few words. The fathers have seen it, but far above the great cataracts, más arriba de los raudales. On the 15th of April, we left the island of Panumana at 4 a.m, 2 hours before sunrise. The sky was in great part obscured, and lightnings flashed over dense clouds at more than 40 degrees of elevation. We were surprised at not hearing thunder, but possibly this was owing to the prodigious height of the storm. It appears to us that in Europe the electric flashes without thunder, vaguely called heat lightning, are seen generally nearer the horizon. Under a cloudy sky that sent back the radiant caloric of the soil, the heat was stifling. Not a breath of wind agitated the foliage of the trees. The jaguars, as usual, had crossed the arm of the Orinoco by which we were separated from the shore, and we heard their cries extremely near. During the night the Indians had advised us to quit our station in the open air and retire to a deserted hut belonging to the conucos of the inhabitants of Atures. They had taken care to barricade the opening with planks, a precaution which seemed to us superfluous. But near the cataracts, tigers are very numerous, and 2 years before, in these very conucos of Panumana, an Indian returning to his hut toward the close of the rainy season found a tigress settled in it with her 2 young. These animals had inhabited the dwelling for several months. They were dislodged from it with difficulty, and it was only after an obstinate combat that the former master regained possession of his dwelling. The jaguars are fond of retiring to deserted ruins, and I believe it is more prudent in general for a solitary traveller to encamp in the open air between 2 fires than to seek shelter in uninhabited huts. On quitting the island of Panumana, we perceived on the western bank of the river the fires of an encampment of Guahibo savages. The missionary who accompanied us caused a few musket shots to be fired in the air, which he said would intimidate them and show that we were in a state to defend ourselves. The savages most likely had no canoes, and were not desirous of troubling us in the middle of the river. We passed at sunrise the mouth of the Rio Anavene, which descends from the eastern mountains. On its banks, now deserted, Father Olmos had established, in the time of the Jesuits, a small village of Japuins or Jaruros. The heat was so excessive that we rested a long time in a woody spot to fish with a hook and line, and it was not without some trouble that we carried away all the fish we had caught. We did not arrive till very late at the foot of the great cataract, in a bay called the Lower Harbour, Puerto de Abajo, and we followed, not without difficulty, in a dark night, the narrow path that leads to the mission of Atures, a league distant from the river. We crossed a plain covered with large blocks of granite. The little village of San Juan Nepomuceno de los Atures was founded by the Jesuit Francisco Gonzalez in 1748. In going up the river, this is the last of the Christian missions that owe their origin to the order of St. Ignatius. The more southern establishments, those of Atabapo, of Cassiquiare, and of Rio Negro, were formed by the fathers of the observance of St. Francis. The Orinoco appears to have flowed heretofore where the village of Atures now stands, and the flat savanna that surrounds the village no doubt formed part of the river. I saw to the east of the mission a succession of rocks, which seemed to have been the ancient shore of the Orinoco. In the lapse of ages, the river has been impelled westward, in consequence of the accumulations of earth which occur more frequently on the side of the eastern mountains that are furrowed by torrents. The cataract bears the name of Mapara, as we have mentioned above. Note. I am ignorant of the etymology of this word, which I believe means only a fall of water. Gili translates into Maypure a small cascade, raudalito, by Ukamatisi Mapara Kanakapatiri. Could we not spell this word Matpara, mat, being a radical of the Maypure tongue and meaning bad? Huervas, Saggio, number 29. The radical para, is found among American tribes more than 500 leagues distant from each other, the Caribs, Maypures, Brazilians, and Peruvians, in the words sea, rain, water, lake. We must not confound mapara with mapaha. This last word signifies in Maypure and Tamanac the pawpaw or melon tree, no doubt on account of the sweetness of its fruit, for mapa means in the Maypure, as well as in the Peruvian and Omagua tongues, the honey of bees. The Tamanacs call a cascade or raudal in general uata purutpi, the Maypures uka. End of note. While the name of the village is derived from that of the nation of Atures, now believed to be extinct. I find on the maps of the 17th century island and cataract of Athule, which is the word Atures, written according to the pronunciation of the Tamanacs, who confound, like so many other people, the consonants L and R. This mountainous region was so little known in Europe, even in the middle of the 18th century, that D'Anville, in his first edition of his South America, makes a branch issue from the Orinoco near Salto de las Atures and fall into the Amazon, to which branch he gives the name of Rio Negro. Early maps, as well as Father Gumilla's work, place the mission in latitude 1 degree 30 minutes. Abbe Gili gives it 3 degrees 50 minutes. I found, by meridian altitudes of Canopus and A of the Southern Cross, 5 degrees 38 minutes 4 seconds for the latitude, and by the chronometer 4 hours 41 minutes 17 seconds of longitude west of the meridian of Paris. We found this small mission in the most deplorable state. It contained, even at the time of the expedition of Solano, commonly called the expedition of the boundaries, 320 Indians. This number had diminished at the time of our passage by the cataracts to 47, and the missionary assured us that this diminution became from year to year more sensible. He showed us that in the space of 32 months only one marriage had been entered in the registers of the parish church. 2 others had been contracted by uncatechized natives and celebrated before the Indian gobernador. At the first foundation of the mission, the Atures, Maypures, Mayapures, Abanes, and Quirupas had been assembled together. Instead of these tribes, we found only Guahibos and a few families of the nation of Macos. The Atures have almost entirely disappeared. They are no longer known except by the tombs in the cavern of Ataruipe, which recall to mind the sepulchres of the Guanches at Tenerife. We learned on the spot that the Atures, as well as the Quaquas and the Macos or Piaroas, belong to the great stock of the Saliva nations, while the Maypures, the Abanes, the Perennes, and the Guaypunaves are of the same race as the Cabres or Caveres, celebrated for their long wars with the Caribs. In this labyrinth of petty nations, divided from one another as the nations of Latium, Asia Minor, and Sogdiana formerly were, we can trace no general relations but by following the analogy of tongues. These are the only monuments that have reached us from the early ages of the world. The only monuments which, not being fixed to the soil, are at once movable and lasting, and have, as it were, traversed space and time. They owe their duration and the extent they occupy much less to conquering and polished nations than to those wandering and half-savage tribes who, fleeing before a powerful enemy, carry along with them in their extreme wretchedness only their wives, their children, and the languages of their fathers. Between the latitudes of 4 and 8 degrees, the Orinoco not only separates the great forest of the Parima from the bare savannas of the Apure, Meta, and Guaviare, but also forms the boundary between tribes of very different manners. To the westward, over treeless plains, wander the Guahibos, the Chiricoas, and the Guamos, nations proud of their savage independence, whom it is difficult to fix to the soil or to habituate to regular labour. The Spanish missionaries characterize them well by the name of Indios Andantes, errant or vagabond Indians, because they are perpetually moving from place to place. To the east of the Orinoco, between the neighbouring sources of the Caura, Cataniapo, and Ventuari, live the Macos, the Salivas, the Curaquicanas, Parecas, and Maqueritares, mild, tranquil tribes, addicted to agriculture, and easily subjected to the discipline of the missions. The Indian of the plain differs from the Indian of the forests in language as well as manners and mental disposition. Both have an idiom abounding in spirited and bold terms, but the language of the former is harsher, more concise, and more impassioned; that of the latter softer, more diffuse, and fuller of ambiguous expressions. The mission of Atures, like most of the missions of the Orinoco, situated between the mouths of the Apure and the Atabapo, is composed of both the classes of tribes we have just described. We there find the Indians of the forests and the Indians heretofore nomadic. Indios Monteros and Indios Llaneros, or Andante. Note: I employ the word nomadic as synonymous with wandering, and not in its primitive signification. The wandering nations of America, those of the indigenous tribes, it is to be understood, are never shepherds. They live by fishing and hunting, on the fruit of a few trees, the farinaceous pith of the palm trees, etc. We visited with the missionary the huts of the Macos, whom the Spaniards called Piraoas, and those of the Guahibos. The first indicated more love of order, cleanliness, and ease. The independent Macos, I do not designate them by the name of savages, have their rochelas or fixed dwellings 2 or 3 days' journey east of Atures, toward the sources of the little river Cataniapo. They are very numerous. Like most of the natives of the woods, they cultivate not maize but cassava. They live in great harmony with the Christian Indians of the mission. The harmony was established and wisely cultivated by the Franciscan monk Bernardo Zea. This alcalde of the reduced Macos quitted the village of Atures for a few months every year to live in the plantations which he possessed in the midst of the forests near the hamlet of the independent Macos. In consequence of this peaceful intercourse, many of the Indios Monteros came and established themselves some time ago in the mission. They asked eagerly for knives, fishing hooks, and those coloured glass beads which, notwithstanding the positive prohibition of the priests, were employed not as necklaces, but as ornaments of the Guayuco, Perizoma. Having obtained what they sought, they returned to the woods, weary of the regulations of the mission. Epidemic fevers, which prevailed with violence at the entrance of the rainy season, contributed greatly to this unexpected flight. In 1799, the mortality was very considerable at Carichana, on the banks of the Meta, and at the Raudal of Atures. The Indian of the forest conceives a horror of the life of the civilized man when, I will not say any misfortune befalls his family settled in the mission, but merely any disagreeable or unforeseen accident. Natives who are neophytes have been known to desert forever the Christian establishments on account of a great drought, as if this calamity would not have reached them equally in their plantations had they remained in their primitive independence. End of chapter 2.20, part 1. Chapter 2.20, part 2, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, Part 2. The fevers which prevail during a great part of the year in the villages of Atures and Maypures, around the 2 great cataracts of the Orinoco, render these spots highly dangerous to European travellers. They are caused by violent heats, in combination with the excessive humidity of the air, bad nutriment, and, if we may believe the natives, the pestilent exhalations rising from the bare rocks of the Raudales. These fevers of the Orinoco, appeared to us to resemble those which prevail every year between New Barcelona, La Guaira, and Porto Cabello in the vicinity of the sea, and which often degenerate into adynamic fevers. "I have had my little fever, mi calenturita, only 8 months," said the good missionary of the Atures, who accompanied us to the Rio Negro, speaking of it as an habitual evil easy to be borne. The fits were violent, but of short duration. He was sometimes seized with them when lying along in the boat under a shelter of branches of trees, sometimes when exposed to the burning rays of the sun on an open beach. These tertian agues are attended with great debility of the muscular system. Yet we find poor ecclesiastics on the Orinoco, who endure for several years these calenturitas or tercianas. Their effects are not so fatal as those which are experienced from fevers of much shorter duration in temperate climates. I have just alluded to the noxious influence on the salubrity of the atmosphere, which is attributed by the natives, and even the missionaries, to the bare rocks. This opinion is the more worthy of attention, as it is connected with a physical phenomenon lately observed in different parts of the globe, and yet not sufficiently explained. Among the cataracts, and wherever the Orinoco, between the missions of Carichana and of Santa Barbara, periodically washes the granite rocks, they become smooth, black, and as if coated with plumbago. The colouring matter does not penetrate the stone, which is coarse-grained granite, containing a few solitary crystals of hornblende. Taking a general view of the primitive formation of Atures, we perceive that, like the granite of Syene in Egypt, it is a granite with hornblende, and not a real syenite formation. Many of the layers are entirely destitute of hornblende. The black crust is 0.3 of a line in thickness. It is found chiefly on the quartzose parts. The crystals of feldspar sometimes preserve externally their reddish-white colour, and rise above the black crust. On breaking the stone with a hammer, the inside is found to be white, and without any trace of decomposition. These enormous stony masses appear sometimes in rhombs, sometimes under those hemispheric forms peculiar to granitic rocks when they separate in blocks. They give the landscape a singularly gloomy aspect, their colour being in strong contrast with that of the foam of the river, which covers them, and of the vegetation by which they are surrounded. The Indians say that the rocks are burnt or carbonized by the rays of the sun. We saw them not only in the bed of the Orinoco, but at some spots as far as 500 toises from its present shore, on heights which the waters now never reach even in their greatest swellings. What is this brownish black crust, which gives these rocks, when they have a globular form, the appearance of meteoric stones? What idea can we form of the action of the water, which produces a deposit or a change of colour so extraordinary? We must observe, in the first place, that this phenomenon does not belong to the cataracts of the Orinoco alone, but is found in both hemispheres. At my return from Mexico in 1807, when I showed the granites of Atures and Maypures to M. Rosier, who had travelled over the valley of Egypt, the coasts of the Red Sea, and Mount Sinai, this learned geologist pointed out to me that the primitive rocks of the little cataracts of Syene display, like the rocks of the Orinoco, a glossy surface of a blackish grey or almost leaden colour, and of which some of the fragments seem coated with tar. Recently, in the unfortunate expedition of Captain Tuckey, the English naturalists were struck with the same appearance in the Yalallas, rapids and shoals, that obstruct the river Congo or Zaire. Dr. Koenig has placed in the British Museum, beside the syenites of the Congo, the granites of the Atures, taken from a series of rocks which were presented by M. BONPLAND and myself to the illustrious president of the Royal Society of London. "These fragments," says M. Koenig, "alike resemble meteoric stones. In both rocks, those of the Orinoco and of Africa, the black crust is composed, according to the analysis of Mr. Children, of the oxide of iron and manganese." Some experiments made at Mexico, conjointly with Senor del Rio, led me to think that the rocks of Atures, which blacken the paper in which they are wrapped, contain, besides oxide of manganese, carbon and supercarburetted iron. Note: I remarked the same phenomenon from spongy grains of platina 1 or 2 lines in length, collected at the stream works of Tado in the province of Choco. Having been wrapped up in white paper during a journey of several months, they left a black stain, like that of plumbago or supercarburetted iron. End of note. At the Orinoco, granitic masses of 40 or 50 feet thick are uniformly coated with these oxides, and however thin these crusts may appear, they must nevertheless contain pretty considerable quantities of iron and manganese, since they occupy a space of above a league square. It must be observed that all these phenomena of coloration have hitherto appeared in the torrid zone only, in rivers that have periodical overflowings, of which the habitual temperature is from 24 to 28 centesimal degrees, and which flow not over gritstone or calcareous rocks, but over granite, gneiss, and hornblende rocks. Quartz and feldspar scarcely contain 5 or 6 thousandths of oxide of iron and of manganese. But in mica and hornblende, these oxides, and particularly that of iron, amount, according to Klaproth and Hermann, to 15 or 20 parts in 100. The hornblende contains also some carbon, like the Lydian stone and Kieselschiefer. Now, if these black crusts were formed by a slow decomposition of the granitic rock, under the double influence of humidity and the tropical sun, how is it to be conceived that these oxides are spread so uniformly over the whole surface of the stony masses, and are not more abundant round a crystal of mica or hornblende than on the feldspar and milky quartz? The ferruginous sandstones, granites, and marbles, that become cinereous and sometimes brown in damp air, have an aspect altogether different. In reflecting upon the luster and equal thickness of the crusts, we are rather inclined to think that this matter is deposited by the Orinoco, and that the water has penetrated even into the clefts of the rocks. Adopting this hypothesis, it may be asked whether the river holds the oxides suspended like sand and other earthy substances, or whether they are found in a state of chemical solution. The first supposition is less admissible on account of the homogeneity of the crusts, which contain neither grains of sand nor spangles of mica mixed with the oxides. We must then recur to the idea of a chemical solution, and this idea is no way at variance with the phenomena daily observable in our laboratories. The waters of great rivers contain carbonic acid, and were they even entirely pure, they would still be capable, in very great volumes, of dissolving some portions of oxide, or those metallic hydrates which are regarded as the least soluble. The mud of the Nile, which is the sediment of the matter which the river holds suspended, is destitute of manganese, but it contains, according to the analysis of M. Regnault, 6 parts in 100 of oxide of iron, and its colour, at first black, changes to yellowish brown by desiccation and the contact of air. The mud, consequently, is not the cause of the black crusts on the rocks of Syene. Berzelius, who, at my request, examined these crusts, recognized in them, as in those of the granites of the Orinoco and the river Congo, the union of iron and manganese. That celebrated chemist was of the opinion that the rivers do not take up these oxides from the soil over which they flow, but that they derive them from their subterranean sources, and deposit them on the rocks in the manner of cementation by the action of particular affinities, perhaps by that of the potash of feldspar. A long residence at the cataracts of the Orinoco, the Nile, and the Rio Congo, and an examination of the circumstances attendant on this phenomenon of coloration, could alone lead to the complete solution of the problem as we have discussed. Is this phenomenon independent of the nature of the rocks? I shall content myself with observing in general that neither the granitic masses remote from the ancient bed of the Orinoco, but exposed during the rainy season to the alternations of heat and moisture, nor the granitic rocks bathed by the brownish waters of the Rio Negro, assume the appearance of meteoric stones. The Indians say that the rocks are black only where the waters are white. They ought perhaps to add, where the waters acquire great swiftness and strike with force against the rocks of the banks. Cementation seems to explain why the crusts augment so little in thickness. I know not whether it be an error, but in the missions of the Orinoco, the neighbourhood of bare rocks, and especially of the masses that have crusts of carbon, Iron of oxide and manganese are considered injurious to health. In the torrid zone, still more than in others, the people multiply pathogenic causes at will. They are afraid to sleep in the open air if forced to expose the face to the rays of the full moon. They also think it dangerous to sleep on granite near the river, and many examples are cited of persons who, after having passed the night on these black and naked rocks, have awakened in the morning with a strong paroxysm of fever. Without entirely lending faith to the assertions of the missionaries and natives, we generally avoided the Lajas Negras, and stretched ourselves on the beach covered with white sand, when we found no tree from which to suspend our hammocks. At Carichana, the village is intended to be destroyed and its place changed, merely to remove it from the black rocks, or from a site where, for a space of more than 10,000 square toises, banks of bare granite form the surface. From similar motives, which must appear very chimerical to the naturalists of Europe, the Jesuits Olmo, Forneri, and Melis removed a village of Jaruros to 3 different spots between the Raudal of Tabaje and of Rio Anavene. I merely state these facts as they were related to me, because we are almost wholly ignorant of the nature of the gaseous mixtures which cause the insalubrity of the atmosphere. Can it be admitted that, under the influence of excessive heat and of constant humidity, the black crusts of the granitic rocks are capable of acting upon the ambient air, and producing miasmata with a triple basis of carbon, azote, and hydrogen? This I doubt. The granites of the Orinoco, it is true, often contain hornblende, and those who are accustomed to practical labour in mines are not ignorant that the most noxious exhalations rise from galleries wrought in syenitic and hornblende rocks. But in an atmosphere renewed every instant by the action of little currents of air, the effect cannot be the same as in a mine. It is probably dangerous to sleep on the Lajas Negras, only because these rocks retain a very elevated temperature during the night. I have found their temperature in the day at 48 degrees, the air in the shade being at 29.7 degrees. During the night, the thermometer on the rock indicated 36 degrees, the air being at 26 degrees. When the accumulation of heat in the stony masses has reached a stationary degree, these masses become at the same hours nearly of the same temperature. What they have acquired more in the day, they lose at night by radiation, the force of which depends on the state of the surface of the radiating body, the interior arrangements of its particles, and above all on the clearness of the sky, that is, on the transparency of the atmosphere and the absence of clouds. When the declination of the sun varies very little, this luminary adds daily nearly the same quantities of heat, and the rocks are not hotter at the end than in the middle of summer. There is a certain maximum which they cannot pass, because they do not change the state of their surface, their density, or their capacity for caloric. On the shores of the Orinoco, on getting out of one's hammock during the night, and touching with the bare feet the rocky surface of the ground, the sensation of heat experienced is very remarkable. I observed pretty constantly, in putting the bulb of the thermometer in contact with the ledges of bare rocks, that the Lajas Negras are hotter during the day than the reddish-white granites at a distance from the river, but the latter cool during the night less rapidly than the former. It may be easily conceived that the emission and loss of caloric is more rapid in masses with black crusts than in those which abound in laminate of silvery mica. When walking between the hours of 1 and 3 in the afternoon, at Carichana, Atures, or Maypures, among those blocks of stone destitute of vegetable mould, and piled up to great heights, one feels a sensation of suffocation, as if standing before the opening of a furnace. The winds, if ever felt in those woody regions, far from bringing coolness, appear more heated when they have passed over beds of stone and heaps of rounded blocks of granite. This augmentation of heat adds to the insalubrity of the climate. Among the causes of the depopulation of the raudales, I have not reckoned the smallpox, that malady which in other parts of America makes such cruel ravages that the natives, seized with dismay, burn their huts, kill their children, and renounce every kind of society. This scourge is almost unknown on the banks of the Orinoco, and should it penetrate thither, it is to be hoped that its effects may be immediately counteracted by vaccination, the blessings of which are daily felt along the coasts of terra firma. The causes which depopulate the Christian settlements are the repugnance of the Indians for the regulations of the missions, insalubrity of climate, bad nourishment, want of care in the diseases of children, and the guilty practice of preventing pregnancy by the use of deleterious herbs. Among the barbarous people of Guiana, as well as those of the half-civilized islands of the South Sea, young wives are fearful of becoming mothers. If they have children, their offspring are exposed not only to the dangers of savage life, but also to other dangers arising from the strangest popular prejudices. When twins are born, false notions of propriety and family honour require that one of them should be destroyed. To bring twins into the world, say the Indians, is to be exposed to public scorn. It is to resemble rats, opossums, and the vilest animals, which bring forth a great number of young at a time. Nay, more, they affirm that two children born at the same time cannot belong to the same father. This is an axiom of physiology among the Salivas, and in every zone and in different states of society. When the vulgar seize upon an axiom, they adhere to it with more steadfastness than the better informed men by whom it was first hazarded. To avoid the disturbance of conjugal tranquillity, the old female relations of the mother take care that when twins are born, one of them shall disappear. If a newborn infant, though not a twin, have any physical deformity, the father instantly puts it to death. They will have none but robust and well-made children, for deformities indicate some influence of the evil spirit Ioloquiamo, or the bird Tukituki, the enemy of the human race. Sometimes children of a feeble constitution undergo the same fate. When the father is asked what has become of one of his sons, he will pretend that he has lost him by a natural death. He will disavow an action that appears to him blamable but not criminal. He will tell you, quote, "The poor boy could not follow us. We must have waited for him every moment. He has not been seen again. He did not come to sleep where we passed the night." End quote. Such is the candour and simplicity of manners. Such the boasted happiness of man in the state of nature. He kills his son to escape the ridicule of having twins, or to avoid journeying more slowly, in fact, to avoid a little inconvenience. These acts of cruelty, I confess, are less frequent than they are believed to be, yet they occur even in the missions, during the time when the Indians leave the village to retire to the conucos of the neighbouring forests. It would be erroneous to attribute these actions to the state of polygamy in which the uncatechized Indians live. Polygamy no doubt diminishes the domestic happiness and internal union of families, but this practice, sanctioned by Ismailism, does not prevent the people of the East from loving their children with tenderness. Among the Indians of the Orinoco, the father returns home only to eat or to sleep in his hammock. He lavishes no caresses on his infants or on his wives, whose office it is to serve him. Parental affection begins to display itself only when the young has become strong enough to take a part in hunting, fishing, and the agricultural labours of the plantations. While our boat was unloading, we examined closely, wherever the shore could be approached, the terrific spectacle of a great river, narrowed and reduced, as it were, to foam. I shall endeavour to paint, not the sensations we felt, but the aspect of a spot so celebrated among the scenes of the New World. The more imposing and majestic the objects we describe, the more essential it becomes to seize them in their smallest details, to fix the outline of the picture we would present to the imagination of the reader, and to describe with simplicity what characterizes the great and imperishable monuments of nature. The navigation of the Orinoco from its mouth, as far as the confluence of the Anavene, an extent of 260 leagues, is not impeded. There are shoals and eddies near Muitaco, a cove that bears the name of the mouth of hell, Boca del Infierno, and there are rapids, raudalitos, near Carichana and San Borja. But in all these places the river is never entirely barred, as a channel is left by which boats can pass up and down. In all this navigation of the lower Orinoco, travellers experience no other danger than that of the natural rafts formed by trees, which are uprooted by the river and swept along in its great floods. Woe to the canoes that during the night strike against these rafts of wood interwoven with lianas. Covered with aquatic plants, they resemble here, as in the Mississippi, floating meadows, the chinampas or floating gardens of the Mexican lakes. The Indians, when they wish to surprise a tribe of their enemies, bring together several canoes, fasten them to each other with cords, and cover them with grass and branches, to imitate this assemblage of trunks of trees, which the Orinoco sweeps along in its middle current. The Caribs are accused of having heretofore excelled in the use of this artifice. At present, the Spanish smugglers in the neighbourhood of Angostura have recourse to the same expedient to escape the vigilance of the custom house officers. After proceeding up the Orinoco beyond the Rio Anavene, we find, between the mountains of Uniana and Sipapu, the great cataracts of Mapara and Quituna, or, as they are more commonly called by the missionaries, the raudales of Atures and Maypures. These bars, which extend from one bank to the other, present in general a similar aspect. They are composed of innumerable islands, dikes of rock, and blocks of granite piled on one another and covered with palm trees. But notwithstanding a uniformity of aspect, each of these cataracts preserves an individual character. The first, the Atures, is most easily passable when the waters are low. The Indians prefer crossing the second, the Maypures, at the time of great floods. Beyond the Maypures and the mouth of the Cano Cameji, the Orinoco is again unobstructed for the length of more than 167 leagues, or nearly to its source, that is to say, as far as the raudalito of Guajaribos, east of the Cano Chiguire, and the lofty mountains of Yumariquin. Having visited the basins of the two rivers Orinoco and Amazon, I was singularly struck by the differences they display in their course of unequal extent. The falls of the Amazon, which is nearly 980 nautical leagues, 20 to a degree, in length, are pretty near its source, in the first sixth of its total length, and 5/6 of its course are entirely free. We find the great falls of the Orinoco on a point far more unfavourable to navigation, if not at the half, at least much beyond the first third of its length. In both rivers it is neither the mountains nor the different stages of flatlands lying over one another whence they take their origin that cause the cataracts. They are produced by other mountains or ledges which, after a long and tranquil course, the rivers have to pass over, precipitating themselves from step to step. The Amazon does not pierce its way through the principal chain of the Andes, as was affirmed at a period when it was gratuitously supposed that, wherever mountains are divided into parallel chains, the intermedial or central ridge must be more elevated than the others. This great river rises, and this is a point of some importance to geology, eastward of the western chain, which alone in this latitude merits the denomination of the high chain of the Andes. It is formed by the junction of the river Aguamiros with the Rio Chavinillo, which issues from the lake Yauricocha in the longitudinal valley bounded by the western and intermedial chain of the Andes. To form an accurate idea of these hydrographical relations, it must be borne in mind that a division into three chains takes place in a colossal group or knot of the mountains of Pasco and Huanuco. The western chain, which is the loftiest, and takes the name of the Cordillera Real de Nieva, directs its course between Huari and Cahatamba, Guamachuco and Luema, Micuipampa and Guangamarca, by the Nevadas de Viuda, Pelagatos, Moyopata, and Huelias, and by the Paramos of Guamani and Guaringa towards the town of Loja. The intermedial chain separates the waters of the upper Maranon from those of the Guallaga, and over a long space reaches only the small elevation of 1,000 toises. It enters the region of perpetual snow to the south of Huanuco, in the Cordillera of Casaguanca. It stretches at first northward by Huacpachuco, Chachapoyas, Moyobamba, and the Paramo of Piscoguanuna. Then it progressively lowers towards Peca, Copayin, and the mission of Santiago, at the eastern extremity of the province of Jaén to Bracamoros. The third or easternmost chain skirts the right bank of the Rio Guallaga, and loses itself in the 7th degree of latitude. So long as the Amazon flows from south to north in the longitudinal valley between two chains of unequal height, that is, from the farms of Guivia and Guanquebamba, where the river is crossed on wooden bridges, as far as the confluence of the Rio Chinchipe, there are neither bars nor any obstacle whatever to the navigation of boats. The falls of water begin only where the Amazon turns toward the east, crossing the intermedial chain of the Andes, which widens considerably toward the north. It meets with the first rocks of red sandstone, or ancient conglomerate, between Tambillo and the Pongo of Rentama, near which I measured the breadth, depth, and swiftness of the waters. And it leaves the rocks of red sandstone east of the famous strait of Manseriche, near the Pongo of Tayuchuk, where the hills rise no higher than 40 or 50 toises above the level of its waters. The river does not reach the most easterly chain which bounds the Pampas del Sacramento. From the hills of Tayuchuk, as far as the Gran Para, during a course of more than 750 leagues, the navigation is free from obstacles. It results from this rapid stretch that, if the Maranon had not to pass over the hilly country between Santiago and Tomipenda, which belongs to the central chain of the Andes, it would be navigable from its mouth as far as Pumpo, near Piscobamba, in the province of Conchucos, 43 leagues north of its source. End of chapter 2.20, part 2. Chapter 2.20, part 3, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, part 3. We have just seen that in the Orinoco, as in the Amazon, the great cataracts are not found near the sources of the rivers. After a tranquil course of more than 160 leagues from the little raudal of Guaharibos, east of Esmeralda, as far as the mountains of Sipapu, the river, augmented by the waters of the Jao, the Ventuari, the Atabapo, and the Guaviare, suddenly changes its primitive direction from east to west, and runs from south to north. Then, in crossing the land strait in the plains of the Meta, note, this strait, which I have several times mentioned, is formed by the Cordilleras of the Andes of New Granada and the Cordillera of Parima, end of note, meets the advanced buttresses of the Cordillera of Parima. This obstacle causes cataracts far more considerable and presents greater impediments to navigation than all the pongos of the upper Maranon, because they are proportionally nearer to the mouth of the river. These geographical details serve to prove, in the instances of the two greatest rivers of the New World, first, that it cannot be ascertained in an absolute manner that, beyond a certain number of toises, or a certain height above the level of the sea, rivers are not navigable. Secondly, that the rapids are not always occasioned, as several treatises of general topography affirmed, by the height of the first obstacles, by the first lines of ridges, which the waters have to surmount near the sources. The most northern of the great cataracts of the Orinoco is the only one bounded on each side by lofty mountains. The left bank of the river is generally lower, but it makes part of a plain which rises again west of Atures, towards the peak of Uriana, a pyramid nearly 3,000 feet high, and placed on a wall of rock with steep slopes. The situation of this solitary peak in the plain contributes to render its aspect more imposing and majestic. Near the mission, in the country which surrounds the cataract, the aspect of the landscape varies at every step. Within a small space we find all that is most rude and gloomy in nature, united with an open country and lovely pastoral scenery. In the physical, as in the moral world, the contrast of effects, the comparison of what is powerful and menacing with what is soft and peaceful, is a never-failing source of our pleasures and our emotions. I shall here repeat some scattered features of a picture which I traced in another work shortly after my return to Europe. Note, Views of Nature, page 153, Vaughan's edition, end of note. The savannas of Atures, covered with slender plants and grasses, are really meadows resembling those of Europe. They are never inundated by the rivers, and seem as if waiting to be ploughed by the hand of man. Notwithstanding their extent, these savannas do not exhibit the monotony of our plains. They surround groups of rocks and blocks of granite, piled on one another. On the very borders of these plains and this open country, the glens are seen scarcely lighted by the rays of the setting sun, and hollows where the humid soil, loaded with arums, heliconias, and lianas, manifests at every step the wild fecundity of nature. Everywhere, just rising above the earth, appear those shelves of granite completely bare, which we saw at Carichana, and which I have already described. Where springs gush from the bosom of these rocks, verrucarias, psoras, and lichens are fixed on the decomposing granite, and have there accumulated mould. Little euphorbias, peperomias, and other succulent plants have taken the place of the cryptogamous tribes, and evergreen shrubs, rhexias, and purple-flowered melastomas form verdant isles amid desert and rocky plains. The distribution of these spots, the clusters of small trees with coriaceous and shining leaves scattered in the savannas, the limpid rills that dig channels amongst the rocks, and wind alternately through fertile places and over bare shelves of granite, all call to mind the most lovely and picturesque plantations and pleasure grounds of Europe. We seem to recognize the industry of man and the traces of civilization amid this wild scenery. The lofty mountains that abound the horizon on every side contribute also, by their forms and the nature of their vegetation, to give an extraordinary character to the landscape. The average height of these mountains is not more than 700 or 800 feet above the surrounding plains. Their summits are rounded, as for the most part in granitic mountains, and covered with thick forests of the laurel tribe. Clusters of palm trees, note, el cucurito, end of note, the leaves of which curled like feathers rise majestically at an angle of 70 degrees, are dispersed amid trees with horizontal branches, and their bare trunks, like columns of 100 or 120 feet high, shoot up into the air, and when seen in distinct relief against the azure vault of the sky, they resemble a forest planted upon another forest. When, as the moon was going down behind the mountains of Uniana, her reddish disk was hidden behind the pinnated foliage of the palm trees, and again appeared in the aerial zone that separates the two forests, I thought myself transported for a few moments to the hermitage which Bernardin de Saint-Pierre has described as one of the most delicious scenes of the Isle of Bourbon, and I felt how much the aspect of the plants and their groupings resemble each other in the two worlds. In describing a small spot of land in an island of the Indian Ocean, the inimitable author of Paul and Virginia has sketched the vast picture of the landscape of the tropics. He knew how to paint nature, not because he had studied it scientifically, but because he felt it in all its harmonious analogies of forms, colors, and interior powers. East of the Atures, near these rounded mountains, crowned, as it were, by two superimposed forests of laurels and palms, other mountains of a very different aspect arise. Their ridge is bristled with pointed rocks, towering like pillars above the summits of the trees and shrubs. These effects are common to all granitic tablelands, at the Harz, in the metalliferous mountains of Bohemia, in Galicia, on the limit of the two Castiles, or wherever a granite of new formation appears above the ground. The rocks, which are at distances from each other, are composed of blocks piled together, or divided into regular and horizontal beds. On the summits of those situated near the Orinoco, flamingos, soldados, note, the soldado, soldier, is a large species of heron, end of note, and other fishing birds perch and look like men posted as sentinels. This resemblance is so striking that the inhabitants of Angostura, soon after the foundation of their city, were one day alarmed by the sudden appearance of soldados and garzas on a mountain towards the south. They believed they were menaced with an attack of Indios Monteros, wild Indians called mountaineers, and the people were not perfectly tranquilized till they saw the birds soaring in the air and continuing their migration towards the mouths of the Orinoco. The fine vegetation of the mountains spreads over the plains wherever the rock is covered with mould. We generally find that this black mould, mixed with fibrous vegetable matter, is separated from the granitic rock by a layer of white sand. The missionary assured us that verdure of perpetual freshness prevails in the vicinity of the cataracts, produced by the quantity of vapour which the river, broken into torrents and cascades for the length of 3,000 or 4,000 toises, diffuses in the air. We had not heard thunder more than once or twice at Atures, and the vegetation everywhere displayed that vigorous aspect, that brilliancy of colour seen on the coast only at the end of the rainy season. The old trees were decorated with beautiful orchideas. Note: Cymbidium violaceum, Hibernaria angustifolia, etc. End of note. Yellow banisterias, blue-flowered bignonias, peperomias, arums, and pothoses. A single trunk displays a greater variety of vegetable forms than are contained within an extensive space of ground in our countries. Close to the parasitic plants, peculiar to very hot climates, we observed, not without surprise, in the centre of the torrid zone and near the level of the sea, mosses resembling in every aspect those of Europe. We gathered near the great cataract of Aturias, that fine specimen of Grimmia with fontinalis leaves, which has so much fixed the attention of botanists. Note: Grimmia fontanilloides. See Hooker's Musci Exotici, 1818, tab 2. The learned author of the monography of Jungermania, Mr. Jackson Hooker, with noble disinterestedness, published at his own expense in London the whole collection of cryptogamous plants brought by BONPLAND and Humboldt from the equinoctial regions of America. End of note. It is suspended to the branches of the loftiest trees. Of the phanerogamous plants, those which prevail in the woody spots are the mimosa, ficus, and laurinea. This fact is the more characteristic as, according to the observations of Mr. Brown, the laurineae appear to be almost entirely wanting on the opposite continent in the equinoctial part of Africa. Plants that love humidity adorn the scenery surrounding the cataracts. We there find in the plains groups of heliconias and other scytaemenae with large and glossy leaves, bamboos, and the 3 palm trees, the murici, jagua, and vadgii, each of which forms a separate group. The murici, or mauritia, with scaly fruits, is the celebrated sago tree of the Guaraon Indians. It has palmate leaves, and has no relation to the palm trees with pinnate and curled leaves, to the jagua, which appears to be a species of the cocoa tree, or to the vadgii, or cucurito, which may be assimilated to the fine species of Oreodoxa. The cucurito, which is the palm most prevalent around the cataracts of the Atures and Maypures, is remarkable for its stateliness. Its leaves, or rather its palms, crown a trunk of 80 or 100 feet high. Their direction is almost perpendicular when young, as well as at their full growth, the points only being incurvated. They look like plumes of the most soft and verdant green. The cucurito, the pirijao, the fruit of which resembles the apricot, the Oreodoxa regia, or palma real, of the island of Cuba, and the ceroxylon of the high Andes, are the most majestic of all the palm trees we saw in the New World. As we advance toward the temperate zone, the plants of this family decrease in size and beauty. What a difference between the species we have just mentioned and the date tree of the East, which unfortunately has become to the landscape painters of Europe the type of a group of palm trees. It is not surprising that persons who have traveled only in the north of Africa, in Sicily, or in Spain, cannot conceive that, of all large trees, the palm is the most grand and beautiful in form. Incomplete analogies prevent Europeans from having a just idea of the aspect of the torrid zone. All the world knows, for instance, that this zone is embellished by the contrasts exhibited in the foliage of the trees, and particularly by the great number of those with pinnate leaves. The ash, the service tree, the inga, the acacia of the United States, the gladitia, the tamarind, the mimosa, the desmanthus, all have pinnate leaves, with folioli more or less slender, tough, and shining. But can a group of ash trees, of service trees, or of sumac recall the picturesque effect of tamarinds or mimosas, when the azure of the sky appears through their small, slender, and delicately pinnated leaves? These considerations are more important than they may at first seem. The forms of plants determine the physiognomy of nature, and this physiognomy influences the moral disposition of nations. Every type comprehends species, which, while exhibiting the same general appearance, differ in the varied development of the similar organs. The palm trees, the scytaemenae, the malvaceae, the trees with pinnate leaves, do not all display the same picturesque beauties, and generally the most beautiful species of each type, in plants as in animals, belong to the equinoctial zone. The proteaceae Note. Rhopalis, which characterize the vegetation of the llanos. End of note. Crotons, agaves, and the great tribe of the cactuses, which inhabit exclusively the New World, disappear gradually as we ascend the Orinoco above the Apure and the Meta. It is, however, the shade and humidity, rather than the distance from the coast, which opposes the migration of the cactuses southward. We found forests of them mingled with crotons, covering a great space of arid land to the east of the Andes, in the province of Bracamoros, toward the upper Maranon. The arborescent ferns seem to fail entirely near the cataracts of the Orinoco. We found no species as far as San Fernando de Atabapo, that is, to the confluence of the Orinoco and the Guaviare. Having now examined the vicinity of the Atures, it remains for me to speak of the rapids themselves, which occur in a part of the valley where the bed of the river, deeply engulfed, has almost inaccessible banks. It was only in a very few spots that we could enter the Orinoco to bathe between the cataracts, in coves where the waters have eddies of little velocity. Persons who have dwelt in the Alps, the Pyrenees, or even the Cordilleras, so celebrated for the fractures and the vestiges of destruction which they display at every step, can scarcely picture to themselves, from a mere narration, the state of the bed of the river. It is traversed in an extent of more than 5 miles by innumerable dikes of rock, forming so many natural dams, so many barriers resembling those of the Dnieper, which the ancients designated by the name of phragmoi. The space between the rocky dikes of the Orinoco is filled with islands of different dimensions, some hilly, divided into several peaks, and 200 or 300 toises in length; others small, low, and like mere shoals. These islands divide the river into a number of torrents, which boil up as they break against the rocks. The jaguas and cucuritos, with plumy leaves, with which all the islands are covered, seem like groves of palm trees rising from the foamy surface of the waters. The Indians, whose task it is to pass the boats empty over the raudales, distinguish every shelf and every rock by a particular name. On entering from the south, you can find first the leap of the Tucan, Salto de Piapoco, and between the islands of Avaguri and Yavariveni is the raudal of Yavariveni, where, on our return from Rio Negro, we passed some hours amid the rapids, waiting for our boat. The great part of the river appeared dry. Blocks of granite are heaped together, as in the moraines which the glaciers of Switzerland drive before them. The river is engulfed in caverns, and in one of these caverns we heard the water roll at once over our heads and beneath our feet. The Orinoco seems divided into a multitude of arms or torrents, each of which seeks to force a passage through the rocks. We were struck with the little water to be seen in the bed of the river, the frequency of subterraneous falls, and the tumult of the waters breaking on the rocks in foam. Cuncta fremet undus, ac multo murmuri montis, spumius invictus canescit, fluctibus amnis. Note. Lucan, Pharsalia, lib. 10, volume 132. End of note. Having passed the raudal of Javariveni, I name here only the principal falls. We come to the raudal of Canucari, formed by a ledge of rocks uniting the islands of Surupamana and Urirapuri. When the dikes, or natural dams, are only 3 feet high, the Indians venture to descend them in boats. In going up the river, they swim on before, and if, after many vain efforts, they succeed in fixing a rope to one of the points of rock that crown the dike, they then, by means of that rope, draw the bark to the top of the raudal. The bark, during this arduous task, often fills with water. At other times it is stove against the rocks, and the Indians, their bodies bruised and bleeding, extricate themselves with difficulty from the whirlpools, and reach, by swimming, the nearest island. When the steps or rocky barriers are very high, and entirely bar the river, light boats are carried on shore, and with the help of branches of trees placed under them to serve as rollers, they are drawn as far as the place where the river again becomes navigable. This operation is seldom necessary when the water is high. We cannot speak of the cataracts of the Orinoco without recalling to mind the manner heretofore employed for descending the cataracts of the Nile, of which Seneca has left us a description probably more poetical than accurate. I shall cite the passage which traces with fidelity what may be seen every day at Atures, Maypures, and in some pongos of the Amazon. Quote, 2 men embark in a small boat. One steers, and the other empties it as it fills with water. Long buffeted by the rapids, the whirlpools, and the contrary currents, they pass through the narrowest channels, avoid the shoals, and rush down the whole river, guiding the course of the boat in its accelerated fall." End quote. Nat. Quest. Lib. 4. Cap. 2. Edit. Elsev. Tome 2. Page 609. In hydrographic descriptions of countries, the vague names of cataracts, cascades, falls, and rapids. Note. The corresponding terms in use among the peoples of South America are saltos, chorros, pongos, cachoeiras, and raudales. End of note. Denoting those tumultuous movements of water which arise from very different circumstances, are generally confounded with one another. Sometimes a whole river precipitating itself from a great height, and by one single fall, renders navigation impossible. Such is the majestic fall of the Rio Tequendama, which I have represented in my views of the Cordilleras. Such are the falls of Niagara and of the Rhine, much less remarkable for their elevation than for the mass of water they contain. Sometimes stony dikes of small height succeed each other at great distances, and form distinct falls. Such are the cachoeiras of the Rio Negro and the Rio Madeira, the saltos of the Rio Cauca, and the greater part of the pongos that are found in the upper Maranon, from the confluence of Chinchipe to the village of San Borja. The highest and most formidable of these pongos, which are descended on rafts, that of Mayasi, is however only 3 feet in height. Sometimes small rocky dikes are so near each other that they form for several miles an uninterrupted succession of cascades and whirlpools, chorros and remolinos. These are properly what are called rapids, raudales. Such are the yallalas or rapids of the river Zaire, or Congo, which Captain Tuckey has recently made known to us. Note. Voyage to Explore the River Zaire, 1818, pages 152, 327, 340. What the inhabitants of Upper Egypt and Nubia called Chalal in the Nile is called Yallala in the river Congo. This analogy between words signifying rapids is remarkable on account of the enormous distance of the Yallalas of the Congo from the Chalal and Genadel of the Nile. Did the word Chalal penetrate with the Moors into the west of Africa? If with Burckhardt we consider the origin of this word as Arabic, Travels in Nubia, 1819, it must be derived from the root chala, to disperse, which forms chalil, water falling through a narrow channel. End of note. The rapids of the Orange River in Africa above Pella, and the falls of the Missouri, which are 4 leagues in length, where the river issues from the Rocky Mountains. Such are also the cataracts of Atures and Maypures, the only cataracts which, situated in the equinoctial region of the New World, are adorned with the noble growth of palm trees. At all seasons they exhibit the aspect of cascades, and present the greatest obstacles to the navigation of the Orinoco, while the rapids of the Ohio and of the Upper Egypt are scarcely visible at the period of floods. A solitary cataract like Niagara, or the Cascade of Terney, affords a grand but single picture, varying only as the observer changes his place. Rapids, on the contrary, especially when adorned with large trees, embellish a landscape during a length of several leagues. Sometimes the tumultuous movement of the waters is caused only by extraordinary contractions of the beds of the rivers. Such is the Angostura of Carrare in the river Magdalena, a strait that impedes communication between Santa Fe de Bogota and the coast of Cartagena, and such is the Pongo of Manseriche in the upper Maranon. The Orinoco, the Rio Negro, and almost all the confluents of the Amazon and the Maranon have falls or rapids, either because they cross the mountains where they take rise, or because they meet other mountains in their course. If the Amazon, from the Pongo of Manseriche, or, to speak with more precision, from the Pongo of Tayachuk, as far as its mouth, a space of more than 750 leagues, exhibit no tumultuous movement of the waters, the river owes this advantage to the uniform direction of its course. It flows from west to east in a vast plain, forming a longitudinal valley between the mountains of Parima and the great mass of mountains of Brazil. I was surprised to find by actual measurement that the rapids of the Orinoco, the roar of which is heard at a distance of more than a league, and which are so eminently picturesque from the varied appearance of the waters, the palm trees, and the rocks, have not probably on their whole length a height of more than 28 feet perpendicular. In reflecting on this, we find that it is a great deal for rapids, while it would be very little for a single cataract. The yallalas of the Rio Congo, in the contracted part of the river from Banzinoki as far as Banza Inga, furnish between the upper and lower levels a much more considerable difference. But Mr. Barrow observes that among the great number of these rapids there is one fall which alone is 30 feet high. On the other hand, the famous pongos of the river Amazon, so dangerous to go up, the falls of Rentema, of Ustribagas, and of Mayasi, are but a few feet in perpendicular height. Those who are engaged in hydraulic works know the effect that a bar of 18 or 20 inches height produces in a great river. The whirling and tumultuous movement of the water does not depend solely on the greatness of partial falls. What determines the force and impetuosity is the nearness of these falls, the steepness of the rocky ledges, the returning sheets of water which strike against and surmount each other, the form of the islands and shoals, the direction of the countercurrents, and the contraction and sinuosity of the channels through which the waters force a passage between two adjacent levels. In two rivers equally large, that of which the falls have the least height may sometimes present the greatest dangers and the most impetuous movements. It is probable that the river Orinoco loses part of its waters in the cataracts, not only by increased evaporation caused by the dispersion of minute drops in the atmosphere, but still more by filtrations into the subterraneous cavities. These losses, however, are not very perceptible when we compare the mass of waters entering into the raudal with that which issues out near the mouth of the Rio Anaveni. It was by similar comparison that the existence of subterraneous cavities in the yallalas or rapids of the river Congo was discovered. The Pongo of Manseriche, which ought rather to be called a strait than a fall, engulfs, in a manner not yet sufficiently explored, a part of the waters and all the floating wood of the upper Maranon. The spectator, seated on the bank of the Orinoco, with his eyes fixed on those rocky dikes, is naturally led to inquire whether, in the lapse of ages, the falls change their form or height. I am not much inclined to believe in such effects of the shock of water against blocks of granite, and in the erosion of siliceous matter. The holes narrowed toward the bottom, the funnels that are discovered in the raudales, as well as near so many other cascades in Europe, are owing only to the friction of the sand and the movement of quartz pebbles. We saw many such whirled perpetually by the current at the bottom of the funnels, and contributing to enlarge them in every direction. The pongos of the river Amazon are easily destroyed, because the rocky dikes are not granite, but a conglomerate or red sandstone with large fragments. A part of the pongo of Rentama was broken down 80 years ago, and the course of the waters being interrupted by a new bar, the bed of the river remained dry for some hours, to the great astonishment of the inhabitants of the village of Payaya, 7 leagues below the Pongo. The Indians of Atures assert, and in this their testimony is contrary to the opinion of Caulin, that the rocks of the raudal preserve the same aspect, but that the partial torrents into which the great river divides itself as it passes through the heaped rocks of granite change their direction, and carry sometimes more, sometimes less water towards one or the other bank. But the causes of these changes may be very remote from the cataracts, for in the rivers that spread life over the surface of the globe, as in the arteries by which it is diffused through organized bodies, all the movements are propagated to great distances. Oscillations that at first seem partial react on the whole liquid mass contained in the trunk as well as in its numerous ramifications. End of chapter 2.20, part 3. Chapter 2.20, part 4, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, part 4. Some of the missionaries in their writings have alleged that the inhabitants of Atures and Maypures have been struck with deafness by the noise of the great cataracts. But this is untrue. When the noise is heard in the plain that surrounds the mission, at the distance of more than a league, you seem to be near a coast skirted by reefs and breakers. The noise is 3 times as loud by night as by day, and gives an inexpressible charm to these solitary scenes. What can be the cause of this increased intensity of sound, in a desert where nothing seems to interrupt the silence of nature? The velocity of propagation of sound, far from augmenting, decreases with the lowering of the temperature. The intensity diminishes in air agitated by a wind which is contrary to the direction of the sound. It diminishes also by dilation of the air, and is weaker in the higher than in the lower regions of the atmosphere, where the number of particles of air in motion is greater in the same radius. The intensity is the same in dry air, and in air mingled with vapors, but it is feebler in carbonic acid gas than in mixtures of azote and oxygen. From these facts, which are all we know with any certainty, it is difficult to explain a phenomenon observed near every cascade in Europe, and which, long before our arrival in the village of Atures, had struck the missionary and the Indians. It may be thought that, even in places not inhabited by man, the hum of insects, the song of birds, the rustling of leaves agitated by the feeblest winds, occasion during the day a confused noise, which we perceive the less because it is uniform and constantly strikes the ear. Now this noise, however slightly perceptible it may be, may diminish the intensity of a louder noise, and this diminution may cease if during the calm of the night the song of birds, the hum of insects, and the action of the wind upon the leaves be interrupted. But this reasoning, even admitting its justness, can scarcely be applied to the forests of the Orinoco, where the air is constantly filled by an innumerable quantity of mosquitoes, where the hum of insects is much louder by night than by day, and where the breeze, if ever it be felt, blows only after sunset. I rather think that the presence of the sun acts upon the propagation and intensity of sound by the obstacles met in currents of air of different density, and by the partial undulations of the atmosphere arising from the unequal heating of different parts of the soil. In calm air, whether dry or mingled with vesicular vapors equally distributed, sound waves are propagated without difficulty. But when the air is crossed in every direction by small currents of hotter air, the sonorous undulation is divided into 2 undulations, where the density of the medium changes abruptly. Partial echoes are formed that weaken the sound, because one of the streams comes back upon itself, and those divisions of undulations take place of which M. Poisson has developed the theory with great sagacity. Note: Annales de Chimie, tome 7, page 393. End of note. It is not therefore the movement of the particles of air from below to above in an ascending current, or the oblique currents that we consider as opposing by a shock the propagation of the sonorous undulations. A shock given to the surface of a liquid will form circles around the center of percussion, even when the liquid is agitated. Several kinds of undulations may cross each other in water, as in air, without being disturbed in their propagation. Little movements may, as it were, ride over each other, and the real cause of the less intensity of sound during the day appears to be the interpretation of homogeneity in the elastic medium. During the day there is a sudden interruption of density wherever small streamlets of air of a high temperature rise over parts of the soil unequally heated. The sonorous undulations are divided as the rays of light are refracted and form the mirage wherever strata of air of unequal density are contiguous. The propagation of sound is altered when a stratum of hydrogen gas is made to rise in a tube closed at one end above the stratum of atmospheric air. And M. Biot has well explained, by the interposition of bubbles of carbonic acid gas, why a glass filled with champagne is not sonorous so long as that gas is evolved and passing through the strata of the liquid. In support of these ideas, I might almost rest on the authority of an ancient philosopher, whom the moderns do not esteem in proportion to his merits, though the most distinguished zoologists have long rendered ample justice to the sagacity of his observations. Quote, "Why," end quote, says Aristotle in his curious book of Problems, quote, Why is sound better heard during the night? Because there is more calmness on account of the absence of caloric (of the hottest). Note. I have placed in a parenthesis a literal version of the term employed by Aristotle to express in reality what we now term the matter of heat. Theodore of Gaza, in his Latin translation, expresses in the shape of a doubt what Aristotle positively asserts. I may here remark that, notwithstanding the imperfect state of science among the ancients, the works of the Stagirite contain more ingenious observations than those of many later philosophers. It is in vain we look at Aristoxenes de Musica, in Theophylactus Simicata de Questionibus Physicus, or in the 5th book of the Quest Nat of Seneca, for an explanation of the nocturnal augmentation of sound. This absence renders everything calmer, for the sun is the principle of all movement. Aristotle had no doubt a vague presentiment of the cause of the phenomenon, but he attributes to the motion of the atmosphere and the shock of the particles of air that which seems to be rather owing to abrupt changes of density in the contiguous strata of air. On the 16th of April, toward evening, we received tidings that in less than 6 hours our boat had passed the rapids, and had arrived in good condition in a cove called El Puerto de Arriba, or the port of the expedition. We were shown in the little church of Atures some remains of the ancient wealth of the Jesuits. A silver lamp of considerable weight lay on the ground, half buried in the sand. Such an object, it is true, would nowhere tempt the cupidity of a savage. Yet I may here remark, to the honour of the natives of the Orinoco, that they are not addicted to stealing, like the less savage tribes of the islands of the Pacific. The former have a great respect for property. They do not even attempt to steal provisions, hooks, or hatchets. At Maypures and Atures, locks on doors are unknown. They will be introduced only when whites and men of mixed race establish themselves in the missions. The Indians of Atures are mild and moderate, and accustomed, from the effects of their idleness, to the greatest privations. Formerly, being excited to labour by the Jesuits, they did not want for food. The fathers cultivated maize, French beans, frijoles, and other European vegetables. They even planted sweet oranges and tamarinds round the villages, and they possessed 20,000 or 30,000 head of cows and horses in the savannahs of Atures and Carichana. They had at their service a great number of slaves and servants, peones, to tend their herds. Nothing is now cultivated but a little cassava and a few plantains. Such, however, is the fertility of the soil, that at Atures I counted on a single branch of a musa 180 fruits, 4 or 5 of which would almost have sufficed for a man's daily food. The culture of maize is entirely neglected, and the horses and cows have entirely disappeared. Near the Raudal, a part of the village still bears the name of Paso del Ganado, Fort of the Cattle, while the descendants of those very Indians whom the Jesuits had assembled in a mission speak of horned cattle as of animals of a race now lost. In going up the Orinoco towards San Carlos del Rio Negro, we saw the last cow at Carichana. The fathers of the observance, who now govern these vast countries, did not immediately succeed the Jesuits. During an interregnum of 18 years, the missions were visited only from time to time, and by Capuchin monks. The agents of the secular government, under the title of royal commissioners, managed the hatos or farms of the Jesuits with culpable negligence. They killed the cattle for the sake of selling the hides. Many heifers were devoured by the jaguars, and a great number perished in consequence of wounds made by the bats of the raudales, which, though smaller, are far bolder than the bats of the llanos. At the time of the expedition of the boundaries, horses from Encaramada, Carichana, and Atures were conveyed as far as San Jose de Maravitanos, where, on the banks of the Rio Negro, the Portuguese could only procure them after a long passage, and of a very inferior quality, by the rivers Amazon and Grand Para. Since the year 1795, the cattle of the Jesuits have entirely disappeared. There now remain, as monuments of the ancient cultivation of these countries and the active industry of the first missionaries, only a few trunks of the orange and tamarind in the savannahs surrounded by wild trees. Tigers or jaguars, which are less dangerous for the cattle than the bats, come into the village at Atures and devour the swine of the poor Indians. The missionary related to us a striking instance of the familiarity of these animals usually so ferocious. Some months before our arrival, a jaguar, which was thought to be young though of large size, had wounded a child in playing with him. The facts of this case, which were verified to us on the spot, are not without interest in the history of the manners of animals. 2 Indian children, a boy and a girl about 8 and 9 years of age, were seated on the grass near the village of Atures, in the middle of a savannah, which we several times traversed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon a jaguar issued from the forest, and approached the children, bounding around them. Sometimes he hid himself in the high grass. Sometimes he sprang forward, his back bent, his head hung down, in the manner of our cats. The little boy, ignorant of his danger, seemed to be sensible of it only when the jaguar, with one of his paws, gave him some blows on the head. These blows, at first slight, became ruder and ruder. The claws of the jaguar wounded the child, and the blood flowed freely. The little girl then took a branch of a tree, struck the animal, and it fled from her. The Indians ran up at the cries of the children, and saw the jaguar, which then bounded off without making the least show of resistance. The little boy was brought to us, who appeared lively and intelligent. The claw of the jaguar had torn away the skin from the lower part of the forehead, and there was a second scar at the top of the head. This was a singular fit of playfulness in an animal which, though not difficult to be tamed in our menageries, nevertheless shows itself always wild and ferocious in its natural state. If we admit that, being sure of its prey, it played with the little Indian as our cats play with birds whose wings have been clipped, how shall we explain the patience of a jaguar of large size, which finds itself attacked by a girl? If the jaguar were not pressed by hunger, why did it approach the children at all? There is something mysterious in the affection and hatreds of animals. We have known lions kill 3 or 4 dogs that were put into their den, and instantly caress a 5th, which, less timid, took the king of animals by the mane. These are instincts of which we know not the secret. We have mentioned that domestic pigs are attacked by the jaguars. There are, in these countries, beside the common swine of European race, several species of peccaries, or pigs with lumbar glands, 2 of which only are known to the naturalists of Europe. The Indians call the little peccary, Dicotyles torquatus, cuve, in the Maypure tongue, chacharo, while they give the name of apida to a species of pig which they say has no pouch, is larger, and of a dark brown colour, with the belly and lower jaw white. The chacharo, reared in the houses, becomes tame like our sheep and goats. It reminds us, by the gentleness of its manners, of the curious analogies which anatomists have observed between the peccaries and the ruminating animals. The apida, which is domesticated like our swine in Europe, wanders in large herds, composed of several hundreds. The presence of these herds is announced from afar, not only by their hoarse gruntings, but above all by the impetuosity with which they break down the shrubs in their way. M. BONPLAND, in an herborizing excursion, warned by his Indian guide to hide himself behind the trunk of a tree, saw a number of these peccaries, cochinos or puercos del monte, pass close by him. The herd marched in a close body, the males proceeding first, and each sow is accompanied by her young. The flesh of the chacharo is flabby and not very agreeable. It affords, however, a plentiful nourishment to the natives, who kill these animals with small lances tied to cords. We were assured at Atures that the tiger dreads being surrounded in the forest by these herds of wild pigs, and that, to avoid being stifled, he tries to save himself by climbing up a tree. Is this a hunter's tale, or a fact that has really been observed? In several parts of America, the hunters believe in the existence of a javali, or native boar, with tusks curved outwardly. I never saw one, but this animal is mentioned in the works of the Spanish missionaries, a source too much neglected by zoologists, for amidst much incorrectness and extravagance, they contain many curious local observations. Among the monkeys which we saw at the mission of the Atures, we found one new species of the tribe of Sais and Sajus, which the Creoles vulgarly call machis. It is the guvapavi, with grey hair and a bluish face. It has the orbits of the eyes and the forehead as white as snow, a peculiarity which at first sight distinguishes it from the Simia capucina, the Simia opala, and Simia trepida, and the other weeping monkeys hitherto so confusedly described. This little animal is as gentle as it is ugly. A monkey of this species, which was kept in the courtyard of the missionary, would frequently mount on the back of a pig, and in this manner traverse the savannahs. We have also seen it upon the back of a large cat, which had been brought up with it in Father Zia's house. It was among the cataracts that we began to hear of the hairy man of the woods, called salvaje, that carries off women, constructs huts, and sometimes eats human flesh. The Tamanacs call it achi, and the Maypuris vasitri, or great devil. The natives and the missionaries have no doubt of the existence of this man-shaped monkey, of which they entertain a singular dread. Father Gili gravely relates the history of a lady in the town of San Carlos, in the Llanos of Venezuela, who much praised the gentle character and attentions of the man of the woods. She is stated to have lived several years with one in great domestic harmony, and only requested some hunters to take her back, because she and her children, a little hairy also, were weary of living far from the church and the sacraments. The same author, notwithstanding his credulity, acknowledges that he never knew an Indian who asserted positively that he had seen the salvaje with his own eyes. This wild legend, which the missionaries, the European planters, and the negroes of Africa have no doubt embellished with many features taken from the descriptions of the manners of the orangutan, the gibbon, the jocko or chimpanzee, and the pongo, followed us during 5 years from the northern to the southern hemisphere. Note: Simia satyrus. We must not believe, notwithstanding the assertions of almost all zoological writers, that the word orangutan is applied exclusively in the Malay language to the Simia satyrus of Borneo. This expression, on the contrary, means any very large monkey that resembles a man in figure. Marsden's History of Sumatra, 3rd edition, page 117. Modern zoologists have arbitrarily appropriated provincial names to certain species, and by continuing to prefer these names, strangely disfigure in their orthography to the Latin systematic names, the confusion of the nomenclature has been increased. End of note. We were everywhere blamed, in the most cultivated class of society, for being the only persons to doubt the existence of the great anthropomorphous monkey of America. There are certain regions where this belief is particularly prevalent among the people. Such are the banks of the Upper Orinoco, the valley of Upar near the lake of Maracaibo, the mountains of Santa Marta and of Merida, the province of Quijos, and the banks of the Amazon near Tompenda. In all these places, so distant one from the other, it is asserted that the salvaje is easily recognized by the traces of its feet, the toes of which are turned backward. But if there exist a monkey of a large size in the new continent, how has it happened that for 3 centuries no man worthy of belief has been able to procure the skin of one? Several hypotheses present themselves to the mind in order to explain the source of so ancient an error or belief. Has the famous capuchin monkey of Esmeralda, Simia chiropotes, with its long canine teeth, and physiognomy much more like man's, note: the whole of the features, the expression of the physiognomy, but not the forehead, end of note, than that of the orangutan, give rise to the fable of the salvaje? It is not so large as the coaita, Simia paniscus, but when seen at the top of a tree, and the head only visible, it might easily be taken for a human being. It may be also, and this opinion appears to me the most probable, that the man of the woods was one of those large bears, the footsteps of which resemble those of a man, and of which are believed in every country to attack women. The animal killed in my time in the foot of the mountains of Merida, and sent by the name of salvaje to Colonel Ungaro, the governor of the province of Varinas, was in fact a bear with black and smooth fur. Our fellow traveller Don Nicolas Soto had examined it closely. Did the strange idea of a plantigrade animal, the toes of which are placed as if it walked backward, makes its origin from the habit of the real savages of the woods, the Indians of the weakest and most timid tribes, of deceiving their enemies when they enter a forest or cross a sandy shore, by covering the traces of their feet with sand or walking backward? Though I have expressed my doubts of the existence of an unknown species of large monkey in a continent which appears entirely destitute of quadrumanous animals of the family of the orangs, cynocephaly, mandrills, and pongos. Yet it should be remembered that almost all matters of popular belief, even those most absurd in appearance, rest on real facts, but facts ill observed. In treating them with disdain, the traces of a discovery may often be lost in natural philosophy as well as in zoology. We will not then admit, with a Spanish author, that the fable of the man of the woods was invented by the artifice of Indian women, who pretended to have been carried off, when they had been long absent unknown to their husbands. Travellers who may hereafter visit the missions of the Orinoco will do well to follow up our researches on the salvaje, or great devil of the woods, and examine whether it be some unknown species of bear, or some very rare monkey analogous to the Simia chiropotes or Simia sitanus, which may have given rise to such singular tales. End of chapter 2.20, part 4. Chapter 2.20, part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, Part 5. After having spent 2 days near the cataracts of Atures, we were not sorry when our boat was reladen, and we were enabled to leave a spot where the temperature of the air is generally by day 29 degrees and by night 26 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. This temperature seemed to us to be still much more elevated from the feeling of heat which we experienced. The want of concordance between the instruments and the sensations must be attributed to the continual irritation of the skin excited by the mosquitoes. An atmosphere filled with venomous insects always appears to be more heated than it is in reality. We were horribly tormented in the day by mosquitoes and the gingin, a small venomous fly, simulium, and at night by the zancudos, a large species of gnat, dreaded even by the natives. Our hands began to swell considerably, and this swelling increased daily till our arrival on the banks of the Temi. The means that were employed to escape from these little plagues are very extraordinary. The good missionary Bernardo Zea, who passed his life tormented by mosquitoes, had constructed near the church, on a scaffolding of trunks of palm trees, a small apartment, in which we breathed more freely. To this we went up in the evening by means of a ladder, to dry our plants and write our journal. The missionary had justly observed that the insects abounded more particularly in the lowest strata of the atmosphere, that which reaches from the ground to the height of 12 or 15 feet. At Maypures, the Indians quit the village at night, to go and sleep on the little islets in the midst of the cataracts. There they enjoy some rest, the mosquitoes appearing to shun air loaded with vapours. We found everywhere fewer in the middle of the river than near its banks, and thus less is suffered in descending the Orinoco than in going up in a boat. Persons who have not navigated the great rivers of equinoctial America, for instance the Orinoco and the Magdalena, can scarcely conceive how, at every instant, without intermission, you may be tormented by insects flying in the air, and how the multitude of these little animals may render vast regions almost uninhabitable. Whatever fortitude be exercised to endure pain without complaint, whatever interest may be felt in the objects of scientific research, it is impossible not to be constantly disturbed by the mosquitoes, zancudos, gingins, and tempraneros that cover the face and hands, pierce the clothes with their long needle-formed suckers, and getting into the mouth and nostrils, occasion coughing and sneezing whenever any attempt is made to speak in the open air. In the missions of the Orinoco, in the villages on the banks of the river surrounded by immense forests, the plaga de las moscas, or the plague of the mosquitoes, affords an inexhaustible subject of conversation. When two persons meet in the morning, the first questions they address to each other are, "How did you find the zancudos during the night? How are we today for the mosquitoes?" Note: "Que la han parecido los zancudos del noche? Como estamos hoy de mosquitos?" End of note. These questions remind us of a Chinese form of politeness, which indicates the ancient state of the country where it took birth. Salutations were made heretofore in the Celestial Empire in the following words: "Vu to ho." Have you been incommoded in the night by serpents? The geographical distribution of the insects of the family Tipulae presents very remarkable phenomena. It does not appear to depend solely on heat of climate, excess of humidity, or the thickness of forests, but on local circumstances that are difficult to characterize. It may be observed that the plague of mosquitoes and zancudos is not so general in the torrid zone as is commonly believed. On the tablelands, elevated more than 400 toises above the level of the sea, in the very dry plains remote from the beds of great rivers, for instance at Cumana and Calabozo, there are not sensibly more gnats than in the most populous parts of Europe. They are perceived to augment enormously at Nueva Barcelona, and more to the west, on the coast that extends towards Cape Codera. Between the little harbour of Higuerota and the mouth of the Rio Unare, the wretched inhabitants are accustomed to stretch themselves on the ground, and pass the night buried in the sand 3 or 4 inches deep, leaving out the head only, which they cover with a handkerchief. You suffer from the sting of insects, but in a manner easy to bear, in descending the Orinoco from Cabruta towards Angostura, and in going up from Cabruta towards Uruana, between the latitudes of 7 and 8 degrees. But beyond the mouth of the Rio Arauca, after having passed the Strait of Baraguan, the scene suddenly changes. From this spot the traveller may bid farewell to repose. If he have any poetical remembrance of Dante, he may easily imagine he has entered the Città Dolente, and he will seem to read on the granite rocks of Baraguan these lines of the Inferno: Noi sem venuti a luogo ovi t'ho detto, che tu vedrai le genti doloros. The lower strata of air from the surface of the ground to the height of 15 or 20 feet are absolutely filled with venomous insects. If in an obscure spot, for instance in the grottos of the cataracts formed by superincumbent blocks of granite, you direct your eyes toward the opening enlightened by the sun, you see clouds of mosquitoes more or less thick. At the mission of San Borja, the suffering from mosquitoes is greater than at Carichana, but in the Raudales, at Atures, and above all at Maypures, this suffering may be said to attain its maximum. I doubt whether there be a country upon earth where man is exposed to more cruel torments in the rainy season. Having passed the 5th degree of latitude, you are somewhat less stung, but on the upper Orinoco the stings are more painful, because the heat and the absolute want of wind render the air more burning and more irritating in its contact with the skin. After proceeding further to the south, where the system of yellowish-brown waters commences, generally called black waters, aguas negras, on the banks of the Atabapo, the Tuni, the Tuamini, and the Rio Negro, we enjoyed an unexpected repose. These rivers, like the Orinoco, cross thick forests, but the tipulary insects, as well as the crocodiles, shun the proximity of the black waters. Possibly these waters, which are a little colder and chemically different from the white waters, are adverse to the larvae of tipulary insects and gnats, which may be considered as real aquatic animals. Some small rivers, the colour of which is deep blue or yellowish brown, as the Toparo, the Mataveni, and the Zama, are exceptions to the almost general rule of the absence of mosquitoes over the black waters. These 3 rivers swarm with them, and the Indians themselves fixed our attention on the problematic causes of this phenomenon. In going down the Rio Negro, we breathed freely at Maroa, Daripe, and San Carlos, villages situated on the boundaries of Brazil. But this improvement of our situation was of short continuance. Our sufferings recommenced as soon as we entered the Cassiquiare. At Esmeralda, at the eastern extremity of the upper Orinoco, where ends the known world of the Spaniards, the clouds of mosquitoes are almost as thick as at the Great Cataracts. At Mandavaca we found an old missionary who told us with an air of sadness that he had had his 20 years of mosquitoes in America. Yo tengo mis 20 años de mosquitos. He desired us to look at his legs, that we might be able to tell one day beyond sea, por Allah, what the poor monks suffer in the forests of Cassiquiare. Every sting leaving a small brownish point. His legs were so speckled that it was difficult to recognize the whiteness of his skin through the spots of coagulated blood. If the insects of the genus Simulium abound in the Cassiquiare, which has white waters, the culices or zancudos are so much the more rare. You scarcely find any there, while on the banks of the black waters, at the Atabapo and the Rio, there are generally more zancudos and no mosquitoes. I have just shown, from my own observations, how much the geographical distribution of venomous insects varies in this labyrinth of rivers with white and black waters. It were to be wished that a learned entomologist could study on the spot the specific differences of these noxious insects, which in the torrid zone, in spite of their minute size, act an important point in the economy of nature. Note: the mosquito bovo, or tenbiguai; the malero, which always settles upon the eyes; the tempranero, or puchiqui; the gengen; the gnat rivau; the great zancudo, or machaki; the cafafi, etc. What appeared to us very remarkable, and is a fact known to all the missionaries, is, that the different species do not associate together, and that at different hours of the day you are stung by different species. Every time that the scene changes, and to use the simple expression of the missionaries, other insects mount guard, you have a few minutes, often a quarter of an hour, of repose. The insects that disappear have not their places instantly supplied by their successors. From 6:30 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, the air is filled with mosquitoes, which have not, as some travellers have stated, the form of our gnats, but that of a small fly. Note: Culex pipiens. This difference between mosquito, little fly, simulium, and zancudo, gnat, culex, exists in all the Spanish colonies. The word zancudo signifies long legs, qui tienen las zangas largas. The mosquitoes of the Orinoco are the moustique, the zancudos are the maringouins of French travellers. They are simuliums of the family Nemocera, of the system of Latreille. Their sting is as painful as that of the genus Stomox. It leaves a little reddish-brown spot, which is extravased and coagulated blood, where their proboscis has pierced the skin. An hour before sunset, a species of small gnats, called tempraneros, because they appear at sunrise, take the place of the mosquitoes, which appear at an early hour, temprano. Some persons say that the zancudo is the same as the tempranero, which returns at night, after hiding itself for some time. I have doubts of this identity of the species. The pain caused by the sting of the two insects appeared to me different. Their presence scarcely lasts an hour and a half. They disappear between 6 and 7 in the evening, or, as they say here, after the Angelus, a la oracion. After a few minutes' repose, you feel yourself stung by zancudos, another species of gnat, with very long legs. The zancudo, the proboscis of which contains a sharp-pointed sucker, causes the most acute pain and a swelling that remains several weeks. Its hum resembles that of the European gnat, but is louder and more prolonged. The Indians pretend to distinguish the zancudos and the tempraneros by their song. The latter are real twilight insects, while the zancudos are most frequently nocturnal insects, and disappear towards sunrise. In our way from Cartagena to Santa Fe de Bogota, we observed that between Mompox and Honda, in the valley of the Rio Magdalena, the zancudos darkened the air from 8 in the evening till midnight, that towards midnight they diminish in number, and were hidden for 3 or 4 hours, and lastly, that they returned in crowds about 4 in the morning. What is the cause of these alternations of motion and rest? Are these animals fatigued by long flight? It is rare on the Orinoco to see real gnats by day, while at the Rio Magdalena we were stung night and day, except from noon till about 2 o'clock. The zancudos of the two rivers are no doubt of different species. We have seen that the insects of the tropics everywhere follow a certain standard in the periods at which they alternately arrive and disappear. At fixed and invariable hours, in the same season and the same latitude, the air is peopled with new inhabitants, and in a zone where the barometer becomes a clock, by the extreme regularity of the horary variations of atmospheric pressure, where everything proceeds with such admirable regularity, we might guess blindfold the hour of the day or night by the hum of the insects and by their stings, the pain of which differs according to the nature of the poison that each species deposits in the wound. At a period when the geography of animals and of plants had not yet been studied, the analogous species of different climates were often confounded. It was believed that the pines and ranunculuses, The stags, the rats, and the tipulary insects of the north of Europe were to be found in Japan, on the ridge of the Andes, and at the Straits of Magellan. Justly celebrated naturalists have thought that the zancudo of the torrid zone was the gnat of our marshes, become more vigorous, more voracious, and more noxious, under the influence of a burning climate. This is a very erroneous opinion. I carefully examined and described upon the spot those zancudos, the stings of which are the most tormenting. In the rivers Magdalena and Guayaquil alone there are 5 distinct species. The culices of South America have generally the wings, corslet, and legs of an azure colour, ringed and variegated, with a mixture of spots of metallic lustre. Here, as in Europe, the males, which are distinguished by their feathered antennae, are extremely rare. You are seldom stung except by females. The preponderance of this sex explains the immense increase of the species, each female laying several hundred eggs. In going up one of the great rivers of America, it is observed that the appearance of a new species of culex denotes the proximity of a new stream flowing in. I shall mention an instance of this curious phenomenon. The Culex lineatus, which belongs to the Cano Tamalemic, is only perceived in the valley of the Rio Grande de la Magdalena, at a league north of the junction of the 2 rivers. It goes up, but scarcely ever descends the Rio Grande. It is thus that, on a principal vein, the appearance of a new substance in the gangue indicates to the miner the neighbourhood of a secondary vein that joins the first. On recapitulating the observations here recorded, we see that within the tropics the mosquitoes and zancudos do not rise on the slope of the Cordilleras toward the temperate region where the mean heat is below 19 or 20 degrees. Note: the Culex pipiens of Europe does not, like the Culex of the torrid zone, shun mountainous places. Giesecke suffered from these insects in Greenland, at Disco, in latitude 70 degrees. They are found in Lapland in summer, at 300 or 400 toises high, and at a temperature of 11 or 12 degrees. And that, with few exceptions, they shun the black waters and dry and unwooded spots. Note: trifling modifications in the waters or in the air often appear to prevent the development of the mosquitoes. Mr. Bowditch remarks that there are none at Kumasi, in the kingdom of the Ashantes, though the town is surrounded by marshes, and though the thermometer keeps up between 17 and 28 centesimal degrees, day and night. The atmosphere swarms with them much more in the upper than in the lower Orinoco, because the former river is situated with thick forests on its banks, and the skirts of the forests are not separated from the river by a barren and extensive beach. The mosquitoes diminish on the new continent with the diminution of the water and the destruction of the woods, but the effects of these changes are as slow as the progress of cultivation. The towns of Angostura, Nueva Barcelona, and Mompox, where, from the want of police, the streets, the great squares, and the interior of courtyards are overgrown with brushwood, are sadly celebrated for their abundance of zancudos. People born in the country, whether whites, mulattoes, negroes, or Indians, all suffer from the sting of these insects. But as cold does not render the north of Europe uninhabitable, so the mosquitoes do not prevent men from dwelling in the countries where they abound, provided that, by the situation and government, they afford resources for agriculture and industry. The inhabitants pass their lives in complaining of the insufferable torment of the mosquitoes, yet, notwithstanding these continual complaints, they seek, and even with a sort of predilection, the commercial towns of Mompox, Santa Marta, and Rio de la Hacha. Such is the force of habit in evils which we suffer every hour of the day, that the 3 missions of San Borja, Atures, and Esmeralda, where, to make use of an hyperbolical expression of the monks, there are more mosquitoes than air, mas moscas que are, would no doubt become flourishing towns, if the Orinoco afforded planters the same advantage for the exchange of produce as the Ohio and the lower Mississippi. It is a curious fact that the whites born in the torrid zone may walk barefoot with impunity in the same apartment where a European recently landed is exposed to the attack of the nigua or chegio, Pulex penetrans. This animal, almost invisible to the eye, gets under the toenails, and there acquires the size of a small pea by the quick increase of its eggs, which are placed in a bag under the belly of the insect. The nigua therefore distinguishes what the most delicate chemical analysis could not distinguish, the cellular membrane and blood of a European from those of a Creole white. The mosquitoes, on the contrary, attack equally the natives and the Europeans, but the effects of the sting are different in the two races of men. The same venomous liquid deposited in the skin of a copper-coloured man of Indian race, and in that of a white man newly landed, causes no swelling in the former, while in the latter it produces hard blisters, greatly inflamed, and painful for several days. So different is the action on the epidermis, according to the degree of irritability of the organs in different races and different individuals. End of chapter 2.20, part 5. Chapter 2.20, part 6, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.20, Part 6. I shall here recite several facts which prove that the Indians, and in general all the people of colour, at the moment of being stung, suffer like the whites, although perhaps with less intensity of pain. In the daytime, and even when labouring at the oar, the natives, in order to chase the insects, are continually giving one another smart slaps with the palm of the hand. They even strike themselves and their comrades mechanically during their sleep. The violence of their blows reminds one of the Persian tale of the bear that tried to kill with his paw the insects on the forehead of his sleeping master. Near Maypures, we saw some young Indians seated in a circle and rubbing cruelly at each other's backs with the bark of trees dried at the fire. Indian women were occupied with a degree of patience of which the copper-coloured race alone are capable, in extracting, by means of a sharp bone, the little mass of coagulated blood that forms the centre of every sting, and gives the skin a speckled appearance. One of the most barbarous nations of the Orinoco, that of the Ottomacs, is acquainted with the use of mosquito curtains, mosquiteros, woven from the fibres of the moriche palm tree. At Higuerota, on the coast of Caracas, the copper-coloured people sleep buried in the sand. In the villages of the Rio Magdalena, the Indians often invited us to stretch ourselves as they did on ox skins near the church, in the middle of the Plaza Grande, where they had assembled all the cows in the neighbourhood. The proximity of cattle gives some repose to man. The Indians of the Upper Orinoco and the Cassiquiare, seeing that M. Bonpland could not prepare his herbal, owing to the continual torment of the mosquitoes, invited him to enter their ovens, hornitos. Thus they call little chambers without doors or windows, into which they creep horizontally through a very low opening. When they have driven away the insects by means of a fire of wet brushwood, which emits a great deal of smoke, they close the opening of the oven. The absence of mosquitoes is purchased dearly enough by the excessive heat of the stagnant air, and the smoke of a torch of copal, which lights the oven during your stay in it. M. Bonpland, with courage and patience well worthy of praise, dried hundreds of plants shut up in these hornitos of the Indians. These precautions of the Indians sufficiently prove that, notwithstanding the different organization of the epidermis, the copper-coloured man, like the white man, suffers from the stings of insects, but the former seems to feel less pain, and the sting is not followed by those swellings which, during several weeks, heighten the irritability of the skin, and throw persons of a delicate constitution into that feverish state which always accompanies eruptive maladies. Whites born in equinoctial America, and Europeans who have long sojourned in the missions, on the borders of forests and great rivers, suffer much more than the Indians, but infinitely less than Europeans newly arrived. It is not, therefore, as some travellers assert, the thickness of the skin that renders the sting more or less painful at the moment when it is received, nor is it owing to the particular organization of the integuments that in the Indians the sting is followed by less swelling and inflammatory symptoms. It is on the nervous irritability of the epidermis that the acuteness and duration of the pain depend. This irritability is augmented by very warm clothing, by the use of alcoholic liquors, and by the habit of scratching the wounds, and lastly, and this physiological observation is the result of my own experience, that of baths repeated at too short intervals. In places where the absence of crocodiles permits people to enter a river, M. Bonpland and myself observed that the immoderate use of baths, while it moderated the pain of old stings of zancudos, rendered us more sensible to new stings. By bathing more than twice a day, the skin is brought into a state of nervous irritability, of which no idea can be formed in Europe. It would seem as if all feeling were carried toward the integuments. As the mosquitoes and gnats pass 2/3 of their lives in the water, it is not surprising that these noxious insects become less numerous in proportion as you recede from the banks of the great rivers which intersect the forests. They seem to prefer the spots where their metamorphosis took place, and where they go to deposit their eggs. In fact, the wild Indians, Indios monteros, experience the greater difficulty in accustoming themselves to the life of the missions, as they suffer in the Christian establishments a torment which they scarcely know in their own inland dwellings. The natives at Maypures, Atures, and Esmeralda have been seen fleeing to the woods, or, as they say, al monte, solely from the dread of mosquitoes. Unfortunately, all the missions of the Orinoco have been established too near the banks of the river. At Esmeralda, the inhabitants assure us that if the village were situated in one of the 5 plains surrounding the high mountains of Duida and Maragua, they should breathe freely and enjoy some repose. The great cloud of mosquitoes, la nube de moscas, to use the expression of the monks, is suspended only over the Orinoco and its tributary streams, and is dissipated in proportion as you remove from the rivers. We should form a very inaccurate idea of Guyana and Brazil, were we to judge of that great forest 400 leagues wide, lying between the sources of the Madeira and the lower Orinoco, from the valleys of the rivers by which it is crossed. I learned that the little insects of the family of the Nemosyrae migrate from time to time like the alouate monkeys, which live in society. In certain spots at the commencement of the rainy season, different species appear, the sting of which has not yet been felt. We were informed at the Rio Magdalena that at Simiti no other culex than the gen was formerly known, and it was then possible to enjoy a night's rest, for the gen is not a nocturnal insect. Since the year 1801, the great blue-winged gnat, Culex cyanopterus, has appeared in such numbers that the poor inhabitants of Simiti know not how to procure an undisturbed sleep. In the marshy channels, esteros, of the Isle of Baru near Cartagena, is found a little white fly called chafafi. It is scarcely visible to the naked eye, and causes very painful swellings. The toldos or cottons used for mosquito curtains are wetted to prevent the chafafi penetrating through the interstices left by the crossing threads. This insect, happily rare elsewhere, goes up in January by the channel Diqua of Mahates as far as Morales. When we went to this village in the month of May, we found there simuli and zancudos, but no gens. The insects most troublesome at Orinoco, or as the Creoles say, the most ferocious, los más feroces, are those of the great cataracts of Esmeralda and Mandavaca. On the Rio Magdalena, the Culex cyanopterus is dreaded, particularly at Mompox, Chiloa, and Tamalameca. At these places, this insect is larger and stronger, and its legs blacker. It is difficult to avoid smiling on hearing the missionaries dispute about the size and voracity of the mosquitoes at different parts of the same river. In a region the inhabitants of which are ignorant of all that is passing in the rest of the world, this is the favourite subject of conversation. "How I pity your situation," said the missionary of the Raudales to the missionary of Cassiquiare at our departure. "You are alone like me in this country of tigers and monkeys. With you fish is still more rare, and the heat more violent. But as for my mosquitoes, mias moscas, I can boast that with one of mine I would beat 3 of yours." This voracity of insects in certain spots, the fury with which they attack man, this voracity, this appetite for blood seems surprising in little insects that live on vegetable juices, and in a country almost entirely uninhabited. "What would these animals eat if we did not pass this way?" say the Creoles, in going through countries where there are only crocodiles covered with scaly skin and hairy monkeys. End of note. The activity of the venom varying in the same species are very remarkable facts, which find their analogy, however, in the classes of large animals. The crocodile of Angostura pursues men, while at Nueva Barcelona you may bathe tranquilly in the Rio Neveri amidst these carnivorous reptiles. The jaguars of Maturin, Cumanacoa, and the Isthmus of Panama are timid in comparison with those of the upper Orinoco. The Indians well know that the monkeys of some valleys are easily tamed, while others of the same species caught elsewhere will rather die of hunger than submit to slavery. Note. I might have added the example of the scorpion of Cumana, which is very difficult to distinguish from that of the island of Trinidad, Jamaica, Cartagena, and Guayaquil. Yet the former is not more to be feared than the Scorpio europaeus of the south of France, while the latter produces consequences far more alarming than the Scorpio occitanus of Spain and Barbary. At Cartagena and Guayaquil, the sting of the scorpion, alacran, instantly causes the loss of speech. Sometimes a singular torpor of the tongue is observed for 15 or 16 hours. The patient, when stung in the legs, stammers as if he had been struck with apoplexy. End of note. The common people in America have framed systems respecting the salubrity of climates and pathological phenomena, as well as the learned of Europe, and their systems, like ours, are diametrically opposed to each other, according to the provinces into which the new continent is divided. At Rio Magdalena, the frequency of mosquitoes is regarded as troublesome, but salutary. These animals, say the inhabitants, give us slight bleedings and preserve us, in a country excessively hot, from the scarlet fever and other inflammatory diseases. When at the Orinoco, the banks of which are very insalubrious, the sick blame the mosquitoes for all their sufferings. It is unnecessary to refute the fallacy of the popular belief that the action of the mosquitoes is salutary by its local bleedings. In Europe, the inhabitants of marshy countries are not ignorant that the insects irritate the epidermis and stimulate its functions by the venom which they deposit in the wounds they make. Far from diminishing the inflammatory state of the skin, the stings increase it. The frequency of gnats and mosquitoes characterizes unhealthy climates only so far as the development and multiplication of these insects depend on the same causes that give rise to miasmata. These noxious animals love a fertile soil covered with plants, stagnant waters, and a humid air never agitated by the wind. They prefer to an open country those shades, that softened day, that tempered degree of light, heat, and moisture, which, while it favors the action of chemical affinities, accelerates the putrefaction of organized substances. May not the mosquitoes themselves increase the insalubrity of the atmosphere? When we reflect that to the height of 3 or 4 toises a cubic foot of air is often peopled by 1,000,000 of winged insects. Note. It is sufficient to mention that the cubic foot contains 2,985,984 cubic lines, which contain a caustic and venomous liquid, when we recollect that several species of culex are 1.8 lines long from the head to the extremity of the corselet, without reckoning the legs. Lastly, when we consider that in this swarm of mosquitoes and gnats, diffused in the atmosphere like smoke, there is a great number of dead insects raised by the force of the ascending air, or by that of the lateral currents, which are caused by the unequal heating of the soil, we are led to inquire whether the presence of so many animal substances in the air must not occasion particular miasmata. I think that these substances act on the atmosphere differently from sand and dust, but it will be prudent to affirm nothing positive on the subject. Chemistry has not yet unveiled the numerous mysteries of the insalubrity of the air. It has only taught us that we are ignorant of many things with which a few years ago we believed we were acquainted. Daily experience appears in certain degree to prove the fact that the Orinoco, Cassiquiare, Rio Caura, and wherever the air is very unhealthy, the sting of the mosquito augments the disposition of the organs to receive the impression of miasmata. When you are exposed day and night, during the whole months, to the torment of insects, the continual irritation of the skin causes febrile commotions, and from the sympathy existing between the dermoid and the gastric systems, injures the functions of the stomach. Digestion first becomes difficult. The cutaneous inflammation excites profuse perspirations. An unquenchable thirst succeeds, and in persons of a feeble constitution, increasing impatience is succeeded by depression of mind, during which all the pathogenic causes act with increased violence. It is neither the dangers of navigating in small boats, the savage Indians, nor the serpents, crocodiles, or jaguars, that make Spaniards dread a voyage on the Orinoco. It is, as they say with simplicity, el sudar y las moscas, the perspiration and the flies. We have reason to believe that mankind, as they change the surface of the soil, will succeed in altering by degrees the constitution of the atmosphere. The insects will diminish when the old trees of the forest have disappeared, when, in those countries now desert, the rivers are seen bordered with cottages, and the plains covered with pastures and harvests. Whoever has lived long in countries infested by mosquitoes will be convinced, as we were, that there exists no remedy for the torment of these insects. The Indians, covered with annatto or turtle oil, are not protected from their attacks. It is doubtful whether the painting even relieves it. It certainly does not prevent the evil. Europeans, recently arrived at the Orinoco, the Rio Magdalena, the Rio Guayaquil, or Rio Chagres, I mention the 4 rivers where the insects are most to be dreaded, at first obtain some relief by covering their hands and faces, but they soon feel it difficult to endure the heat, are weary of being condemned to complete inactivity, and finish with leaving the face and hands uncovered. Persons who would renounce all kind of occupation during the navigation of these rivers might bring some particular garment from Europe, in the form of a bag, under which they could remain covered, opening it only every half hour. This bag should be distended by whalebone hoops, for a close mask and gloves would be perfectly insupportable. Sleeping on the ground, on skins, or in hammocks, we could not make use of mosquito curtains, toldos, while on the Orinoco. The toldo is useful only where it forms a tent so well closed around the bed that there is not the smallest opening by which a gnat can pass. This is difficult to accomplish, and often when you succeed, for instance in going up the Rio Magdalena, where you travel with some degree of convenience, you are forced, in order to avoid being suffocated by the heat, to come out from beneath your toldo and walk about in the open air. A feeble wind, smoke, and powerful smells scarcely afford any relief in places where the insects are very numerous and very voracious. It is erroneously affirmed that these little animals fly from the peculiar smell emitted by the crocodile. We were fiercely stung at Bataillez, in the road from Cartagena to Honda, while we were dissecting a crocodile 11 feet long, the smell of which infested all the surrounding atmosphere. The Indians much commend the fumes of burnt cow dung. When the wind is very strong and accompanied by rain, the mosquitoes disappear for some time. They sting most cruelly at the approach of a storm, particularly when the electric explosions are not followed by heavy showers. Anything waved about the head and the hands contributes to chase away the insects. The more you stir yourself, the less you will be stung, say the missionaries. The zancudo makes a buzzing before it settles, but when it has assumed confidence, when it has once begun to fix its sucker and distend itself, you may touch its wings without its being frightened. It remains the whole time with its 2 hind legs raised, and, if left to suck to satiety, no swelling takes place, and no pain is left behind. We often repeated this experiment on ourselves in the valley of the Rio Magdalena. It may be asked whether the insect deposits the stimulating liquid only at the moment of its flight, or when it is driven away, or whether it draws the liquid up again when left to suck undisturbed. I incline to this latter opinion, for on quietly presenting the back of my hand to the Culex cyanopterus, I observed that the pain, though violent in the beginning, diminishes in proportion as the insect continues to suck, and ceases altogether when it voluntarily flies away. I also wounded my skin with a pin, and rubbed the pricks with bruised mosquitoes, and no swelling ensued. The irritating liquid, in which chemists have not yet recognized any acid properties, is contained, as in the ant and other hymenopterous insects, in particular glands, and is probably too much diluted, and consequently too much weakened, if the skin be rubbed with the whole of the bruised insect. I have thrown together at the close of this chapter all we learned during the course of our travels on phenomena which naturalists have hitherto singularly neglected, though they exercise a great influence on the welfare of the inhabitants, the salubrity of the climate, and the establishment of new colonies on the rivers of equinoctial America. I might justly have incurred the charge of having treated this subject too much in detail, were it not connected with general physiological views. Our imagination is struck only by what is great, but the lover of natural philosophy should reflect equally on little things. We have just seen that winged insects collected in society, and containing in their sucker a liquid that irritates the skin, are capable of rendering vast countries almost uninhabitable. Other insects equally small, the termites, comehen, note, literally the eaters or the devourers, end of note, create obstacles to the progress of civilization in several hot and temperate parts of the equinoctial zone that are difficult to be surmounted. They devour paper, pasteboard, and parchment with frightful rapidity, utterly destroying records and libraries. Whole provinces of Spanish America do not possess one written document that dates 100 years back. What improvement can the civilization of nations acquire, if nothing link the present with the past, if the depositories of human knowledge must be repeatedly renewed, if the records of genius and reason cannot be transmitted to posterity? In proportion as you ascend the tableland of the Andes, these evils disappear. Man breathes a fresh and pure air. Insects no more disturb the labours of the day or the slumbers of the night. Documents can be collected in archives without our having to complain of the voracity of the termites. Mosquitoes are no longer feared at a height of 200 toises, and the termites, still very frequent at 300 toises of elevation, become very rare at Mexico, Santa Fe de Bogota, and Quito. Note: there are some at Popayan, height 910 toises, mean temperature 18.7 degrees, but they are species that gnaw wood only. End of note. In these great capitals, situated on the back of the Cordilleras, we find libraries and archives, augmented from day to day by the enlightened zeal of the inhabitants. These circumstances, combined with others, ensure a moral preponderance to the alpine region over the lower regions of the torrid zone. If we admit, agreeably to the ancient traditions collected in both the Old and New Worlds, that at the time of the catastrophe which preceded the renewal of our species, man descended from the mountains into the plains, we may admit with still greater confidence that these mountains, the cradle of so many various nations, will forever remain the centre of human civilization in the torrid zone. From these fertile and temperate tablelands, from these islets scattered in the aerial ocean, knowledge and the blessings of social institutions will be spread over those vast forests extending along the foot of the Andes, now inhabited only by savage tribes, whom the very wealth of nature has retained in indolence and barbarism. End of chapter 2.20. Part 6. Chapter 2.21, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.21, Part 1. Raudal of Garcita, Maypures, Cataracts of Quituna, Mouth of the Vichada and the Zama, Rock of Aricagua, Siquita. We directed our course to the Puerto de Arriba, above the cataract of Atures, opposite the mouth of the Rio Cataniapo, where our boat was to be ready for us. In the narrow path that leads to the embarcadero, we beheld for the last time the peak of Uniana. It appeared like a cloud rising above the horizon of the plains. The Guahibos wander at the foot of the mountains, and extend their course as far as the banks of the Vichada. We were shown at a distance on the right of the river the rocks that surround the cavern of Ataruipe, but we had not time to visit that cemetery of the destroyed tribe of the Atures. Father Zia had repeatedly described to us this extraordinary cavern, the skeletons painted with anato, the large vases of baked earth in which the bones of separate families appear to be collected, and many other curious objects, which we proposed to examine on our return from the Rio Negro. "You will scarcely believe," said the missionaries, "that these skeletons, these painted vases, things which we believe were unknown to the rest of the world, have brought trouble upon me and my neighbour, the missionary of Carichana. You have seen the misery in which I live in the raudales. Though devoured by mosquitoes, and often in want of plantains and cassava, yet I have found envious people even in this country. A white man who inhabits the pastures between the Meta and the Apure denounced me recently in the Audiencia of Caracas as concealing a treasure I had discovered, jointly with the missionary of Carichana, amid the tomb of the Indians. It is asserted that the Jesuits of Santa Fe de Bogota were apprised beforehand of the destruction of their company, and that, in order to save the riches they possessed in money and precious vases, they sent them, either by the Rio Meta or the Vichada, to the Orinoco, with orders to have them hidden in the islets amid the raudales. These treasures I am supposed to have appropriated, unknown to my superiors. The Audiencia of Caracas brought a complaint before the governor of Guyana, and we were ordered to appear in person. We uselessly performed a journey of 150 leagues, and, although we declared that we had found in the cavern only human bones, and dried bats and polecats, commissioners were gravely nominated to come hither and search on the spot for the supposed treasures of the Jesuits. We shall wait long for these commissioners. When they have gone up the Orinoco as far as San Borja, the fear of the mosquitoes will prevent them from going farther. The cloud of flies which envelops us in the raudales is a good defence." The account given by the missionary was entirely conformable to what we afterwards learned at Angostura from the governor himself. Fortuitous circumstances had given rise to the strangest suspicions. In the caverns where the mummies and skeletons of the nation of Atures are found, even in the midst of the cataracts, and in the most inaccessible islets, the Indians long ago discovered boxes bound with iron, containing various European tools, remnants of clothes, rosaries, and glass trinkets. These objects are thought to have belonged to Portuguese traders of the Rio Negro and Gran Para, who, before the establishment of the Jesuits on the banks of the Orinoco, went up to Atures by the portages and interior communications of rivers, to trade with the natives. It is supposed that these men sunk beneath the epidemic maladies so common in the raudales, and that their chests became the property of the Indians, the wealthy of whom were usually buried with all they possessed most valuable during their lives. From these very uncertain traditions, the tale of hidden treasures has been fabricated. As in the Andes of Quito, every ruined building, not excepting the foundations of the pyramids erected by the French savants for the measurement of the meridian, is regarded as Inca Pilca, that is, the work of the Inca. Note: Pilca, properly in Quichua, Pirca, wall of the Inca. End of note. So on the Orinoco every hidden treasure can belong only to the Jesuits, an order which, no doubt, governed the missions better than the Capuchins and the monks of the Observance, but whose riches and success in the civilization of the Indians have been much exaggerated. When the Jesuits of Santa Fe were arrested, those heaps of piastres, those emeralds of Muzo, those bars of gold of Choco, which the enemies of the company supposed they possessed, were not found in their dwellings. I can cite a respectable testimony which proves incontestably that the Viceroy of New Granada had not warned the Jesuits of Santa Fe of the danger with which they were menaced. Don Vicente Orozco, an engineer officer in the Spanish army, related to me that, being arrived at Angostura with Don Manuel Centurion to arrest the missionaries of Carichana, he met an Indian boat that was going down the Rio Meta. The boat, being manned with Indians who could speak none of the tongues of the country, gave rise to suspicions. After useless researches, a bottle was at length discovered, containing a letter in which the superior of the company residing at Santa Fe informed the missionaries of the Orinoco of the persecutions to which the Jesuits were exposed in New Granada. This letter recommended no measure of precaution. It was short, without ambiguity, and respectful towards the government, whose orders were executed with useless and unreasonable severity. 8 Indians of Atures had conducted our boat through the raudales, and seemed well satisfied with the slight recompense that we gave them. They gained little by this employment, and in order to give a just idea of the poverty and want of commerce in the missions of the Orinoco, I shall observe that during 3 years, with the exception of the boats sent annually to Angostura by the commander of San Carlos de Rio Negro to fetch the pay of the soldiers, the missionary had seen but 5 canoes of the upper Orinoco pass the cataract, which were bound for the harvest of turtles' eggs, and 8 boats laden with merchandise. About 11 on the morning of the 17th of April we reached our boat. Father Zea caused to be embarked with our instrument the small store of provisions he had been able to procure for the voyage on which he was to accompany us. These provisions consisted of a few bunches of plantains, some cassava, and fowls. Leaving the embarcadero, we immediately passed the mouth of the Cataniapo, a small river, the banks of which are inhabited by the Macos, or Piaroas, who belong to the great family of the Salive nations. Besides the Piaroas of Cataniapo, who pierce their ears, and wear as ear ornaments the teeth of caimans and peccaries, 3 other tribes of Macos are known: one on the Ventuari, above the Rio Mariata; the second on the Padamo, north of the mountains of Maraguaca; and the third near the Guaharibos, toward the sources of the Orinoco, above the Rio Gehette. This last tribe bears the name of Macos. I collected the following words from a young Maco on the banks of the Cataniapo, whom we met near the embarcadero, and who wore in his ears, instead of a tusk of the peccary, a large wooden cylinder. Note: this custom is observed among the Cabres, the Maypures, and the Pivas of the Amazon. These last, described by La Condamine, stretch their ears by weights of a considerable size. Plantain, paruru; in Tamanac also paruru. Cassava, elente; in Maco, cahig. Maize, niarne. The sun, llama; in Saliva, mumiseke coco. The moon, llama; in Salive, vejio. Water, ahia; in Saliva, cagua. 1. Niante. 2. Tahus. 3. Percotahuja. 4. E Montegroa. The young man could not reckon as far as 5, which certainly is no proof that the word 5 does not exist in the Maco language. I know not whether this tongue be a dialect of the Salive, as it is pretty generally asserted, for idioms derived from one another sometimes furnish words utterly different for the most common and the most important things. Note: the great family of the Estonian or Chudi languages and of the Samoyed languages affords numerous examples of these differences. But in discussions on mother tongues and derivative languages, it is not the sounds, the roots only, that are decisive, but rather the interior structure and grammatical forms. In the American idioms, which are notwithstanding rich, the moon is commonly enough called the son of night, or even the son of sleep, but the moon and sun very rarely bear the same name, as among the Macos. I know only a few examples in the most northerly part of America, among the Vaughans, the Ojibways, the Muskogulkis, and the Mohawks. Note: Nipia Kisathwa in the Shawnees, the idiom of Canada, from nipi to sleep, and Kisathwa the sun. Our missionary asserted that Jama and Maco indicated at the same time the Supreme Being and the great orbs of night and day, while many other American tongues, for instance the Tamanac and the Caribbee, have distinct words to denote God, the moon, and the sun. We shall soon see how anxious the missionaries of the Orinoco are not to employ, in their translations of the prayers of the church, the native words which denote the divinity, the creator, Amenene, the great spirit who animates all nature. They choose rather to Indianize the Spanish word Dios, converting it, according to the differences of pronunciation and the genius of the different dialects, into Dioso, Tiosu, or Piosu. When we again embarked on the Orinoco, we found the river free from shoals. After a few hours we passed the raudal of Garcita, the rapids of which are easy of ascent when the waters are high. To the eastward is seen a small chain of mountains called the chain of Cumada Manari, consisting of gneiss and not of stratified granite. We were struck with a succession of great holes at more than 180 feet above the present level of the Orinoco, yet which, notwithstanding, appeared to be the effects of the erosion of the waters. We shall see hereafter that this phenomenon occurs again nearly at the same height, both in the rocks that border the cataracts of Maypures and 50 leagues to the east, near the mouth of the river How. We slept in the open air on the left bank of the river, below the island of Tomo. The night was beautiful and serene, but the torment of the mosquitoes was so great near the ground that I could not succeed in levelling the artificial horizon. Consequently, I lost the opportunity of making an observation. On the 18th, we set out at 3 in the morning to be more sure of arriving before the close of the day at the cataract known by the name of the Raudal de los Guahibos. We stopped at the mouth of the Rio Tomo. The Indians went on shore to prepare their food and take some repose. When we reached the foot of the Raudal, it was near 5 in the afternoon. It was extremely difficult to go up the current against a mass of water, precipitated from a bank of gneiss several feet high. An Indian threw himself into the water to reach, by swimming, the rock that divides the cataract into 2 parts. A rope was fastened to the point of this rock, and when the canoe was hauled near enough, our instruments, our dry plants, and the provisions we had collected at Atures were landed in the Raudal itself. We remarked with surprise that the natural dam over which the river is precipitated presents a dry space of considerable extent, where we stopped to see the boat go up. The rock of gneiss exhibits circular holes, the largest of which are 4 feet deep and 18 inches wide. These funnels contain quartz pebbles and appear to have been formed by the friction of masses rolled along by the impulse of the waters. Our situation in the midst of the cataract was singular enough, but unattended by the smallest danger. The missionary who accompanied us had his fever fit on him. In order to quench the thirst by which he was tormented, the idea suggested itself to us of preparing a refreshing beverage for him in one of the excavations of the rock. We had taken on board at Atures an Indian basket called a mapire, filled with sugar limes and those grenadillas, or fruits of the passion flower, to which the Spaniards give the name of parchas. As we were absolutely destitute of large vessels for holding and mixing liquids, we poured the water of the river by means of a calabash into one of the holes of the rock. To this we added sugar and lime juice. In a few minutes we had an excellent beverage, which is almost a refinement of luxury in that wild spot, but our wants rendered us every day more and more ingenious. After an hour of expectation, we saw the boat arrive above the Raudal, and we were soon ready to depart. After quitting the rock, our passage was not exempt from danger. The river is 800 toises broad, and must be crossed obliquely above the cataract at the point where the waters, impelled by the slope of their bed, rush with extreme violence toward the ledge from which they are precipitated. We were overtaken by a storm, accompanied happily by no wind, but the rain fell in torrents. After rowing for 20 minutes, the pilot declared that, far from gaining upon the current, we were again approaching the Raudal. These moments of uncertainty appeared to us very long. The Indians spoke only in whispers, as they do always when they think their situation perilous. They redoubled their efforts, and we arrived at nightfall without any incident in the port of Maypures. Storms within the tropics are as short as they are violent. The lightning had fallen twice near our boat, and had no doubt struck the surface of the water. I mention this phenomenon because it is pretty generally believed in those countries that the clouds, the surface of which is charged with electricity, are at so great a height that the lightning reaches the ground more rarely than in Europe. The night was extremely dark, and we could not in less than 2 hours reach the village of Maypures. We were wet to the skin. In proportion as the rain ceased, the zancudos reappeared, with that voracity which tipulary insects always display immediately after a storm. My fellow travellers were uncertain whether it would be best to stop in the port or proceed on our way on foot, in spite of the darkness of the night. Father Zia was determined to reach his home. He had given directions for the construction of a large house of 2 stories, which was to be begun by the Indians of the mission. "You will there find," said he gravely, "the same conveniences as in the open air. I have neither a bench nor a table, but you will not suffer so much from the flies, which are less troublesome in the mission than on the banks of the river." We followed the counsel of the missionary, who caused torches of copal to be lighted. These torches are tubes made of bark 3 inches in diameter, and filled with copal resin. We walked at first over beds of rock, which were bare and slippery, and then we entered a thick grove of palm trees. We were twice obliged to pass a stream on trunks of trees hewn down. The torches had already ceased to give light. Being formed on a strange principle, the woody substance, which resembles the wick surrounding the resin, they emit more smoke than light, and are easily extinguished. The Indian pilot, who expressed himself with some facility in Spanish, told us of snakes, water serpents, and tigers, by which we might be attacked. Such conversations may be expected as matters of course by persons who travel at night with the natives. By intimidating the European traveller, the Indians imagine they render themselves more necessary and gain the confidence of the stranger. The rudest inhabitant of the missions fully understands the deceptions which everywhere arise from the relations between men of unequal fortune and civilization. Under the absolute and sometimes vexatious government of the monks, the Indian seeks to ameliorate his condition by those little artifices which are the weapons of physical and intellectual weakness. Having arrived during the night at San Jose de Maypures, we were forcibly struck by the solitude of the place. The Indians were plunged in profound sleep, and nothing was heard but the cries of nocturnal birds and the distant sound of the cataract. In the calm of the night, amid the deep repose of nature, the monotonous sound of a fall of water has in it something sad and solemn. We remained 3 days at Maypures, a small village founded by Don Jose Solano, at the time of the expedition of the boundaries, the situation of which is more picturesque, it might be said still more admirable, than that of Atures. The raudal of Maypures, called by the Indians Quituna, is formed, as all cataracts are, by the resistance which the water encounters in its way across a ridge of rocks or a chain of mountains. The lofty mountains of Cunavami and Calitamini, between the sources of the rivers Cataniapo and Ventuare, stretch toward the west in a chain of granitic hills. From this chain flow 3 small rivers, which embrace in some sort the cataract of Maypures. They are on the eastern bank the Sanariapo, and on the western the Cameji and the Taparo. Opposite the village of Maypures, the mountains fall back in an arch, and like a rocky coast, form a gulf open to the southeast. The eruption of the river is effected between the mouths of the Taparo and the Sanariapo at the western extremity of this majestic amphitheatre. The waters of the Orinoco now roll at the foot of the eastern chain of the mountains, and have receded from the west, where, in a deep valley, the ancient shore is easily recognized. A savanna, scarcely raised 30 feet above the mean level of the river, extends from this valley as far as the cataracts. There, the small church of Maypures has been constructed. It is built of trunks of palm trees, and is surrounded by 7 or 8 huts. The dry valley, which runs in a straight line from south to north, from the Camaje to the Taparo, is filled with granitic and solitary mounds, all resembling those found in the shape of islands and shoals in the present bed of the river. I was struck with this analogy of form on comparing the rocks of Keri and Oco, situated in the deserted bed of the river west of Maypures, with the islets of Uivitari and Caminitamini, which rise like old castles amid the cataracts to the east of the mission. The geological aspect of these scenes, the insular form of the elevations farthest from the present shore of the Orinoco, the cavities which the waves appear to have hollowed in the rock Oco, and which are precisely on the same level, 25 or 30 toises high, as the excavations perceived opposite to them in the isle of Uivatari, all these appearances prove that the whole of this bay, now dry, was formerly covered by water. Those waters probably formed a lake, the northern dike preventing their running out. But when this dike was broken down, the savanna that surrounds the mission appeared at first like a very low island, bounded by 2 arms of the same river. It may be supposed that the Orinoco continued for some time to fill the ravine, which we shall call the Valley of Keri, because it contains the rock of that name, and that the waters retired wholly toward the eastern chain, leaving dry the western arm of the river only as they gradually diminished. Coloured stripes, which no doubt owe their black tint to the oxides of iron and manganese, seem to justify this conjecture. They are found on all the stones far from the mission, and indicate the former abode of the waters. In going up the river, all merchandise is discharged at the confluence of the Rio Toparo and the Orinoco. The boats are entrusted to the natives, who have so perfect a knowledge of the raudal that they have a particular name for every step. They conduct the boats as far as the mouth of the Cameji, where the danger is considered as past. End of chapter 2.21, part 1. Chapter 2.21, part 2, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.21, Part 2. I will here describe the cataract of Quituna or Maypures, as it appeared at the two periods when I examined it, in going down and up the river. It is formed, like that of Mapara or Atures, by an archipelago of islands which, to the length of 3,000 toises, fill the bed of the river, and by rocky dikes, which join the islands together. The most remarkable of these dikes, or natural dams, are Purimarimi, Manimi, and the Leap of the Sardine, Salto de la Sardina. I name them in the order in which I saw them, in succession from south to north. The last of these three stages is near 9 feet high, and forms by its breadth a magnificent cascade. I must here repeat, however, that the turbulent shock of the precipitated and broken waters depends not so much on the absolute height of each step or dike, as upon the multitude of countercurrents, the grouping of the islands and shoals that lie at the foot of the raudalitos or partial cascades, and the contraction of the channels, which often do not leave a free navigable passage of 20 or 30 feet. The eastern part of the cataract of Maypures is much more dangerous than the western, and therefore the Indian pilots prefer the left bank of the river to conduct the boats up or down. Unfortunately, in the season of low waters, this bank remains partly dry, and recourse must be had to the process of portage. That is, the boats are obliged to be dragged on cylinders or round logs. To command a comprehensive view of these stupendous scenes, the spectator must be stationed on the little mountain of Manimi, a granitic ridge which rises from the savannah north of the church of the mission, and is itself only a continuation of the ridges of which the raudalito of Manimi is composed. We often visited this mountain, for we were never weary of gazing on this astonishing spectacle. From the summit of the rock is descried a sheet of foam extending the length of a whole mile. Enormous masses of stone, black as iron, issue from its bosom. Some are paps grouped in pairs, like basaltic hills. Others resemble towers, fortified castles, and ruined buildings. Their gloomy tint contrasts with the silvery splendor of the foam. Every rock, every islet is covered with vigorous trees, collected in clusters. At the foot of those paps, far as the eye can reach, a thick vapor is suspended over the river, and through this whitish fog the tops of the lofty palm trees shoot up. What name shall we give to these majestic plants? I suppose them to be the vadgaya, a new species of the genus Oreodoxa, the trunk of which is more than 80 feet high. The feathery leaves of this palm tree have a brilliant luster, and rise almost straight toward the sky. At every hour of the day, the sheet of foam displays different aspects. Sometimes the hilly islands and the palm trees project their broad shadows. Sometimes the rays of the setting sun are refracted in the cloud that hangs over the cataract, and colored arcs are formed, which vanish and appear alternately. Such is the character of the landscape, discovered from the top of the mountain of Manimi, which no traveller has yet described. I do not hesitate to repeat that neither time nor the view of the Cordilleras, nor any abode in the temperate valleys of Mexico, has effaced from my mind the powerful impression of the aspect of the cataracts. When I read a description of those places in India that are embellished by running waters and a vigorous vegetation, my imagination retraces a sea of foam and palm trees, the tops of which arise above a stratum of vapor. The majestic scenes of nature, like the sublime works of poetry and the arts, leave remembrances that are incessantly awakening, and which, throughout the whole of life, mingle with all our feelings of what is grand and beautiful. The calm of the atmosphere and the tumultuous movement of the waters produce a contrast peculiar to this zone. Here no breath of wind ever agitates the foliage. No cloud veils the splendour of the azure vault of heaven. A great mass of light is diffused in the air, on the earth strewn with plants with glossy leaves, and on the bed of the river, which extends as far as the eye can reach. This appearance surprises the traveller born in the north of Europe. The idea of wild scenery, of a torrent rushing from rock to rock, is linked in his imagination with that of a climate where the noise of the tempest is mingled with the sound of the cataract, and where, in a gloomy and misty day, sweeping clouds seem to descend into the valley and to rest upon the tops of the pines. The landscape of the tropics in the low regions of the continents has a peculiar physiognomy, something of greatness and repose, which it preserves even where one of the elements is struggling with invincible obstacles. Near the equator, hurricanes and tempests belong to islands only, to deserts destitute of plants, and to those spots where parts of the atmosphere repose upon surfaces from which the radiation of heat is very unequal. The mountain of Manimi forms the eastern limit of a plain which furnishes, for the history of vegetation, that is, for its progressive development in bare and desert places, the same phenomena which we have described above in speaking of the Raudal of Atures. During the rainy season, the waters heap vegetable earth upon the granitic rock, the bare shelves of which extend horizontally. These islands of mould, decorated with beautiful and odoriferous plants, resemble the blocks of granite covered with flowers, which the inhabitants of the Alps call gardens or crotis, and which pierce the glaciers of Switzerland. In a place where we had bathed the day before, at the foot of the rock of Manimi, the Indians killed a serpent 7.5 feet long. The Macos called it camudu, its back displayed upon a yellow ground, transverse bands, partly black and partly inclined to a brown-green. Under the belly were bands of blue, and united with rhombic spots. This animal, which is not venomous, is said by the natives to attain more than 15 feet in length. I thought at first that the camudu was a boa, but I saw with surprise that the scales beneath the tail were divided into 2 rows. It was therefore a viper, culube, perhaps a python of the new continent. I say perhaps, for great naturalists appear to admit that all the pythons belong to the old, and all the boas to the new world. As the boa of Pliny was a serpent of Africa and of the south of Europe, it would have been well if the boas of America had been named pythons, and the pythons of India been called boas. The first notions of an enormous reptile capable of seizing man, and even the great quadrupeds, came to us from India and the coast of Guinea. However indifferent names may be, we can scarcely admit the idea that the hemisphere in which Virgil described the agonies of Laocoon, a fable which the Greeks of Asia borrowed from much more southern nations, does not possess the boa constrictor. I will not augment the confusion of zoological nomenclature by proposing new changes, and shall confine myself to observing that at least the missionaries and the Latinized Indians of the missions, if not the planters of Guyana, clearly distinguished the tragavenados, real boas with simple anal plates, from the culebras de agua, or water snakes, like the camudu, pythons with double anal plates. Tragavenados have no transverse bands on the back, but a chain of rhombic or hexagonal spots. Some species prefer the driest places, others love the water, as the pythons or culebras de agua. Advancing towards the west, we find the hills or islets in the deserted branch of the Orinoco, crowned with the same palm trees that rise on the rocks of the cataracts. One of these hills, called Kerry, is celebrated in the country on account of a white spot which shines from afar, and in which the natives profess to see the image of the full moon. I could not climb this steep rock, but I believe the white spot to be a large nodule of quartz, formed by the union of several of those veins so common in granites passing into gneiss. Opposite Kerry, or the Rock of the Moon, on the twin mountain Uivitari, which is an islet in the midst of the cataracts, the Indians point out with mysterious awe a similar white spot. It also has the form of a disk, and they say this is the image of the sun, Camosi. Perhaps the geographical situation of these 2 objects has contributed to their having received these names. Kerry is on the side of the setting, Camosi on that of the rising sun. Languages being most ancient historical monuments of nations, some learned men have been similarly struck by the analogy between the American word Camosi and Kamosh, which seems to have signified originally the sun in one of the Semitic dialects. This analogy has given rise to hypotheses which appear to me at least very problematical. The god of the Moabites, Chemosh or Kamosh, who has so wearied the patient of the learned. Holochomens, cited by Strabo and by Ammianus Marcellinus. Belphegor, Ammon or Haman, and Adonis, all without doubt represent the sun in the winter solstice. But what can we conclude from a solitary and fortuitous resemblance of sound in languages that have nothing besides in common? The Maypure tongue is still spoken at Atures, although the mission is inhabited only by Guahibos and Macos. At Maypures, the Guaracan and Pareni tongues only are now spoken. From the Rio Anaveni, which falls into the Orinoco north of Atures, as far as beyond Yao, and to the mouth of the Guaviare, between the 4th and 6th degrees of latitude, we everywhere find rivers, the termination of which, veni, note, Anaveni, Mataveni, Maraveni, etc., end of note, recalls to mind the extent to which the Maypure tongue heretofore prevailed. Veni, or weni, signifies water or a river. The words Camosi and Keri, which we have just cited, are of the idiom of the Pareni Indians, note, or Perennis, who must not be confounded either with the Paravenes of the Rio Caura, Cowlin, page 69, or with the Parecas, whose language belongs to the great family of the Tamanac tongues. A young Indian of Maypures, who called himself a Paragini, answered my questions almost in the same words that M. Bonpland heard from a Pareni. I have indicated the differences in the table, see below, end of note. Who I think I have heard from the natives lived originally on the banks of the Mataveni. Note. South of the Rio Zama, we slept in the open air near the mouth of the Mataveni on the 28th day of May, in our return from the Rio Negro. End of note. The Abbe Gili considers the Pareni as a simple dialect of the Maypure. This question cannot be solved by a comparison of the roots merely. Being totally ignorant of the grammatical structure of the Pareni, I can rise but feeble doubts against the opinion of the Italian missionary. The Pareni is perhaps a mixture of two tongues that belong to different families, like the Maquitiari, which is composed of the Maypure and the Caribbee, or, to cite an example better known, the modern Persian, which is allied at the same time to the Sanskrit and to the Semitic tongues. The following are Pareni words, which I carefully compared with Maypure words. Table of Pareni and Maypure words compared. Column 1, word. Column 2, Pareni word. Column 3, Maypure word. Note. The words of the Maypure language have been taken from the works of Gili and Hervas. I collected the words placed between parentheses from a young Mako Indian who understood the Maypure language. The sun, Kamose, Ki, parenthesis, Kipurig, close parenthesis. The moon, Keri, Kehape, parenthesis, Kagihape, close parenthesis. A star, Oipu, Orupu. The devil, Amathame, Vasure, water, Oniu, parenthesis, Ut, close parenthesis. Oini, fire, Kasi, Kati. Lightning, Ino, Ino Ima. Note. I am ignorant of what Ima signifies in this compound word. Ino means in Maypure the sky and thunder. Ina signifies mother, end of note. The head, Osipo, Nuchibuku. Note. The syllables no and nu, joined to the words that designated parts of the body, might have been suppressed. They answer to the possessive pronoun my, end of note. The hair, nomeo. The eyes, nopurizi, nupuriki. The nose, nosivi, nukiri. The mouth, nonoma, nunumaku. The teeth, nasi, nati. The tongue, notate, nuare. The ear, notasine, nuakine. The cheek, nokako. The neck, nono, noinu. The arm, nokano, nuana. The hand, nukavi, nukapi. The breast, notoroni. The back, notoli. The thigh, nokazo. The nipples, nosini. The foot, nosizi, nuki. The toes, noki ziriani. The calf of the leg, nokavua. The crocodile, kazuiti, amana. A fish, kamazi, tamaki. Maize, kana, homuki. Plantain, paratana. Theote, note. Arata. Plantain, paratana. parenthesis tiot, close parenthesis. Arata. Note. We may be surprised to find the word tiot denote the eminently nutritive substance that supplies the place of corn, the gift of the beneficent divinity, and on which the subsistence of man within the tropics depends. I may here mention that the word tio or tiot, which in Aztec signifies God, tiotl, properly tio, for tl is only a termination, is found in the language of the Betoy of the Rio Meta. The name of the moon in this language, so remarkable for the complication of its grammatical structure, is Tio Ro. The name of the sun is Tio Umasoy. The particle ro designates a woman, Umasoy a man. Among the Betoy, the Maypures, and so many other nations of both continents, the moon is believed to be the wife of the sun. But what is this root Tio? It appears to me very doubtful that Tio Ro should signify God-woman, for Memelu is the name of the all-powerful being in the Betoy language. End of note. Cacao, cacavua. Note. Has this word been introduced from a communication with Europeans? It is almost identical with the Mexican, Aztec word cacava. End of note. Tobacco, hema, hema. Pimento, parenthesis, pumaque, close parenthesis. Mimosa inga, parenthesis, caraba, close parenthesis. Cecropia peltata, parenthesis, hocovi, close parenthesis. Agaric, parenthesis, cajuli, close parenthesis. Agaric, putziana, parenthesis, pugiana, close parenthesis. Papeta, parenthesis, popetus, close parenthesis. Agaric, sinapa, parenthesis, achinafe, close parenthesis. Avanume, parenthesis, avanome, close parenthesis. Agaric, meteuba, parenthesis, meteufafa, close parenthesis. Apakiva, parenthesis, pehivehi, close parenthesis. Agaric, puriana, vakavi, parenthesis, haliva, close parenthesis. Agaric, puriana, vakavi, uscanite. Agaric, puriasima vakavi, parenthesis, yavihi, close parenthesis. This comparison seems to prove that the analogies observed in the roots of the Pareni and Maypure tongues are not to be neglected. They are, however, scarcely more frequent than those that have been observed between the Maypure of the upper Orinoco and the language of the Mojos, which is spoken on the banks of the Mar Mora from 15 to 20 degrees of south latitude. The Parenis have in their pronunciation the English th or ts of the Arabians, as I clearly heard in the word amathami, devil, evil spirit. I need not again notice the origin of the word kamosi. Solitary resemblances of sounds are as little proof of communication between nations as the dissimilitude of a few roots furnishes evidence against the affiliation of the German from the Persian and the Greek. It is remarkable, however, that the names of the sun and moon are sometimes found to be identical in languages, the grammatical construction of which is entirely different. I may cite as examples the Guarani and the Omagua, languages of nations formerly very powerful. Note sun and moon in Guarani, Wasari and Hasi, in Omagua, Huasari and Jesi. I shall give farther on these same words in the principal languages of the Old and the New Worlds. See note below. End of note. It may be conceived that, with the worship of the stars and of the powers of nature, words which have a relation to these objects might pass from one idiom to another. I showed the constellation of the Southern Cross to a Pareni Indian who covered the lantern while I was taking the circummeridian heights of the stars, and he called it Bahimahi, a name which the Caribe fish, or Sarasalme, also bears in Pareni. He was ignorant of the name of the belt of Orion, but a Poignave Indian, who knew the constellations better, assured me that in his tongue the belt of Orion bore the name of Fuibot. He called the moon Zenquerot. Note. At the Orinoco, the Puignaves or Poignaves are distinguished from the Uipanaves, Uipanavi. The latter, on account of their language, are considered as belonging to the Maypure and Culebra nations. Yet water is called in Poignave, as well as in Maypure, Ueni. End of note. These two words have a very peculiar character for words of American origin. As the names of the constellations may have been transmitted to immense distances from one nation to another, these Poignave words have fixed the attention of the learned, who have imagined they recognize the Phoenician and Moabite tongues in the word kamosi of the Perenni. Fuibot and Zenquerot seem to remind us of the Phoenician words mot, clay, and ardod, oak tree, ephod, etc. But what can we conclude from simple terminations, which are most frequently foreign to the roots? In Hebrew, the feminine plurals terminate also in oth. I noted entire phrases in Poignave, but the young man whom I interrogated spoke so quickly that I could not seize the division of the words, and should have mixed them confusedly together had I attempted to write them down. Note. For a curious example of this, see the speech of Artabanes and Aristophanes (Acarn Act 1, Scene 3), where a Greek has attempted to give a Persian oration. See also Gibbon's Roman Empire, chapter 53, note 54, for a curious example of the way in which foreign languages have been disfigured when it has been attempted to represent them in a totally different tongue. End of note. The mission near the Raudal of Maypures was very considerable in the time of the Jesuits, when it reckoned 600 inhabitants, among whom were several families of whites. Under the government of the Fathers of the Observance, the population was reduced to less than 60. It must be observed that in this part of South America, cultivation has been diminishing for half a century, while beyond the forests, in the provinces near the sea, we find villages that contain from 2,000 to 3,000 Indians. The inhabitants of Maypures are a mild, temperate people, and distinguished by great cleanliness. The savages of the Orinoco, for the most part, have not that inordinate fondness for strong liquors which prevails in North America. It is true that the Ottomacs, the Jaruros, the Achaguas, and the Caribs are often intoxicated by the immoderate use of chiza, and many other fermented liquors, which they know how to prepare with cassava, maize, and the saccharine fruit of the palm tree. But travellers have as usual generalized what belongs only to the manners of some tribes. We were frequently unable to prevail upon the Guahibos or the Macoperoas to taste brandy while they were labouring for us, and seemed exhausted by fatigue. It will require a longer residence of Europeans in these countries to spread there the vices that are already common among the Indians on the coast. In the huts of the natives of Maypures we found an appearance of order and neatness, rarely met with in the houses of the missionaries. These natives cultivate plantains and cassava, but no maize. Cassava, made into thin cakes, is the bread of the country. Like the greater part of the Indians of the Orinoco, the inhabitants of Maypures have beverages which may be considered nourishing. One of these, much celebrated in that country, is furnished by a palm tree which grows wild in the vicinity of the mission, on the banks of the Auvana. This tree is the seje. I estimated the number of flowers on one cluster at 44,000, and that of the fruit, of which the greater part fall without ripening, at 8,000. The fruit is a small fleshy drupe. It is immersed for a few minutes in boiling water, to separate the kernel from the parenchymatous part of the sarcocarp, which has a sweet taste, and is pounded and bruised in a large vessel filled with water. The infusion yields a yellowish liquor, which tastes like milk of almonds. Sometimes papillon, unrefined sugar, is added. The missionary told us that the natives become visibly fatter during the 2 or 3 months in which they drink this seje, into which they dip their cakes of cassava. The piaches, or Indian jugglers, go into the forests and sound the butotu, the sacred trumpet, under the seje palm tree, to force the tree, they say, to yield an ample produce the following year. The people pay for this operation, as the Mongols, the Arabs, and nations still nearer to us, pay the shamans and marabouts and other classes of priests, to drive away the white ants and the locusts by mystic words or prayers, or to produce a cessation of continued rain, and invert the order of the seasons. End of chapter 2.21, part 2. Chapter 2.21, part 3, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.21, part 3. I have a manufacture of pottery in my village, said Father Zia, when accompanying us on a visit to an Indian family who were occupied in baking, by a fire of brushwood, in the open air, large earthen vessels 2.5 feet high. This branch of manufacture is peculiar to the various tribes of the great family of Maypures, and they appear to have followed it from time immemorial. In every part of the forests, far from any human habitation, on digging the earth, fragments of pottery and delf are found. The taste for this kind of manufacture seems to have been common heretofore to the natives of both North and South America. To the north of Mexico, on the banks of the Rio Gila, among the ruins of an Aztec city, in the United States, near the tumuli of the Miamis, in Florida, and in every place where any traces of ancient civilization are found, the soil covers fragments of painted pottery, and the extreme resemblance of the ornaments they display is striking. Savage nations and those civilized people, note the Hindus, the Tibetans, the Chinese, the ancient Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Peruvians, with whom the tendency towards civilization in a body has prevented the free development of the faculties of individuals, who are condemned by their political and religious institutions always to imitate themselves, strive, as if by instinct, to perpetuate the same forms, to preserve a peculiar type or style, and to follow the methods and processes which were employed by their ancestors. In North America, fragments of delftware have been discovered in places where there exist lines of fortification, and the walls of towns constructed by some unknown nation now entirely extinct. The paintings on these fragments have a great similitude to those which are executed in our days on earthenware by the natives of Louisiana and Florida. Thus, too, the Indians of Maypures often painted before our eyes the same ornaments as those we had observed in the cavern of Ataruipe, on the vases containing human bones. They were grecques, meanders, and figures of crocodiles, of monkeys, and of a large quadruped which I could not recognize, though it had always the same squat form. I might hazard the hypothesis that it belonged to another country, and that the type had been brought thither in the great migration of the American nations from the northwest to the south and southeast. But I am rather inclined to believe that the figure is intended to represent a tapir, and that the deformed image of a native animal has become by degrees one of the types that has been preserved. The Maypures execute with the greatest skill grecques, or ornaments formed by straight lines, variously combined, similar to those that we find on the vases of Magna Grecia and on the Mexican edifices at Mitla, and in the works of so many nations who, without communication with each other, find alike a sensible pleasure in the symmetric repetition of the same forms. Arabesques, meanders, and grecques please our eyes, because the elements of which their series is composed follow in rhythmic order. The eye finds in this order, in the periodical return of the same forms, what the ear distinguishes in the cadenced succession of sounds and chords. Can we then admit a doubt that the feeling of rhythm manifests itself in man at the first dawn of civilization, and in the rudest essays of poetry and song? Among the natives of Maypures, the making of pottery is an occupation principally confined to the women. They purify the clay by repeated washings, form it into cylinders, and mold the largest vases with their hands. The American Indian is unacquainted with the potter's wheel, which was familiar to the nations of the East in the remotest antiquity. We may be surprised that the missionaries have not introduced this simple and useful machine among the natives of the Orinoco, yet we must recollect that 3 centuries have not sufficed to make it known among the Indians of the peninsula of Araya, opposite the port of Cumana. The colours used by the Maypures are the oxides of iron and manganese, and particularly the yellow and red ochres that are found in the hollows of sandstone. Sometimes the felucca of the Bignonia chica is employed, after the pottery has been exposed to a feeble fire. This painting is covered with a varnish of algarobo, which is the transparent resin of the Hymenaea courbaril. The large vessels in which the chiza is preserved are called kiamaku, and the smallest bear the name of mucra, from which word the Spaniards of the coast have framed mercura. Not only the Maypures, but also the Guaypunaves, the Caribs, the Ottomacs, and even the Guamos, are distinguished at the Orinoco as makers of painted pottery, and this manufacture extended formerly towards the banks of the Amazon. Orellana was struck with the painted ornaments on the ware of the Omaguas, who in his time were a populous commercial nation. The following facts throw some light on the history of American civilization. In the United States, west of the Allegheny Mountains, particularly between the Ohio and the Great Lakes of Canada, on digging the earth, fragments of painted pottery mingled with brass tools are constantly found. This mixture may well surprise us in a country where, on the first arrival of Europeans, the natives were ignorant of the use of metals. In the forests of South America, which extend from the equator as far as the 8th degree of north latitude, from the foot of the Andes to the Atlantic, this painted pottery is discovered in the most desert places, but it is found accompanied by hatchets of jade and other hard stones, skillfully perforated. No metallic tools or ornaments have ever been discovered, though in the mountains on the shore and at the back of the Cordilleras, the art of melting gold and copper, and of mixing the latter metal with tin to make cutting instruments, was known. How can we account for these contrasts between the temperate and the torrid zone? The Incas of Peru had pushed their conquests and their religious wars as far as the banks of the Napo and the Amazon, where their language extended over a small space of land. But the civilization of the Peruvians, of the inhabitants of Quito, and of the Muiscas of Granada never appears to have had any sensible influence on the moral state of the nations of Guyana. It must be observed further that in North America, between the Ohio, Miami, and the lakes, an unknown people, whom systematic authors would make the descendants of the Toltecs and Aztecs, constructed walls of earth, and sometimes of stone without mortar, from 10 to 15 feet high, and 7,000 or 8,000 feet long. Note: of silicious limestone at Pique, on the Great Miami; of sandstone at Creek Point, 10 leagues from Chillicothe, where the wall is 1,500 toises long. End of note. These singular circumvallations sometimes enclosed 150 acres of ground. In the plains of the Orinoco, as in those of Marietta, the Miami, and the Ohio, the centre of an ancient civilization is found in the west, on the back of the mountains. But the Orinoco, and the countries lying between that great river and the Amazon, appear never to have been inhabited by nations whose constructions have resisted the ravages of time. Though symbolic figures are found engraved on the hardest rocks, yet further south than 8 degrees of latitude, no tumulus, no circumvallation, no dike of earth similar to those that exist farther north in the plains of Varinas and Canagua have been found. Such is the contrast that may be observed between the eastern parts of North and South America, those parts which extend from the tableland of Cundinamarca. Note: this is the ancient name of the empire of the Zaques, founded by Bochica or Indicazas, the high priest of Iraca, in New Granada. End of note. And the mountains of Cayenne towards the Atlantic, and those which stretch from the Andes of New Spain towards the Alleghenies. Nations advanced in civilization, of which we discover traces on the banks of Lake Teguyo and in the Casas Grandes of the Rio Gila, might have sent some tribes eastward into the open countries of the Missouri and the Ohio, where the climate differs little from that of New Mexico. But in South America, where the great flux of nations has continued from north to south, those who had long enjoyed the mild temperature of the back of the Equinoctial Cordilleras no doubt dreaded a descent into burning plains bristled with forests and inundated by the periodical swellings of rivers. It is easy to conceive how much the force of vegetation and the nature of the soil and climate within the torrid zone embarrassed the natives in regard to migration in numerous bodies, prevented settlements requiring an extensive space, and perpetuated the misery and barbarism of solitary hordes. The feeble civilization introduced in our days by the Spanish monks pursues a retrograde course. Father Gili relates that, at the time of the expedition to the boundaries, agriculture began to make some progress on the banks of the Orinoco, and that cattle, especially goats, had multiplied considerably at Maypures. We found no goats, either in the mission or in any other village of the Orinoco. They had all been devoured by the tigers. The black and white breeds of pigs only, the latter of which are called French pigs, puercos franceses, because they are believed to have come from the Caribbee Islands, have resisted the pursuit of wild beasts. We saw with much pleasure guacamayas, or tame macaws, round the huts of the Indians, and flying to the fields like our pigeons. This bird is the largest and most majestic species of parrot with naked cheeks that we found in our travels. It is called an Marativitan cahué. Including the tail, it is 2 feet 3 inches long. We had observed it also on the banks of the Atabapo, the Temi, and the Rio Negro. The flesh of the cahué, which is frequently eaten, is black and somewhat tough. These macaws, whose plumage glows with vivid tints of purple, blue, and yellow, are a great ornament to the Indian farmyards. They do not yield in beauty to the peacock, the golden pheasant, the poxy, or the alector. The practice of rearing parrots, birds of a family so different from the gallinaceous tribes, was remarked by Columbus. When he discovered America, he saw macaws, or large parrots, which served as food to the natives of the Caribbee Islands instead of fowls. A majestic tree, more than 60 feet high, which the planters call fruta de burro, grows in the vicinity of the little village of Maypures. It is a new species of the unona, and has the stateliness of the Uvaria zeylanica of Oblé. Its branches are straight, and rise in a pyramid, nearly like the poplar of the Mississippi, erroneously called the Lombardy poplar. The tree is celebrated for its aromatic fruit, the infusion of which is a powerful febrifuge. The poor missionaries of the Orinoco, who are afflicted with tertian fevers during a great part of the year, seldom travel without a little bag filled with frutas de burro. I have already observed that between the tropics, the use of aromatics, for instance, very strong coffee, the Croton cascarilla, or the pericarp of the Unona xylopioides, is generally preferred to that of the astringent bark of cinchona, or the Bonplandia trifoliata, which is the Angostura bark. The people of America have the most inveterate prejudice against the employment of different kinds of cinchona, and in the very countries where this valuable remedy grows, they try, to use their own phrase, to cut off the fever by infusions of Scoparia dulcis and hot lemonade prepared with sugar and the small wild lime, the rind of which is equally oily and aromatic. The weather was unfavourable for astronomical observations. I obtained, however, on the 20th of April, a good series of corresponding altitudes of the sun, according to which the chronometer gave 70 degrees 37 minutes 33 seconds for the longitude of the mission of Maypures. The latitude was found, by a star observed toward the north, to be 5 degrees 13 minutes 57 seconds, and by a star observed toward the south, 5 degrees 13 minutes 7 seconds. The error of the most recent maps is 1/2 degree of longitude and 1/2 degree of latitude. It would be difficult to relate the trouble and torments which these nocturnal observations cost us. Nowhere is a denser cloud of mosquitoes to be found. It formed, as it were, a particular stratum some feet above the ground, and it thickened as we brought lights to illumine our artificial horizon. The inhabitants of Maypures, for the most part, quit the village to sleep in the islets amid the cataracts, where the number of insects is less. Others make a fire of brushwood in their huts, and suspend their hammocks in the midst of the smoke. We spent 2½ days in the little village of Maypures, on the banks of the great upper cataract, and on the 21st April we embarked in the canoe we had obtained from the missionary of Carichana. It was much damaged by the shoals it had struck against, and the carelessness of the Indians, but still greater dangers awaited it. It was to be dragged overland, across an isthmus of 36,000 feet, from the Rio Tumani to the Rio Negro, to go up by the Cassiquiare to the Orinoco, and to repass the 2 raudales. When the traveller has passed the great cataracts, he feels as if he were in a new world, and had overstepped the barriers which nature seems to have raised between the civilized countries of the coast and the savage and unknown interior. Towards the east, in the bluish distance, we saw for the last time the high chain of the Cunavami Mountains. Its long horizontal ridge reminded us of the mesa of the Brigantine near Cumana, but it terminates by a truncated summit. The peak of Calitamini, the summit given to this name, glows at sunset as with a reddish fire. Its appearance is every day the same. No one ever approached this mountain, the height of which does not exceed 600 toises. I believe this splendour, commonly reddish, but sometimes silvery, to be a reflection produced by large plates of talc, or by gneiss passing into mica slate. The whole of this country contains granitic rocks, on which here and there, in little plains, an argillaceous gritstone immediately reposes, containing fragments of quartz and of brown iron ore. In going to the embarcadero, we caught on the trunk of a hevea, one of those trees whose milk yields caoutchouc, a new species of tree frog, remarkable for its beautiful colours. It had a yellow belly, the back and head of a fine velvety purple, and a very narrow stripe of white from the point of the nose to the hinder extremities. This frog was 2 inches long, and allied to the Rana tinctoria, the blood of which, it is asserted, introduced into the skin of a parrot, in places where the feathers have been plucked out, occasions the growth of frizzled feathers of a yellow or red colour. The Indians showed us on the way, what is no doubt very curious in that country, traces of cartwheels in the rock. They spoke, as of an unknown animal, of those beasts with large horns which, at the time of the expedition to the boundaries, drew the boats through the valley of Keri, from the Rio Topara to the Rio Cameji, to avoid the cataracts, and save the trouble of unloading the merchandise. I believe these poor inhabitants of Maypures would now be as much astonished at the sight of an ox of the Spanish breed, as the Romans were at the sight of the Lucanian oxen, as they called the elephants of the army of Pyrrhus. We embarked at Puerto de Arriba, and passed the Raudal de Cameji with some difficulty. This passage is reputed to be dangerous when the water is very high, but we found the surface of the river beyond the Raudal as smooth as glass. We passed the night in a rocky island called Piedra Raton, which is 3/4 of a league long, and displays that singular aspect of rising vegetation, those clusters of shrubs scattered over a bare and rocky soil, of which we have often spoken. On the 22nd of April we departed an hour and a half before sunrise. The morning was humid but delicious. Not a breath of wind was felt, for south of Atures and Maypures a perpetual calm prevails. On the banks of the Rio Negro and the Cassiquiare, at the foot of the Cerro Duida, and at the mission of Santa Barbara, we never heard that rustling of the leaves which has such a peculiar charm in very hot climates. The windings of rivers, the shelter of mountains, the thickness of the forests, and the almost continual rains at 1 or 2 degrees of latitude north of the equator, contribute no doubt to this phenomenon, which is peculiar to the missions of the Orinoco. In that part of the valley of the Amazon, which is south of the equator, but at the same distance from it as the places just mentioned, a strong wind always rises 2 hours after midday. This wind blows constantly against the stream, and is felt only in the bed of the river. Below San Borja it is an easterly wind. At Tompenda I found it between north and north-northeast. It is still the same breeze, the wind of the rotation of the globe, but modified by slight local circumstances. By favour of this general breeze, you may go up the Amazon under sail from Grand Para as far as Tefe, a distance of 750 leagues. In the province of Jaen de Bracamoros, at the foot of the western declivity of the Cordilleras, this Atlantic breeze rises sometimes to a tempest. It is highly probable that the great salubrity of the Amazon is owing to this constant breeze. In the stagnant air of the upper Orinoco, the chemical affinities act more powerfully, and more deleterious miasmata are formed. The insalubrity of the climate would be the same on the woody banks of the Amazon, if that river, running like the Niger from west to east, did not follow in its immense length the same direction, which is that of the trade winds. The valley of the Amazon is closed only at its western extremity, where it approaches the Cordilleras of the Andes. Towards the east, where the sea breeze strikes the new continent, the shore is raised but a few feet above the level of the Atlantic. The upper Orinoco first runs from east to west, and then from south to north. Where its course is nearly parallel to that of the Amazon, a very hilly country, the group of the mountains of Parima and of Dutch and French Guiana separates it from the Atlantic, and prevents the wind of the rotation from reaching Esmeralda. This wind begins to be powerfully felt only from the confluence of the Apure, where the lower Orinoco runs from west to east, in a vast plain open toward the Atlantic, and therefore the climate of this part of the river is less noxious than that of the upper Orinoco. In order to add a third point of comparison, I may mention the valley of the Rio Magdalena, which, like the Amazon, has one direction only, but unfortunately, instead of being that of the breeze, it is from south to north. Situated in the region of the trade winds, the Rio Magdalena has the stagnant air of the upper Orinoco. From the canal of Mahates as far as Honda, particularly south of the town of Mompox, we never felt the wind blow but at the approach of the evening storms. When, on the contrary, you proceed up the river beyond Honda, you find the atmosphere often agitated. The strong winds that are engulfed in the valley of Nieva are noted for their excessive heat. We may be at first surprised to perceive that the calm ceases as we approach the lofty mountains in the upper course of the river, but this astonishment ends when we recollect that the dry and burning winds of the Llanos de Nieva are the effect of descending currents. The columns of cold air rush from the top of the nevados of Quindiu and of Guanacas into the valley, driving before them the lower strata of the atmosphere. Everywhere the unequal heating of the soil and the proximity of mountains covered with perpetual snow cause partial currents within the tropics, as well as in the temperate zone. The violent winds of Nieva are not the effect of a repercussion of the trade winds. They rise where those winds cannot penetrate, and if the mountains of the upper Orinoco, the tops of which are generally crowned with trees, were more elevated, they would produce the same impetuous movements in the atmosphere as we observe in the Cordilleras of Peru, of Abyssinia, and of Tibet. An intimate connection that exists between the direction of rivers, the height and disposition of the adjacent mountains, the movements of the atmosphere, and the salubrity of the climate are subjects well worthy of attention. The study of the surface and the inequalities of the soil would be indeed irksome and useless were it not connected with more general considerations. At the distance of 6 miles from the island of Piedra Raton, we passed first on the east the mouth of the Rio Sipapo, called Tipapu by the Indians, and then on the west the mouth of the Rio Vichada. Near the latter are some rocks covered by the water that form a small cascade or raudalito. The Rio Sipapo, which Father Gili went up in 1757, and which he says is twice as broad as the Tiber, comes from a considerable chain of mountains, which in its southern part bears the name of the river, and joins the group of Calitimini and of Cunavami. Next to the peak of Duida, which rises above the mission of Esmeralda, the Cerros of Sipapo appear to me the most lofty of the whole Cordillera of Parima. They form an immense wall of rocks, shooting up abruptly from the plain, its craggy ridge running from south-southeast to north-northwest. I believe these crags, these indentations, which equally occur in the sandstone of Montserrat in Catalonia, are owing to blocks of granite heaped together. Note. From them the name of Montserrat is derived, Monte Serrato, signifying a mountain ridged or jagged like a saw. End of note. The Cerros de Sipapo wear a different aspect every hour of the day. At sunrise the thick vegetation with which these mountains are clothed is tinged with that dark green inclining to brown, which is peculiar to a region where trees with coriaceous leaves prevail. Broad and strong shadows are projected on the neighbouring plain, and form a contrast with the vivid light diffused over the ground, in the air, and on the surface of the waters. But towards noon, when the sun reaches its zenith, these strong shadows gradually disappear, and the whole group is veiled by an aerial vapour of a much deeper azure than that of the lower regions of the celestial vault. These vapours, circulating around the rocky ridge, soften its outline, temper the effects of the light, and give the landscape that aspect of calmness and repose which in nature, as in the works of Claude Lorraine and Poussin, arises from the harmony of forms and colours. Cruzeiro, the powerful chief of the Guaypunaves, long resided behind the mountains of Sipapo, after having quitted, with his warlike horde, the plains between the Rio Inirida and the Camochiquini. The Indians told us that the forests which cover the Sipapo abound in the climbing plant called Vejeco de Mamure. This species of liana is celebrated among the Indians, and serves for making baskets and weaving mats. The forests of Sipapo are altogether unknown, and there the missionaries place the nation of the Rayas, whose mouths are believed to be in their navels. Note. Rays, on account of the pretended analogy with the fish of this name, the mouth of which seems as if forced downward below the body. This singular legend has been spread far and wide over the earth. Shakespeare has described Othello as recounting marvellous tales, quote, of cannibals that do each other eat, of anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, end quote. End of note. An old Indian, whom we met at Carichana, and who boasted of having often eaten human flesh, had seen these acephalai, quote, with his own eyes, end quote. These absurd fables are spread as far as the Llanos, where you are not always permitted to doubt the existence of the Raya Indians. In every zone, intolerance accompanies credulity, and it might be said that the fictions of the ancient geographers had passed from one hemisphere to the other, did we not know that the most fantastic productions of the imagination, like the works of nature, furnish everywhere a certain analogy of aspect and of form. End of section 2.21, part 3. Chapter 2.22, part 4, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.21, part 4. We landed at the mouth of the Rio Vichada, or Visata, to examine the plants of that part of the country. The scenery is very singular. The forest is thin, and an innumerable quantity of small rocks rise from the plain. These form massy prisms, ruined pillars, and solitary towers 15 or 20 feet high. Some are shaded by the trees of the forest, others have their summits crowned with palms. These rocks are of granite, passing into gneiss. At the confluence of the Vichada, the rocks of granite, and what is still more remarkable, the soil itself, are covered with moss and lichens. These latter resemble Caledonia pyxidata and the lichen rangiferinus, so common in the north of Europe. We could scarcely persuade ourselves that we were elevated less than 100 toises above the level of the sea, in the 5th degree of latitude, in the centre of the torrid zone, which has so long been thought to be destitute of cryptogamous plants. The mean temperature of this shady and humid spot probably exceeds 26 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. Reflecting on the small quantity of rain which had hitherto fallen, we were surprised at the beautiful verdure of the forests. This peculiarity characterizes the valley of the upper Orinoco. On the coast of Caracas, and in the Llanos, the trees in winter (in the season called summer in South America, north of the equator) are stripped of their leaves, and the ground is covered only with yellow and withered grass. Between the solitary rocks just described arise some high plants of columnar cactus, Cactus septimangularis, a very rare appearance south of the cataracts of Atures and Maypures. Amid this picturesque scene, M. Bonpland was fortunate enough to find several specimens of Laurus cinnamomoides, a very aromatic species of cinnamon, known at the Orinoco by the names of varimacu and of canelilla. Note: the diminutive of the Spanish word canela, which signifies cinnamon. End of note. This valuable production is also found in the valley of the Rio Caura, as well as near Esmeralda, and eastward of the Great Cataracts. The Jesuit Francisco de Olmo appears to have been the first who discovered the canelilla, which he did in the country of the Piaroas, near the sources of the Cataniapo. The missionary Gili, who did not advance so far as the regions I am now describing, seems to confound the varimacu or guarimacu with the myristica or nutmeg tree of America. These barks and aromatic fruits, the cinnamon, the nutmeg, the Myrtus pimenta, and the Laurus pucheri, would have become important objects of trade if Europe, at the period of the discovery of the New World, had not already been accustomed to the spices and aromatics of India. The cinnamon of the Orinoco and that of the Andiquis missions are, however, less aromatic than the cinnamon of Ceylon, and would still be so even if dried and prepared by similar processes. Every hemisphere produces plants of a different species, and it is not by the diversity of climates that we can attempt to explain why equinoctial Africa has no laurels, and the New World no heaths, why calceolariae are found wild only in the southern hemisphere, why the birds of the East Indies glow with colours less splendid than those of the hot parts of America. Finally, why the tiger is peculiar to Asia and the ornithorhynchus to Australia. In the vegetable, as well as in the animal kingdom, the causes of the distribution of the species are among the mysteries which natural philosophy cannot solve. The attempts made to explain the distribution of various species on the globe by the sole influence of climate take their date from a period when physical geography was still in its infancy. When recurring incessantly to pretended contrasts between the two worlds, it was imagined that the whole of Africa and of America resembled the deserts of Egypt and the marshes of Cayenne. At present, when men judge of the state of things not from one type arbitrarily chosen, but from positive knowledge, it is ascertained that the two continents, in their immense extent, contain countries that are entirely analogous. There are regions of America as barren and burning as the interior of Africa. Those islands which produce the spices of India are scarcely remarkable for their dryness, and it is not on account of the humidity of the climate, as has been affirmed in recent works, that the new continent is deprived of those fine species of laurinae and myristaceae, which are found united in one little corner of the earth in the archipelago of India. For some years past, cinnamon has been cultivated with success in several parts of the new continent, and a zone that produces the coumarouna, the vanilla, the pucheri, the pineapple, the pimento, the balsam of Tolu, the Myroxylon peruvianum, the croton, the citroma, the pejoa, the incienso of the Silla of Caracas, the querima, the pancratium, and so many majestic liliaceous plants, cannot be considered as destitute of aromatics. Besides, a dry air favours the development of the aromatic or exciting properties only in certain species of plants. The most inveterate poisons are produced in the most humid zone of America, and it is precisely under the influence of the long rains of the tropics that the American pimento, Capsicum baccatum, the fruit of which is often as caustic and fiery as Indian pepper, vegetates best. From all these considerations it follows first, that the new continent possesses spices, aromatics, and very active vegetable poisons, peculiar to itself, and differing specifically from those of the Old World. Secondly, that the primitive distribution of species in the torrid zone cannot be explained by the influence of climate solely, or by the distribution of temperature, which we observe in the present state of our planet, but that this difference of climates leads us to perceive why a given type of organization develops itself more vigorously in such or such local circumstances. We can conceive that a small number of the families of plants, for instance the musaceae and the palms, cannot belong to very cold regions on account of their internal structure, and the importance of certain organs. But we cannot explain why no one of the family of the Melastomaceae vegetates north of the parallel of the 30th degree of latitude, or why no rose tree belongs to the southern hemisphere. Analogy of climates is often found in the two continents, without identity of productions. The Rio Vichada, which has a small raudal at its confluence with the Orinoco, appeared to me, next to the Meta and the Guaviare, to be the most considerable river coming from the west. During the last 40 years, no European has navigated the Vichada. I can learn nothing of its sources. They rise, I believe, with those of the Tomo, in the plains that extend to the south of Casimena. Fugitive Indians of Santa Rosalia de Capapuna, a village situate on the banks of the Meta, have arrived even recently by the Rio Vichada at the cataract of Maypures, which sufficiently proves that the sources of this river are not very distant from the Meta. Father Gumilla has preserved the names of several German and Spanish Jesuits, who in 1734 fell victims to their zeal for religion by the hands of the Caribs on the now desert banks of the Vichada. Having passed the Cano Pirajavi on the east, and then a small river on the west, which issues, as the Indians say, from a lake called Nao, we rested for the night on the shore of the Orinoco, at the mouth of the Zama, a very considerable river, but as little known as the Vichada. Notwithstanding the black waters of the Zama, we suffered greatly from insects. The night was beautiful, without a breath of wind in the lower regions of the atmosphere, but towards 2 in the morning we saw thick clouds crossing the zenith rapidly from east to west. When, declining toward the horizon, they traversed the great nebulae of Sagittarius and the ship, they appeared of a dark blue. The light of the nebulae is never more splendid than when they are in part covered by sweeping clouds. We observed the same phenomenon in Europe in the Milky Way, in the aurora borealis when it beams with a silvery light, and at the rising and setting of the sun in that part of the sky that is whitened from causes which philosophers have not yet sufficiently explained. Note the dawn, in French alba, alba, albente cielo. End of note. The vast tract of country lying between the Meta, the Vichada, and the Guaviare, is altogether unknown a league from the banks, but it is believed to be inhabited by wild Indians of the tribe of Chiricoas, who fortunately build no boats. Formerly, when the Caribs and their enemies the Cabras traversed these regions with their little fleets of rafts and canoes, it would have been imprudent to have passed the night near the mouth of a river running from the west. The little settlements of the Europeans having now caused the independent Indians to retire from the banks of the upper Orinoco, the solitude of these regions is such that, from Carichana to Javita, and from Esmeralda to San Fernando de Atabapo, during the course of 180 leagues, we did not meet a single boat. At the mouth of the Rio Zama we approach a class of rivers that merits great attention. The Zama, the Mataveni, the Atabapo, the Tuamini, the Temi, and the Guainia are aguas negras, that is, their waters, seen in a large body, appear brown like coffee, or of a greenish black. These waters, notwithstanding, are most beautiful, clear, and agreeable to the taste. I have observed above that the crocodiles and, if not the zancudos, at least the mosquitoes, generally shun the black waters. The people assert too that these waters do not colour the rocks, and that the white rivers have the black borders, while the black rivers have white. In fact, the shores of the Guainia, known to Europeans by the name of the Rio Negro, frequently exhibit masses of quartz issuing from granite and of a dazzling whiteness. The waters of the Mataveni, when examined in a glass, are pretty white. Those of the Atabapo retain a slight tinge of yellowish brown. When the least breath of wind agitates the surface of these black rivers, they appear a fine grass green, like the lakes of Switzerland. In the shade, the Zama, the Atabapo, and the Guainia are as dark as coffee grounds. These phenomena are so striking that the Indians everywhere distinguish the waters by the terms black and white. The former have often served me for an artificial horizon. They reflect the image of the stars with admirable clearness. The colour of the waters of springs, rivers, and lakes ranks among those physical problems which it is difficult, if not impossible, to solve by direct experiments. The tints of reflected light are generally very different from the tints of transmitted light, particularly when the transmission takes place through a great portion of fluid. If there were no absorption of rays, the transmitted light would be of a colour corresponding with that of the reflected light, and in general we judge imperfectly of transmitted light by filling with water a shallow glass with a narrow aperture. In a river, the colour of the reflected light comes to us always from the interior strata of the fluid, and not from the upper stratum. Some celebrated naturalists, who have examined the purest waters of the glaciers, and those which flow from mountains covered with perpetual snow, where the earth is destitute of the relics of vegetation, have thought that the proper colour of water might be blue or green. Nothing in fact proves that water is by nature white, and we must always admit the presence of a colouring principle when water viewed by reflection is coloured. In the rivers that contain a colouring principle, that principle is generally so little in quantity that it eludes all chemical research. The tints of the ocean seem often to depend neither on the nature of the bottom nor on the reflection of the sky on the clouds. Sir Humphrey Davy was of opinion that the tints of different seas may be very likely to be owing to different proportions of iodine. On consulting the geographers of antiquity, we find that the Greeks had noticed the blue waters of Thermopylae, the red waters of Joppa, and the black waters of the hot baths of Astyra, opposite Lesbos. Some rivers, the Rhone for instance, near Geneva, have a decidedly blue colour. It is said that the snow waters of the Alps are sometimes of a dark emerald green. Several lakes of Savoy and of Peru have a brown colour approaching black. Most of these phenomena of coloration are observed in waters that are believed to be the purest, and it is rather from reasonings founded on analogy than from any direct analysis that we may throw any light on so uncertain a matter. In the vast system of rivers near the mouth of the Rio Zama, a fact which appears to me remarkable is, that the black waters are principally restricted to the equatorial regions. They begin about 5 degrees of north latitude, and abound thence to beyond the equator as far as about 2 degrees of south latitude. The mouth of the Rio Negro is indeed in the latitude of 3 degrees 9 minutes, but in this interval the black and white waters are so singularly mingled in the forests and the savannas, that we know not to to what cause the coloration must be attributed. The waters of the Cassiquiare, which fall into the Rio Negro, are as white as those of the Orinoco, from which it issues. Of two tributary streams of the Cassiquiare, very near each other, the Siapa and the Pacimoni, one is white and the other black. When the Indians are interrogated respecting the causes of these strange colorations, they answer, as questions in natural philosophy or physiology are sometimes answered in Europe, by repeating the fact in other terms. If you address yourself to the missionaries, they reply, as if they had the most convincing proofs of the fact, that the waters are coloured by washing the roots of the sarsaparilla. The Smilaceae no doubt abound on the banks of the Rio Negro, the Pacimoni, and the Cabraburi. Their roots, macerated in the water, yield an extractive matter that is brown, bitter, and mucilaginous. But how many tufts of smilax have we seen in places where the waters were entirely white? In the marshy forests which we traversed to convey our canoe from the Rio Tuamini to the Cano Pimichin and the Rio Negro, why, in the same soil, did we ford alternately rivulets of black and white water? Why did we find no river white near its springs, and black in the lower part of its course? I know not whether the Rio Negro preserves its yellowish brown colour as far as its mouth, notwithstanding the great quantity of white water it receives from the Cassiquiare and the Rio Blanco. Although, on account of the abundance of rain, vegetation is more vigorous close to the equator than 8 or 10 degrees north or south, it cannot be affirmed that the rivers with black waters rise principally in the most shady and thickest forests. On the contrary, a great number of the aguas negras come from the open savannas that extend from the Meta beyond the Guaviare towards the Caqueta. In a journey which I made with Senor Montufar from the port of Guayaquil to the Bodegas de Babajo, at the period of great inundations, I was struck by the analogy of colour displayed by the vast savannas of the Invernadero del Garzal and of the Largatero, as well as by the Rio Negro and the Atabapo. These savannas, partly inundated during 3 months, are composed of paspalum, ericloa, and several species of cyperaceae. We sailed on waters that were from 4 to 5 feet deep. Their temperature was by day from 33 to 34 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. They exhaled a strong smell of sulphuretted hydrogen, to which no doubt some rotten plants of arum and heliconia that swam on the surface of the pools contributed. The waters of the Lagatero were of a golden yellow by transmitted, and coffee brown by reflected light. They are no doubt coloured by a carburet of hydrogen. An analogous phenomenon is observed in the dunghill waters prepared by our gardeners, and in the waters that issue from bogs. May we not also admit that it is a mixture of carbon and hydrogen, an extractive vegetable matter, that colours the black rivers, the Atabapo, the Zama, the Mataveni, and the Guainia? The frequency of the equatorial rains contributes no doubt to this coloration by filtration through a thick mass of grasses. I suggest these ideas only in the form of a doubt. The colouring principle seems to be in little abundance, for I observed that the waters of the Guainia or Rio Negro, when subjected to ebullition, do not become brown like other fluids charged with carburets of hydrogen. It is also very remarkable that this phenomenon of black waters, which might be supposed to belong only to the low regions of the torrid zone, is found also, though rarely, on the tablelands of the Andes. The town of Cuenca, in the kingdom of Quito, is surrounded by 3 small rivers, the Macharanga, the Rio del Matadero, and the Yunancai, of which the former 2 are white, and the waters of the last are black, aguas negras. These waters, like those of the Atabapo, are of a coffee colour by reflection, and pale yellow by transmission. They are very clear, and the inhabitants of Cuenca, who drink them in preference to any other, attribute their colour to the sarsaparilla, which it is said grows abundantly on the banks of the Rio Yanuncai. We left the mouth of the Zama at 5 in the morning on the 23rd of April. The river continued to be skirted on both sides by a thick forest. The mountains on the east seemed gradually to retire farther back. We passed first the mouth of the Rio Mataveni, and afterward an islet of a very singular form, a square granitic rock that rises in the middle of the water. It is called by the missionaries El Castelito, or the Little Castle. Black bands seem to indicate that the highest swellings of the Orinoco do not rise at this place above 8 feet, and that the great swellings observed lower down are owing to the tributary streams which flow into it north of the raudales of Atures and Maypures. We passed the night on the right bank, opposite the mouth of the Rio Siucurivapu, near a rock called Aricagua. During the night, an innumerable quantity of bats issued from the clefts of the rock, and hovered around our hammocks. On the 24th, a violent rain obliged us early to return to our boat. We departed at 2 o'clock, after having lost some books, which we could not find in the darkness of the night, on the rock of Aricagua. The river runs straight from south to north. Its banks are low, and shaded on both sides by thick forests. We passed the mouths of the Ucata, the Arapa, and the Caranaveni. About 4 in the afternoon, we landed at the conucos of Siquita, the Indian plantations of the mission of San Fernando. The good people wished to detain us among them, but we continued to go up against the current, which ran at the rate of 5 feet a second, according to a measurement I made by observing the time that a floating body took to go down a given distance. We entered the mouth of the Guaviare on a dark night, passed the point where the Rio Atabapo joins the Guaviare, and arrived at the mission after midnight. We were lodged as usual at the convent, that is, in the house of the missionary, who, though much surprised at our unexpected visit, nevertheless received us with the kindest hospitality. Note: if the philosophical study of the structure of languages, the analogy of a few roots acquires value only when they can be geographically connected together, neither is the want of resemblance in roots any very strong proof against the common origin of nations. In the different dialects of the Totonac language, that of one of the most ancient tribes of Mexico, the sun and the moon have names which custom has rendered entirely different. This difference is found among the Caribs between the language of men and women, a phenomenon that probably arises from the circumstance that, among prisoners, men were oftener put to death than women. Females introduced by degrees words of a foreign language into the Caribbee, and, as the girls followed the occupations of the women much more than the boys, a language was formed peculiar to the women. I shall record in this note the names of the sun and the moon in a great number of American and Asiatic idioms, again reminding the reader of the uncertainty of all judgments founded merely on the comparison of solitary words. Table of names of the sun and the moon. Column 1, language. Column 2, name of the sun. Column 3, name of the moon. In the New World, language, Eastern Eskimo, Greenland. Name of the sun, Ajut, Kaumat, Sakanach. Name of the moon, Anangat, Kaumai, Tatuk. Language, Western Eskimo, Kedchak. Name of the sun, Chunguguk, Madshak. Name of the moon, Igaluk, Tangik. Language, Ojibwa. Name of the sun, Kisses. Name of the moon, Debicot. Language, Delaware. Name of the sun, Natane. Name of the moon, Kishikoff. Language, Notuk. Name of the sun, Opolshuk. Name of the moon, Omoshutl. Language, Otomi. Name of the sun, Hindi. Name of the moon, Zana. Language, Aztec or Mexican. Name of the sun, Tonatiuh. Name of the moon, Mistli. Language, Kora. Name of the sun, Taika. Name of the moon, Meitzaka. Language, Huatzaka. Name of the sun, Aquicha. Name of the moon, Aitz. Language, Muisca. Name of the sun, Zuhi. Sua. Name of the moon, Chia. Language, Yaruro. Name of the sun, Ditto. Name of the moon, Gope. Language, Caribbean Tamanac. Name of the sun, Viu. Hiu. Name of the moon, Nuno. Nonum. Language, Maypure. Name of the sun, Ki. Name of the moon, Kehape. Language, Lula. Name of the sun, Ini. Name of the moon, Alit. Language, Bailila. Name of the sun, Olo. Name of the moon, Kopi. Language, Moxo. Name of the sun, Sachi. Name of the moon, Kohi. Language, Chiquito. Name of the sun, Suis. Name of the moon, Kopi. Language, Guarani. Name of the sun, Quarasi. Name of the moon, Jasi. Language, Tupi, Brazil. Name of the sun, Coarasi. Name of the moon, Ayasi. Language, Peruvian, Quechua. Name of the sun, Inti. Name of the moon, Quilla. Language Araucan, Chile. Name of the sun, Antu. Name of the moon, Cuyen. In the Old World. Language Mongol. Name of the sun, Nara, Naran. Name of the moon, Sara, Saran. Language Manchu. Name of the sun, Chun. Name of the moon, Bia. Language Chagatai. Name of the sun, Kun. Name of the moon, Ai. Language Oseta of Caucasus. Name of the sun, Kur. Name of the moon, Mai. Language Tibetan. Name of the sun, Niyama. Name of the moon, Rajawa. Language Chinese. Name of the sun, Jai. Name of the moon, Yu. Language Japanese. Name of the sun, Phai. Name of the moon, Suki. Language Sanskrit. Name of the sun, Surya, Arima, Mitra, Aditya, Arka, Hamsa. Name of the moon, Chandra, Chandrama, Soma, Masi. Language Persian. Name of the sun, Chor, Chorshid, Atafib. Name of the moon, Ma. Language Zend. Name of the sun and the moon, Huere. Language Pelvi. Name of the sun, Shemshia, Zebzoba, Kokma. Name of the moon, Kokma. Language Phoenician. Name of the sun and the moon, Shemisi. Language Hebrew. Name of the sun, Semesh. Name of the moon, Yaria. Language Aramean or Chaldean. Name of the sun, Shimsha. Name of the moon, Yarha. Language Syrian. Name of the sun, Shemsho. Name of the moon, Yarho. Language Arabic. Name of the sun, Shams. Name of the moon, Kamar. Language Ethiopian. Name of the sun, Sabeh. Name of the moon, Warha. The American words are written according to the Spanish orthography. I would not change the orthography of the Nootka word Onulsht, taken from Cook's Voyages, to show how much Volney's idea of introducing an uniform notation of sounds is worthy of attention, if not applied to the languages of the East written without vowels. In Onulsht there are 4 signs for one single consonant. We have already seen that American nations speaking languages of a very different structure call the sun by the same name, that the moon is sometimes called sleeping sun, sun of night, light of night, and that sometimes the 2 orbs have the same denomination. These examples are taken from the Guarani, the Omagua, Shawnese, Miami, Maco, and Ojibwa idioms. Thus in the Old World the sun and moon are denoted in Arabic by Nirin, the luminaries. Thus in Persian the most common words Afetib and Turshid are compounds. By the migration of tribes from Asia to America, and from America to Asia, a certain number of roots have passed from one language into others, and these roots have been transported, like the fragments of a shipwreck, far from the coast into the islands. Note: sun in New England, Kone; in Chagatai, Kun; in Yakut, Kouini; star in Huastec, Ot; in Mongol, Odon; in Aztec, Sitlal, Sitl; in Persian, Sitare; house in Aztec, Kali; in Wogol, Kuala or Kola; water in Aztec, Atel; Itel's a river in Velela; in Mongol, Cheremas and Chuvas; Atl, Atelch, Etel or Idol; stone in Caribbee, Tabu; in the Lesgian of Caucasus, Teb; in Aztec, Tepetl; in Turkish, Tepe; food in Quichua, Mikunan; in Malay, Makonan; boat in Haiti, Kanoa; in Kaino, Kahani; in Greenlandish, Kayak; in Turkish, Kayik; in Samoyed, Kayuk; in the German tongues, Kan. But we must distinguish from these foreign elements what belongs fundamentally to the American idioms themselves. Such is the effort of time and communication among nations, that the mixture within heterogeneous language has not only an influence upon roots, but most frequently ends by modifying and denaturalizing grammatical forms. "When a language resists a regular analysis," observes William von Humboldt in his Considerations on the Mexican, Cora, Totonac, and Tarahumar tongues, "we may suspect some mixture, some foreign influence; for the faculties of man, which are, as we may say, reflected in the structure of languages and in their grammatical forms, act constantly in a regular and uniform manner." End of chapter 2.21. Chapter 2.22, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.22, Part 1. San Fernando de Atabapo, San Balthasar, the rivers Temi and Tuamini, Javita, portage from the Tuamini to the Rio Negro. During the night we had left, almost unperceived, the waters of the Orinoco, and at sunrise found ourselves, as if transported to a new country, on the banks of a river, the name of which we had scarcely ever heard pronounced, and which was to conduct us by the portage of Pimichin to the Rio Negro on the frontiers of Brazil. Quote, "You will go up," end quote, said the president of the missions who resides at San Fernando. Quote, "First the Atabapo, then the Temi, and finally the Tuamini. When the force of the current of black waters hinders you from advancing, you will be conducted out of the bed of the river, through forests, which you will find inundated. 2 monks only are settled in those desert places between the Orinoco and the Rio Negro. But at Javita you will be furnished with the means of having your canoe drawn over land in the course of 4 days to Cano Pimichin. If it be not broken to pieces, you will descend the Rio Negro without any obstacle from northwest to southeast, as far as the little fort of San Carlos. You will go up the Cassiquiare from south to north, and then return to San Fernando in a month, descending the upper Orinoco from east to west." End quote. Such was the plan traced for our passage, and we carried it into effect without danger, though not without some suffering, in the space of 33 days. The Orinoco runs from its source, or at least from Esmeralda, as far as San Fernando de Atabapo, from east to west. From San Fernando, where the junction of the Guaviare and the Atabapo takes place, as far as the mouth of Rio Apure, it flows from south to north, forming the Great Cataracts. And from the mouth of the Apure, as far as Angostura and the coast of the Atlantic, its direction is from west to east. In the first part of its course, where the river flows from east to west, it forms that celebrated bifurcation, so often disputed by geographers, of which I was the first enabled to determine the situation by astronomical observations. One arm of the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, running from north to south, falls into the Guaiania, or Rio Negro, which in its turn joins the Maranon, or river Amazon. The most natural way, therefore, to go from Angostura to Grand Para would be to ascend the Orinoco as far as Esmeralda, and then to go down the Cassiquiare, the Rio Negro, and the Amazon. But as the Rio Negro, in the upper part of its course, approaches very near the sources of some rivers that fall into the Orinoco near San Fernando de Atabapo, where the Orinoco abruptly changes its direction from east to west to take that from south to north, the passage up that part of the river between San Fernando and Esmeralda, in order to reach the Rio Negro, may be avoided. Leaving the Orinoco near the mission of San Fernando, the traveler proceeds up the little black rivers, the Atabapo, the Temi, and the Tuamini, and the boats are carried across an isthmus 6,000 toises broad, to the banks of a stream, the Cano Pimichin, which flows into the Rio Negro. This was the course which we took. The road from San Carlos to San Fernando de Atabapo is far more disagreeable, and is half as long again by the Cassiquiare as by Javita and the Cano Pimichin. In this region I determined, by means of a chronometer of Berthoud, and by the meridional height of stars, the situation of San Balthasar de Atabapo, Javita, San Carlos del Rio Negro, the rock Culimacavi, and Esmeralda. When no roads exist, save tortuous and intertwining rivers, when little villages are hidden amid thick forests, and when, in a country entirely flat, no mountain, no elevated object is visible from 2 points at once. It is only in the sky that we can read where we are upon the earth. San Fernando de Atabapo stands near the confluence of 3 great rivers, the Orinoco, the Guaviare, and the Atabapo. Its situation is similar to that of St. Louis or of New Madrid, at the junction of the Mississippi with the Missouri and the Ohio. In proportion as the activity of commerce increases in these countries traversed by immense rivers, the towns situated at their confluence will necessarily become bustling ports, depots of merchandise, and center points of civilization. Father Gumilla confesses that in his time no person had any knowledge of the course of the Orinoco above the mouth of the Guaviare. D'Anville, in the first edition of his great map of South America, laid down the Rio Negro as an arm of the Orinoco that branched off from the principal body of the river between the mouths of the Meta and the Vichada, near the cataract of Atures. That great geographer was entirely ignorant of the existence of the Cassiquiare and the Atabapo, and he makes the Orinoco, or Rio Paragua, the Yapura, and the Putumayo take their rise from 3 branchings of the Caqueta. The expedition of the boundaries, commanded by Iturriaga and Solano, corrected these errors. Solano, who was the geographical engineer of this expedition, advanced in 1756 as far as the mouth of the Guaviare, after having passed the great cataracts. He found that, to continue to go up the Orinoco, he must direct his course toward the east, and that the river received, at the point of its great inflection, in latitude 4 degrees 4 minutes, the waters of the Guaviare, which 2 miles higher had received those of the Atabapo. Interested in approaching the Portuguese possessions as near as possible, Solano resolved to proceed onward to the south. At the confluence of the Atabapo and the Guaviare, he found an Indian settlement of the warlike nation of the Guaypunaves. He gained their favor by presents, and with their aid founded the mission of San Fernando, to which he gave the appellation of Villa, or town. To make known the political importance of this mission, we must recollect what was, at that period, the balance of power between the petty Indian tribes of Guyana. The banks of the lower Orinoco had been long ensanguined by the obstinate struggle between 2 powerful nations, the Cabres and the Caribs. The latter, whose principal abode, since the close of the 17th century, has been between the sources of the Caroni, the Essequibo, the Orinoco, and the Rio Parima, once not only held sway as far as the great cataracts, but made incursions also into the upper Orinoco, employing portages between the Paruspa and the Caura, the Erevato, and the Ventuare, the Conorichite, and the Atavaki. Note: the Rio Paruspa falls into the Rio Paragua, and the latter into the Rio Caroni, which is one of the tributary streams of the lower Orinoco. There is also an ancient portage of the Caribs between the Paruspa and the Rio Chavaro, which flows into the Rio Caura above the mouth of the Erevato. In going up the Erevato, you reach the savannas that are traversed by the Rio Manipiare above the tributary streams of the Ventuari. The Caribs, in their distant excursions, sometimes passed from the Rio Caura to the Ventuari, thence to the Padamo, and then by the upper Orinoco to the Atacavi, which, westward of the Mano Teso, takes the name of the Atabapo. End of note. None knew better than the Caribs the intertwinings of the rivers, the proximity of the tributary streams, and the roads by which distances might be diminished. The Caribs had vanquished and almost exterminated the Cabres. Having made themselves masters of the lower Orinoco, they met with resistance from the Guaypunaves, who had founded their dominion on the upper Orinoco, and who, together with the Cabres, the Manitivatanos, and the Parenes, are the greatest cannibals of these countries. They originally inhabited the banks of the great river Inirida, at its confluence with the Chamochiquini, and the hilly country of Mabicore. About the year 1744, their chief, or as the natives called him, their king, Apoto, was named Macapu. He was a man no less distinguished by his intelligence than his valor, had led a part of the nation to the banks of the Atabapo, and when the Jesuit Roman made his memorable expedition from the Orinoco to the Rio Negro, Macapu suffered that missionary to take with him some families of the Guaypunaves, to settle them at Uruana and near the cataract of Maypures. This people are connected by their language with the great branch of the Maypure nations. They are more industrious, we might also say more civilized, than the other nations of the upper Orinoco. The missionaries relate that the Guaypunaves, at the time of their sway in those countries, were generally clothed and had considerable villages. After the death of Macapu, the command devolved on another warrior, Cuseri, called by the Spaniards El Capitan Cusero. He established lines of defense on the banks of the Inirida, with a kind of little fort constructed of earth and timber. The piles were more than 16 feet high, and surrounded both the house of the apoto and a magazine of bows and arrows. These structures, remarkable in a country in other respects so wild, have been described by Father Forneri. The Marepizanis and the Manitivitanos were the preponderant nations on the banks of the Rio Negro. The former had for its chiefs, about the year 1750, 2 warriors called Imu and Kahamu. The king of the Manitivitanos was Coqui, famous for his cruelty. The chiefs of the Guaypunaves and the Manitivitanos fought with small bodies of 200 or 300 men, but in their protracted struggles they destroyed the missions, in some of which the poor monks had only 15 or 20 Spanish soldiers at their disposal. When the expedition of Iturriaga and Solano arrived at the Orinoco, the missions had no longer to fear the incursions of the Caribs. Cusero, the chief of the Guaypunaves, had fixed his dwelling behind the gigantic mountains of Sipapo. He was the friend of the Jesuits, but other nations of the upper Orinoco and the Rio Negro, led by Imu, Kahamu, and Cucuy, penetrated from time to time to the north of the great cataracts. They had other motives for fighting than that of hatred. They hunted men, as was formerly the custom of the Caribs, and is still the practice in Africa. Sometimes they furnished slaves, poitos, to the Dutch, in their language Paranaquiri, inhabitants of the sea. Sometimes they sold them to the Portuguese, Iaranavi, sons of musicians. Note: the savage tribes designate every commercial nation of Europe by surnames, the origin of which appears altogether accidental. The Spaniards were called clothed men, Pongheme, or Uavemi, by way of distinction. End of note. In America, as in Africa, the cupidity of the Europeans has produced the same evils, by exciting the natives to make war in order to procure slaves. Everywhere, the contact of nations, widely different from each other in the scale of civilization, leads to the abuse of physical strength and of intellectual preponderance. The Phoenicians and Carthaginians formerly sought slaves in Europe. Europe now presses, in her turn, both on the countries whence she gathered the first germs of science, and on those where she now almost involuntarily spreads them by carrying thither the produce of her industry. I have faithfully recorded what I could collect on the state of these countries, where the vanquished nations have become gradually extinct, leaving no other signs of their existence than a few words of their language, mixed with that of the conquerors. In the north, beyond the cataracts, the preponderant nations were at first the Caribs and the Cabres. Towards the south, on the upper Orinoco, the Guaypunaves, and on the Rio Negro, the Maripizanos and the Manitivitanos. The long resistance which the Cabres, united under a valiant chief, had made to the Caribs, became fatal to the latter subsequently to the year 1720. They at first vanquished their enemies near the mouth of the Rio Caura, and a great number of Caribs perished in a precipitate flight between the rapids of Torno and the Isla del Infierno. The prisoners were devoured, and by one of those refinements of cunning and cruelty which are common to the savage nations of both North and South America, the Cabres spared the life of one Carib, whom they forced to climb up a tree to witness this barbarous spectacle and carry back the tidings to the vanquished. The triumph of Tep, the chief of the Cabres, was but of short duration. The Caribs returned in such great numbers that only a feeble remnant of the Cabres was left on the banks of the Cuchivero. Cocuy and Cusero were carrying on a war of extermination on the upper Orinoco when Solano arrived at the mouth of the Guaviare. The former had embraced the cause of the Portuguese. The latter was a friend of the Jesuits, and gave them warning whenever the Manitivitanos were marching against the Christian establishments of Atures and Carichana. Cusero became a Christian only a few days before his death, but in battle he had for some time worn on his left hip a crucifix given him by the missionaries, and which he believed rendered him invincible. We were told an anecdote that points the violence of his character. He had married the daughter of an Indian chief of the Rio Temi. In a paroxysm of rage against his father-in-law, he declared to his wife that he was going to fight against him. She reminded him of the courage and singular strength of her father, when Cusero, without uttering a single word, took a poisoned arrow and plunged it into her bosom. The arrival of a small body of Spaniards in 1756, under the order of Solano, awakened suspicion in this chief of the Guaypunaves. He was on the point of attempting a contest with them when the Jesuits made him sensible that it would be in his interest to remain at peace with the Christians. Whilst dining at the table of the Spanish general, Cusero was allured by promises and the prediction of the approaching fall of his enemies. From being a king, he became the mayor of a village, and consented to settle with his people at the new mission of San Fernando de Atabapo. Such is most frequently the end of those chiefs whom travelers and missionaries style Indian princes. Quote, "In my mission," end quote, says the honest Father Gilly, quote, "I had 5 reyacilos, or petty kings, those of the Tamanacs, the Abarigotes, the Paracas, the Quaquas, and the Maypures. At church, I placed them in file on the same bench, but I took care to give the first place to Mona Iti, the king of the Tamanacs, because he had helped me to found the village, and he seemed quite proud of this precedency." End quote. When Cusero, the chief of the Guaypunaves, saw the Spanish troops pass the cataracts, he advised Don José Solano to wait a whole year before he formed a settlement on the Atabapo, predicting the misfortunes which were not slow to arrive. Quote, "Let me labor with my people in clearing the ground," end quote, said Cusero to the Jesuits. Quote, "I will plant cassava, and you will find hereafter wherewith to feed all these men." End quote. Solano, impatient to advance, refused to listen to the counsel of the Indian chief, and the new inhabitants of San Fernando had to suffer all the evils of scarcity. Canoes were sent at a great expense to New Granada by the Meta and the Vichada in search of flour. The provision arrived too late, and many Spaniards and Indians perished of those diseases which are produced in every climate by want and moral dejection. Some traces of cultivation are still found at San Fernando. Every Indian has a small plantation of cacao trees, which produce abundantly in the 5th year, but they cease to bear fruit sooner than in the valleys of Aragua. There are some savannas and good pasturage around San Fernando, but hardly 7 or 8 cows are to be found, the remains of a considerable herd which was brought into these countries at the expedition for settling the boundaries. The Indians are a little more civilized here than in the rest of the missions, and we found to our surprise a blacksmith of the native race. In the mission of San Fernando, a tree which gives a peculiar physiognomy to the landscape is the piritu, or pirihao palm. Its trunk, armed with thorns, is more than 60 feet high. Its leaves are pinnated, very thin, undulated, and frizzled toward the points. The fruits of this tree are very extraordinary. Every cluster contains from 50 to 80. They are yellow like apples, grow purple in proportion as they ripen, 2 or 3 inches thick, and generally from abortion without a kernel. Among the 80 or 90 species of palm trees peculiar to the new continent, which I have enumerated in the Nova Genera Plantarum Equinoctialum, there are none in which the sarcocarp is developed in a manner so extraordinary. The fruit of the pirijao furnishes a farinaceous substance, as yellow as the yolk of an egg, slightly saccharine, and extremely nutritious. It is eaten like plantains or potatoes, boiled or roasted in the ashes, and affords a wholesome and agreeable aliment. The Indians and the missionaries are unwearied in their praises of this noble palm tree, which might be called the peach palm. We found it cultivated in abundance at San Fernando, San Balthazar, Santa Barbara, and wherever we advanced toward the south or the east, along the banks of the Atabapo and the upper Orinoco. In those wild regions, we are involuntarily reminded of the assertion of Linnaeus that the country of palm trees was the first abode of our species, and that man is essentially palmivorous. Note: Homo habitat intra tropicus, vescitur palmis, lotophagus, hospitatir extra tropicos sub novercante serere, carnivorous. Man dwells naturally within the tropics, and lives on the fruits of the palm tree. He exists in other parts of the world, and there makes shift to feed on corn and flesh. Sist. Nat. Volume 1, page 24, end of note. On examining the provision accumulated in the huts of the Indians, we perceive that their subsistence, during several months of the year, depends as much on the farinaceous fruit of the pirijao as on the cassava and plantain. The tree bears fruit but once a year, but to the amount of 3 clusters, consequently from 150 to 200 fruits. San Fernando de Atabapo, San Carlos, and San Francisco Solano are the most considerable settlements among the missions of the upper Orinoco. At San Fernando, as well as in the neighboring villages of San Balthazar and Javita, the abodes of the priests are neatly built houses covered by lianas and surrounded by gardens. The tall trunks of the pirijao palms were the most beautiful ornaments of these plantations. In our walks, the president of the mission gave us an animated account of his incursions on the Rio Guaviare. He related to us how much these journeys, undertaken, quote, for the conquest of souls, end quote, are desired by the Indians of the missions. All, even women and old men, take part in them. Under the pretext of recovering neophytes who have deserted the village, children above 8 or 10 years of age are carried off and distributed among the Indians of the missions as serfs or puetos. According to astronomical observations I took on the banks of the Atabapo and on the western declivity of the Cordillera of the Andes near the Paramo de la Suma Paz, the distance is 107 leagues only from San Fernando to the first villages of the provinces of Caguan and San Juan de los Llanos. I was assured also by some Indians, who dwelt formerly to the west of the island of Amaveni, beyond the confluence of the Rio Supavi, that going in a boat on the Guaviare, in the manner of the savages, beyond the strait, Angostura, and the principal cataract, they met, at 3 days' distance, bearded and clothed men, who came in search of the eggs of the terekay turtle. This meeting alarmed the Indians so much that they fled precipitately, redescending the Guaviare. It is probable that these bearded white men came from the villages of Aroma and San Martin, the Rio Guaviare being formed by the union of the rivers Ariari and Guayavero. We must not be surprised that the missionaries of the Orinoco and the Atabapo little suspect how near they live to the missionaries of Mocoa, Rio Fragua, and Caguan. In these desert countries, the real distances can be known only by observations of the longitude. It was in consequence of astronomical data and the information I gathered in the convents of Popayan and of Pasto, to the west of the Cordillera of the Andes, that I formed an accurate idea of the respective situations of the Christian settlements on the Atabapo, the Guayavero, and the Caqueta. Note: the Caqueta bears lower down the name of the Yupura. End of note. End of section 2.22, part 1. Chapter 2.22, Part 2 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.22, Part 2. Everything changes on entering the Rio Atabapo. The constitution of the atmosphere, the color of the waters, and the form of the trees that cover the shore. You no longer suffer during the day the torment of mosquitoes, and the long-legged gnats, zancudos, become rare during the night. Beyond the mission of San Fernando, these nocturnal insects disappear altogether. The water of the Orinoco is turbid and loaded with earthy matter, and in the coves, from the accumulation of dead crocodiles and other putrescent substances, it diffuses a musky and faint smell. We were sometimes obliged to strain this water through a linen cloth before we drank it. The water of the Atabapo, on the contrary, is pure, agreeable to the taste, without any trace of smell, brownish by reflected, and of a pale yellow by transmitted light. The people call it light, in opposition to the heavy and turbid waters of the Orinoco. Its temperature is generally 2 degrees, and when you approach the mouth of the Rio Temi, 3 degrees, cooler than the temperature of the upper Orinoco. After having been compelled, during a whole year, to drink water at 27 or 28 degrees, a lowering of a few degrees in the temperature produces a very agreeable sensation. I think this lowering of the temperature may be attributed to the river being less broad and without the sandy beach, the heat of which at the Orinoco is by day more than 50 degrees, and also to the thick shade of the forests which are traversed by the Atabapo, the Temi, the Tuamini, and the Guaiania or Rio Negro. The extreme purity of the black waters is proved by their limpidity, their transparency, and the clearness with which they reflect the images and colors of surrounding objects. The smallest fish are visible in them at a depth of 20 or 30 feet, and most commonly the bottom of the river may be distinguished, which is not a yellowish or brownish mud, like the color of the water, but a quartzose and granitic sand of dazzling whiteness. Nothing can be compared to the beauty of the banks of the Atabapo, loaded with plants, among which rise the palms with feathery leaves. The banks are reflected in the waters, and this reflex verdure seems to have the same vivid hue as that which clothes the real vegetation. The surface of the fluid is homogeneous, smooth, and destitute of that mixture of suspended sand and decomposed organic matter which roughens and streaks the surface of less limpid rivers. On quitting the Orinoco, several small rapids must be passed, but without any appearance of danger. Amid these raudalitos, according to the opinion of the missionaries, the Rio Atabapo falls into the Orinoco. I am, however, disposed to think that the Atabapo falls into the Guaviare. The Rio Guaviare, which is much wider than the Atabapo, has white waters, and in the aspect of its banks, its fishing birds, its fish, and the great crocodiles which live in it, resembles the Orinoco much more than that part of the Atabapo which comes from the Esmeralda. When a river springs from the junction of 2 other rivers nearly alike in size, it is difficult to judge which of the 2 confluent streams must be regarded as its source. The Indians of San Fernando affirm that the Orinoco rises from 2 rivers, the Guaviare and the Rio Paragua. They give this latter name to the upper Orinoco, from San Fernando and Santa Barbara to beyond the Esmeralda, and they say that the Cassiquiare is not an arm of the Orinoco, but of the Rio Paragua. It matters but little whether or not the name of Orinoco be given to the Rio Paragua, provided we trace the course of these rivers as it is in nature, and do not separate by a chain of mountains, as was done previously to my travels, rivers that communicate together and form one system. When we would give the name of a large river to one of the 2 branches by which it is formed, it should be applied to that branch which furnishes most water. Now, At the 2 seasons of the year when I saw the Guaviare and the upper Orinoco or Rio Paragua, between the Esmeralda and San Fernando, it appeared to me that the latter was not so large as the Guaviare. Similar doubts have been entertained by geographers respecting the junction of the upper Mississippi with the Missouri and the Ohio, the junction of the Maranon with the Guayaga and the Ucayali, and the junction of the Indus with the Chunab, Hydaspes of Kashmir, and the Gura or Sule. Note: the Hydaspes is properly a tributary stream of the Chunab or Asinais. The Sutlej or Haisudras forms, together with the Bayal or Gura. End of note. To avoid embroiling farther a nomenclature of rivers so arbitrarily fixed, I will not propose new denominations. I shall continue, with Father Cowlin and the Spanish geographers, to call the river Esmeralda the Orinoco or Upper Orinoco. But I must observe that if the Orinoco, from San Fernando to Atabapo, as far as the delta which it forms opposite the island of Trinidad, were regarded as the continuance of the Rio Guaviare, and if that part of the Upper Orinoco, between the Esmeralda and the mission of San Fernando, were considered a tributary stream, the Orinoco would preserve, from the savannas of San Juan de los Llanos and the eastern declivity of the Andes, to its mouth, a more uniform and natural direction, that from southwest to northeast. The Rio Paragua, or that part of the Orinoco, east of the mouth of the Guaviare, has clearer, more transparent, and purer water than the part of the Orinoco below San Fernando. The waters of the Guaviare, on the contrary, are white and turbid. They have the same taste, according to the Indians, whose organs of sense are extremely delicate and well practised, as the waters of the Orinoco near the great cataracts. Quote, "Bring me the waters of 3 or 4 great rivers of these countries," end quote. An old Indian of the mission of Javita said to us, quote, "On tasting each of them, I will tell you, without fear of mistake, whence it was taken, whether it comes from a white or black river, the Orinoco or the Atabapo, the Paragua or the Guaviare." End quote. The great crocodiles and porpoises, toninas, which are alike common in the Rio Guaviare and the lower Orinoco, are entirely wanting, as we were told, in the Rio Paragua, or Upper Orinoco, between San Fernando and the Esmeralda. These are very remarkable differences in the nature of the waters and the distribution of animals. The Indians do not fail to mention them, when they would prove to travellers that the Upper Orinoco, to the east of San Fernando, is a distinct river which falls into the Orinoco, and that the real origin of the latter must be sought in the sources of the Guaviare. The astronomical observations made in the night of the 25th of April did not give me the latitude with satisfactory precision. The latitude of the mission of San Fernando appeared to me to be 4 degrees, 2 minutes 48 seconds. And Father Cowlin's map, founded on the observations of Solano, made in 1756, it is 4 degrees 1 minute. This agreement proves the justness of a result which, however, I could only deduce from altitudes considerably distant from the meridian. A good observation of the stars at Guapasoso gave me 4 degrees, 2 minutes for San Fernando to Atabapo. I was able to fix the longitude with much more precision on my way to the Rio Negro, and in returning from that river. It is 70 degrees, 30 minutes 46 seconds, or 4 degrees 0 minutes west of the meridian of Cumana. On the 26th of April, we advanced only 2 or 3 leagues, and passed the night on a rock near the Indian plantations or conucos of Guapasoso. The river losing itself by its inundations in the forests, and its real banks being unseen, the traveller can venture to land only where a rock or small tableland rises above the water. The granite of those countries, owing to the position of the thin laminae of black mica, sometimes resembles graphitic granite, but most frequently, and this determines the age of its formation, it passes into a real gneiss. Its beds, regularly stratified, run from southwest to northeast, as in the Cordillera on the shore of Caracas. The dip of the granite gneiss is 70 degrees northwest. It is traversed by an infinite number of veins of quartz, which are singularly transparent, and 3 or 4 and sometimes 15 inches thick. I found no cavity, Drews, no crystallized substance, not even rock crystal, and no trace of pyrites or any other metallic substance. I enter into these particulars on account of the chimerical ideas that have been spread ever since the 16th century, after the voyages of Berreo and Raleigh, on the immense riches of the great and fine empire of Guyana. Note: Raleigh's work bears the high-sounding title of The Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guyana, London, 1596. See also Raleighi Admiranda Descriptio Regni Guyanae Oriebuntissimi Hondius Norbergi, 1599. End of note. The river Atabapo presents throughout a peculiar aspect. You see nothing of its real banks, formed by flatlands 8 or 10 feet high. They are concealed by a row of palms and small trees with slender trunks, the roots of which are bathed by the waters. There are many crocodiles from the point where you quit the Orinoco to the mission of San Fernando, and their presence indicates that this part of the river belongs to the Rio Guaviare and not to the Atabapo. In the real bed of the latter river, above the mission of San Fernando, there are no crocodiles. We find there some bavas, a great many freshwater dolphins, but no manatees. We also seek in vain on these banks for the thick-nosed tapir, the araguato, or great howling monkey, the zamuro, or vulture aurea, and the crested pheasant, known by the name of guacharaca. Enormous water snakes, in the shape resembling the boa, are unfortunately very common, and are dangerous to Indians who bathe. We saw them almost from the first day we embarked, swimming by the side of our canoe. They were at most 12 or 14 feet long. The jaguars of the banks of the Atabapo and the Temi are large and well fed. They are said, however, to be less daring than the jaguars of the Orinoco. The night of the 27th was beautiful. Dark clouds passed from time to time over the zenith with extreme rapidity. Not a breath of wind was felt in the lower strata of the atmosphere. The breeze was at the height of 1,000 toises. I dwell upon this peculiarity, for the movement we saw was not produced by the counter-currents from west to east, which are sometimes thought to be observed in the torrid zone of the loftiest mountains of the Cordilleras. It was the effect of a real breeze, an east wind. We left the conucos of Guapasoso at 2 o'clock and continued to ascend the river toward the south, finding it, or rather, that part of its bed which is free from trees, growing more and more narrow. It began to rain towards sunrise. In these forests, which are less inhabited by animals than those of the Orinoco, we no longer heard the howlings of the monkeys. The dolphins, or toninas, sported by the side of our boat. According to the relation of Mr. Colebrook, the Delphinus gangeticus, which is the freshwater porpoise of the Old World, in like manner accompanies the boats that go up towards Benares. But from Benares to the point where the Ganges receives the salt waters is only 200 leagues, while from the Atabapo to the mouth of the Orinoco is more than 320. About noon we passed the mouth of the little river Ipurichapano on the east, and afterwards the granitic rock known by the name of Piedra del Tigre. Between the 4th and 5th degrees of latitude, a little to the south of the mountains of Sipapo, we reached the southern extremity of that chain of cataracts which I proposed, in a memoir published in 1800, to call the chain of Parima. At 4 degrees 20 minutes, it stretches from the right bank of the Orinoco toward the east and east-southeast. The whole of the land, extending from the mountains of the Parima towards the river Amazon, which is traversed by the Atabapo, the Cassiquiare, and the Rio Negro, is an immense plain, covered partly with forests and partly with grass. Small rocks rise here and there like castles. We regretted that we had not stopped to rest near the Piedra del Tigre, for on going up the Atabapo we had great difficulty to find a spot of dry ground, open and spacious enough to light a fire and place our instruments and our hammocks. On the 28th of April, it rained hard after sunset, and we were afraid that our collections would be damaged. The poor missionary had his fit of tertian fever, and besought us to re-embark immediately after midnight. We passed at daybreak the Piedra and the Radalitos, the rock and the little cascades of Guarinuma. The rock is on the east bank. It is a shelf of granite covered with sora, cladonia, and other lichens. I could have fancied myself transported to the north of Europe, to the ridge of the mountains of gneiss and granite between Freiburg and Marienburg in Saxony. The cladonias appeared to me to be identical with the lichen rangiferinus, the L. pyxidatus, and the L. polymorphus of Linnaeus. After having passed the rapids of Guarinuma, the Indians showed us in the middle of the forest, on our right, the ruins of the mission of Mendahari, which has been long abandoned. On the east bank of the river, near the little rock of Camirumo, in the midst of Indian plantations, a giant bombax, Bombax ceiba, attracted our curiosity. We landed to measure it. The height was nearly 120 feet, and the diameter between 14 and 15. This enormous specimen of vegetation surprised us the more, as we had till then seen on the banks of the Atabapo only small trees with slender trunks, which from afar resembled young cherry trees. The Indians assured that these small trees do not form a very extensive group. They are checked in their growth by the inundations of the river, while the dry grounds near the Atabapo, the Temi, and the Tuamini furnish excellent timber for building. These forests do not stretch indefinitely to the east and west, toward the Cassiquiare and the Guaviare. They are bounded by the open savannas of Manoteso and the Rio Inirida. We found it difficult in the evening to stem the current, and we passed the night in a wood a little above Mendahari, which is another granitic rock traversed by a stratum of quartz. We found in it a group of fine crystals of black schorl. On the 29th, the air was cooler. We had no zancudos, but the sky was constantly clouded and without stars. I began to regret the lower Orinoco. We still advanced but slowly from the force of the current, and we stopped a great part of the day to seek for plants. It was night when we arrived at the mission of San Balthazar, or, as the monks style it, the mission of La Divina Pastora de Balthazar de Atabapo. We were lodged with a Catalonian missionary, a lively and agreeable man, who displayed in these wild countries the activity that characterizes his nation. He had planted a garden where the fig tree of Europe was found in company with the persea, and the lemon tree with the mamie. The village was built with that regularity which, in the north of Germany and in Protestant America, we find in the hamlets of the Moravian Brethren, and the Indian plantations seemed better cultivated than elsewhere. Here we saw for the first time that white and fungus substance which I have made known by the name of dapicho and zapis. These two words belong to the Poimisano and Paragini tongues. We immediately perceived that it was analogous to India rubber, but, as the Indians made us to understand by signs that it was found underground, we were inclined to think, till we arrived at the mission of Javita, that the dapicho was a fossil caoutchouc, though different from the elastic bitumen of Derbyshire. A Pomisano Indian, seated by the fire in the hut of the missionary, was employed in reducing the dapicho into black caoutchouc. He had spitted several bits on a slender stick, and was roasting them like meat. The dapicho blackens in proportion as it grows soft and becomes elastic. The resinous and aromatic smell which filled the hut seemed to indicate that this coloration is the effect of the decomposition of a carburet of hydrogen, and that the carbon appears in proportion as the hydrogen burns at a low heat. The Indian beat the softened and blackened mass with a piece of Brazil wood, formed at one end like a club. He then kneaded the dapicho into bowls of 3 or 4 inches in diameter, and let it cool. These bowls exactly resemble the caoutchouc of the shops, but their surface remains in general slightly viscous. They are used in San Balthazar in the Indian game of tennis, which is celebrated among the inhabitants of Uruana and Encaramada. They are also cut into cylinders to be used as corks, and are far preferable to those made of the bark of the cork tree. This use of caoutchouc appeared to us the more worthy of notice, as we had been often embarrassed by the want of European corks. The great utility of cork is fully understood in countries where trade has not supplied this bark in plenty. Equinoctial America nowhere produces, not even on the back of the Andes, an oak resembling the Quercus suber, and neither the light wood of the bombax, the ochroma, and other malvaceous plants, nor the rachis of maize, of which the natives make use, can well supply the place of our corks. The missionary showed us, before the Casa de los Solteros, the house where the young unmarried men reside, a drum, which was a hollow cylinder of wood, 2 feet long and 18 inches thick. The drum was beaten with great masses of dapicho, which served as drumsticks. It had openings which could be stopped by the hand at will to vary the sounds, and was fixed on 2 light supports. Savage notions love noisy music. The drum and the botuto, or trumpet of baked earth, in which a tube of 3 or 4 feet long communicates with several barrels, are indispensable instruments among the Indians for their grand pieces of music. End of chapter 2.22, part 2.